Chapter 346. P.S. Thanks to Assassin 3 for the monthly vote. 500,000 pure essence pills are gone. Another 5 pieces of pure essence crystals. It's definitely not a small amount. Lin Fei and the rest walked in from outside the city. Being extorted 500,000 pure essence pills at the city gate, everyone was unhappy. With their status, when had they ever been extorted like this before? 500,000 pure essence pills to enter the city, no one would believe it. What is the background of this Blackstone dynasty? To actually dare to occupy Giant Stone City? Yunxiang asked in a low voice. They even dared to set such a high fee. It's simply robbery, and also the pure essence crystals. Yunxiang was a core disciple of the divine martial sect, and had a high position in the sect. When he came to the dynasty battlefield, he was discriminated against like a native, which had never happened before. Thus, he was unhappy and dissatisfied. No rush, let's find a place to stay first. Lin Fei looked around. When the time comes, I'll go out with Yunxiang to scout for information. That's good too. Giant Stone City was huge. The wide streets were filled with a desolate aura. From time to time, corpses could be seen on the streets, long dead. The martial artists who walked in Giant Stone City seemed to be used to this method, and no emotions could be seen on them. The inn was quickly found. One room cost 100,000 pure essence pills. It was a blatant extortion. Paying 500,000 pure essence pills at the city gate, and another 100,000 pure essence pills at the inn, the consumption of pure essence pills was huge. More importantly, if they continued to stay in Giant Stone City, they would need to use the pure essence crystals. The pure essence crystals were a problem. After settling down, in the evening, Lin Fei and Yunxiang went out to scout for information. Coming out of the inn, Lin Fei and Yunxiang walked on the street. I never thought that the dynasty battlefield would be such a place, Yunxiang said. Lin Fei noticed that the people who came and went were basically all in the cryptic realm, and there were not many below. Very cruel. Help, help. Lin Fei just finished. At the end of the street, a martial artist panicked and did not know where to go. Soon, this martial artist was killed by a group of martial artists behind him, leaving behind a corpse on the ground. Humph, you want to stay here without Jin Yuan crystals? The group of cultivators only turned around and left after searching for a while. Lin Fei asked a middle-aged martial artist beside him, what are they doing? Little brother, you must be new here, the middle-aged martial artist said. Lin Fei nodded. I just arrived. I'm just curious. They are all from the Blackstone dynasty. As for the martial artist who died, he couldn't pay the true essence crystals and couldn't leave the Grand Boulder City within the stipulated time. You guys understand, big brother, what exactly is this true essence crystal? The middle-aged martial artist said, go to the front. At the end of the street, there is a shop that specializes in selling information. You can go there and get it. With that, the middle-aged martial artist left. This group of people is really overbearing, Lin Fei said in a low voice. He was very interested in Jin Yuan crystals. Indeed overbearing. Yunxiang said, a mid-sized dynasty is already so arrogant. I wonder what would a large-sized dynasty be like? Who knows? Lin Fei curled his lips. According to the middle-aged man, the two of them walked to the end. As expected, it should be here. Seeing the open door and the endless flow of people, they believed that they found the right place. Walking into the hall, the golden decorations made the entire hall luxurious. Is there anything I need to know? Just as the two of them stepped into the hall, a young man immediately greeted them. He wasn't strong and was only at the mystic adept realm. However, his eyes were sneaky. One look and anyone could tell that he was a slippery kid. Lin Fei and Yunxiang looked at each other and knew that this was the place. What's the price? Lin Fei asked. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Little Jiang. Little Jiang introduced himself. Please follow me. The hall was filled with doors. The two of them walked into a small room that was narrow. Don't worry. This place has a soundproof array. Outsiders won't be able to hear us. You don't have to worry about information leaking. Little Jiang sat down. Please sit. Lin Fei and Yinxiang sat down. Our information can be expensive or cheap. You can pay with pure essence pills or true essence crystals. Little Jiang said, what information do you want to know? Just say it. I will give you a price. The origin of the Blackstone dynasty. Lil Jiang smiled, you must be new here. You've come to the right place to treat newcomers. I can answer this question for free. I won't charge you anything. That's good. The Blackstone dynasty is a mid-sized dynasty. It currently controls Giant Stone City. The previous owner of Giant Stone City is the Red Rock dynasty. Currently, the Blackstone dynasty is overseeing Giant Stone City. They have arranged for a total of 3 King Perfection stage experts. The strongest one has a 6th grade earth fire. Little Jiang slowly explained the information. The two of them were shocked. A small Giant Stone City actually had so many dynasties fighting over it. However, after thinking about it, the rewards of controlling such a city were undoubtedly very tempting. The following information will be charged. What is a true essence crystal? How do you refine it? Yinxiang asked. After entering Giant Stone City, they could hear about true essence crystals from time to time. They naturally wanted to know about it. This is cheap. 200,000 pure essence pills. For you. Little Jiang accepted the pure essence pills. True essence crystals are made by injecting true essence into a fixed crystal stone. It can be used for cultivation and can be directly absorbed. The effect is even better than pure essence pills. One does not need to cultivate and can directly replenish true essence. Normally, one can exchange for 1 true essence crystal with 100,000 pure essence pills. The two of them were slightly startled. So that was how true essence crystals worked. Immediately, they thought of the Blackstone dynasty's sinister intentions. True essence crystals required one's own true essence. As a result, other than continuously condensing true essence crystals, there was no time to spare. Most importantly, true essence crystals could only be extracted at the profound spirit realm. Normally, extracting 10 crystals a day would consume 40% of true essence. A King Perfection stage expert could extract 50 true essence crystals a day and consume 50% of true essence. They finally understood why those martial artists at the city gate said it was expensive. 2 true essence crystals consumed almost 10% of true essence. Naturally, it was not worth it. Lin Fei was extremely excited about the news of true essence crystals. I never thought that there would actually be such a heaven-defying thing like true essence crystals in the dynasty battlefield. This is something even better than pure essence pills. Lin Fei said in his heart. This is simply something prepared for me. If I have enough true essence crystals, perhaps I won't need to refine pure essence pills anymore. True essence crystals. Lin Fei's heart was moved. Extract it myself? Lin Fei did not have this thought at all. This kind of stupid behavior was only targeted at ordinary martial artists. Chapter 347. Buying the information cost a total of 1.8 million pure yuan pills. After coming out, Yinxiang's face was full of heartache. Even as a core disciple of the divine martial sect, the amount of pure yuan pills was limited. Although 1.8 million pure yuan pills was not a lot, they would need to share it, and it would only be around 200,000 to 300,000. Spending like this was still painful. In just one day, he had used up almost 1 million pure yuan pills. Yinxiang realized that spending pure yuan pills was like running water. If he stayed in Giant Stone City for half a year, he would at least spend tens of millions of pure yuan pills, or even more than that. Junior brother Lin Fei, should we go back now, or? Let's go back first. It was time to go back and digest the information. After spending 8 million pure yuan pills. Lin Fei had a general understanding of Giant Stone City. As for what to do, he still needed some time to think. To go all the way, or, this, was worth Lin Fei's time to think. Rumble. Lin Fei and Yunxiang walked back. Suddenly, Yunxiang stopped and frowned. The direction of the sound. Why does it seem like it's coming from where we are staying? Lin Fei also frowned. Let's go take a look, don't let anything happen. The situation was not good. Giant Stone City was not a dynasty, it was under the control of another dynasty. Furthermore, after leaving the new disciple city, the danger would not be controlled, killing was not forbidden, it was inevitable that something would happen. That was why Lin Fei was worried that something might have happened at the inn. So when they entered the main street of the inn, an icy cold aura appeared on the street. Looking at it from afar, it was actually white, the color of snow and ice. Not good, something really happened. The two were shocked. The frost on the street was obviously Autumn Moon Fairy's ice true yuan. Walala. Without waiting for them to approach, a purple flame rose, the cold aura under the heat wave, the frost on the street disappeared, returning to normal. Autumn Moon Fairy, don't struggle, come with us obediently. A sinister laugh came from above the house. This chick is out of luck. The people that the Blackstone dynasty has taken a fancy to have never been able to leave. You can't blame them for participating in the Empire War. Moreover, they are from a small empire. The surrounding martial artists were already used to such a scene. As long as a dynasty was powerful, they could do whatever they wanted without fear. That was because they had the corresponding strength. Strength was equal to the right to speak. Black Sky Prince, I never thought that you would become a lackey of the Black Stone dynasty. Autumn Moon Fairy's face was pale. In the opposite house was Prince Black Sky, who had once fought for the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Autumn Moon Fairy, a wise man submits to circumstances. Stop struggling. Prince Black Skies laughed out loud. What's so bad about becoming senior brother's woman? It's better than dying like them. Corpses were scattered all over the ruins. Two of them were familiar. They were Wang Qi and Frenzied Blade Swordsman. As for Monday, he was injured and seemed to have lost the ability to fight. Black Sky, senior brother likes this kind of woman the most. At this moment, a middle-aged man in gray behind Black Sky spoke. Since the chick is not listening, just take her down. Why waste your breath? Senior brother is still waiting for us. Black Sky lost his arrogance and nodded. Senior brother is right. Those who are disobedient must be taken down. Great Sun Black Sky Fist. Black Sky rushed into the sky. His eyes were cold and his violent aura enveloped the Autumn Moon Fairy. Autumn Moon Fairy had already been injured. The power of the earth fire was not released by a king stage expert, but she was still injured. With a flip of her hand, a white longsword was unsheathed. Ice Snow Sword Art. Great Sun Black Sky Fist was extremely violent and filled with a domineering aura. The snowflakes fell and were instantly torn apart by the violent fist intent. Black Sky went straight for the yellow dragon and appeared in front of Autumn Moon Fairy. A black fist radiance blasted down. Admit defeat. Black Sky laughed. Admit defeat? That might not be the case. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in Black Sky's ears. He felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying, smashing into a pile of rubble. At the most crucial moment, Lin Fei had made his move. Black Sky Prince, Lin Fei remembered him clearly. If not for the lack of time, he would have personally gone to the Death Dynasty to take care of Black Sky. You're back. Autumn Moon Fairy's face lit up. She hurriedly said, Lin Fei, quickly take Monday and leave this place. At this time, Yunxiang flew up as well. Take care of Autumn Moon Fairy and Monday first. Yunxiang knew that Lin Fei and Yunxiang's strength were too far apart, so he decisively gave up his position. Lin Fei, so it's you. Black Sky rushed out of the rubble. After seeing this person that he could not forget day and night, his face turned sinister. A violent aura shot up the sky, as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. I didn't expect to meet you here either. You must have heard of Lin Wufa's fate? Black Sky laughed. Lin Wufa is nothing. I, Black Sky, am 10,000 times stronger than him. Today, you walked right into my trap. Next year, today will be your death anniversary. He turned to the senior brother behind him and said, Senior brother Blue Sky, this Lin Fei obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance and took away the metal will. Moreover, he has 2 wills, Wind Will. The gray-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Good, good. Junior brother Black Sky, you've done a great deed. You took away 2 wills from this person. I will definitely put in a good word for you. Black Sky said. Many thanks, Senior brother Blue Sky. Blue Sky's eyes turned cold as he looked at Lin Fei. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to personally make a move and kill you here? Junior brother Lin Fei, you must be careful. This person cultivates an 8th grade purple fire. Lin Fei nodded, indicating that he understood. From the moment the opponent's fire broke through Autumn Moon Fairy's ice seal, he knew the power of the earth fire. I don't like to kill myself. Instead, I like to finish off my enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Fei instantly appeared in front of this Qingyun cultivator. His right hand turned into a claw and slashed out at the Qingyun cultivator's chest. The Qingyun cultivator laughed coldly as a set of azure armor appeared on his body, sparks flying everywhere. Not bad. Blue Sky retreated quickly. Purple fire. Boom, a large patch of purple fire turned the sky into a world of purple fire. Under the purple fire, the ruins were instantly turned into nothingness, becoming a barren land. The armor that blocked my claw should be the one sold in the auction house, right? Lin Fei thought to himself. And this violet flame, its might is truly extraordinary. No wonder Fairy Chuyue and Zhou Yi weren't a match for it. This Prince Black Sky has found himself a decent backer. Lin Fei made his judgment. This person is dead for sure. Blue Sky has refined an 8th grade purple fire. This person offended Blue Sky Prince, which means he offended the entire Blackstone dynasty. I dare say that this person will soon die under the purple fire. Yun Xiang, Autumn Moon Fairy, and the rest were all worried. They had all experienced the power of the earth fire. Autumn Moon Fairy's frost chi could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent. One could imagine how powerful the opponent was. The purple fire burned, turning the entire place purple. Feeling the temperature of the purple fire, Black Sky was pleased. Lin Wufa died in your hands because he was too arrogant and did not know that there is a way to kill with a borrowed knife. No matter how strong you are, how can you fight against an earth fire expert? Blue Sky was disapproving. What's so great about my comprehension of intent? It's only so-so. When the time comes, I can heavily injure the opponent and take away his intent. Who knows, I might even be rewarded with chi. If your purple fire is only so-so, then you can die. A cold voice sounded in Blue Sky's ears. Blue Sky's face darkened. In the next moment, a flying sword appeared in front of him, its aura soaring to the sky, carrying with it a sense of danger. Green cloud armor. A green armor appeared on his body. The flying sword struck the green armor, creating ripples. In just a breath's time, the armor was pierced through, and Blue Sky felt a sharp pain in his chest. How could he break my green cloud armor? Blue Sky lost consciousness, and his body fell from the sky, landing on the ruins. Uproar, he actually killed the Blackstone dynasty's Blue Sky. I'm in big trouble. Lin Fei's 72 spirit treasures shot out, killing his opponent with a single strike. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for killing Blue Sky. Discovered green cloud armor. Discovered true essence crystal. Discovered pure essence pill. Discovered purple flame. When the system sent the spoils of war, Lin Fei frowned. *CK, the system upgraded again. It's exactly the same as online games. This is good too. Whatever good stuff there is, I can see it at a glance. The smile on He Tian's face was completely stiff, and he was completely frightened. Your strength, how could it be so strong? He Tian had always thought that Lin Fei's strength was around the pseudo-king realm. When facing a true king realm expert, a single purple flame would be enough to kill him. But now, He Tian really suspected that he was dreaming. His enemy had actually killed senior brother Qingyun. It's more than enough to kill you. Lin Fei sneered. Die. He Tian was terrified, and with a thought, he flew out. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be going against the Blackstone dynasty. They will definitely not rest until you die. But would Lin Fei give up? Of course not. He would not be threatened. A white cold light flashed, and He Tian let out a groan. Immediately after, he saw a flying sword flying out from his chest, and his eyes were filled with shock. I still can't escape death. You were lucky last time, and you want to do it again? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei kept the treasures on He Tian and Blue Sky's bodies. Autumn Moon Fairy, Yinxiang, and the others were all scared stiff. Lin Fei's strength was very strong, and there wasn't much difference between him and them. But in the blink of an eye, he killed an earth-fire expert. This made them feel like they had suffered a blow, and at the same time, they felt extremely depressed. It turned out that Lin Fei's strength had already reached such a level, and it was far from what they could compare with. Instantly, they lost all thoughts of chasing after him. At the same time, they kept repeating a phrase in their hearts. Chapter 348. The martial artists that were originally watching the show had all left quickly. They did not wish to be embroiled in this whirlpool. The Blackstone dynasty was a mid-sized dynasty with tyrannical strength. They could not afford to offend them and were most worried about being mistakenly killed. In order to survive, they had to escape first. These people from the small dynasties did not believe that they could survive. Very soon, the people from the Blackstone dynasty would arrive and this place would be filled with rivers of blood. Death. This was the consequence of offending the Blackstone dynasty. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. This Prince Black Sky had finally died in his hands, saving him a lot of trouble. You guys leave first, I'll cover the rear. After descending, Lin Fei said to them. Autumn Moon Fairy and Monday were already injured. Once the people from the Blackstone dynasty made a move, Lin Fei would not be able to protect them. You're not leaving? They did not blame Lin Fei for being ruthless. Speaking of which, Erebus was purposely looking for trouble in order to curry favor with the higher-ups. He just so happened to see Fairy Chuyue below the inn, so he wanted to snatch Fairy Chuyue away to earn some merit. If not for Zhou Yi and the others taking action, Fairy Chuyue would have been captured by the other side. Killing Black Sky did not make them angry at all. On the contrary, they vented their anger. Black Sky deserved to die. Black Sky deserved to die. Lin Fei said, if I leave, I'm afraid the people from the Blackstone dynasty will quickly catch up. It will be very disadvantageous to you guys. Silence. As martial artists, they were no longer indecisive. They chose to leave first. A powerhouse that had refined an earth flame was already so powerful, not to mention that Grand Boulder City had a total of 3 king-level powerhouses, all of whom had refined an earth flame of a high grade. Once they made a move, Monday and the rest would not be able to block them and would most likely suffer. Take these true essence crystals. Lin Fei took out the bag of true essence crystals. You guys are close to the profound king realm. With these true essence crystals, you should be able to succeed. Lin Fei was very generous. The big one was at the back and the small one was not interested. The 3 of them were shocked. How can this be? They all knew that the true essence crystal had been obtained by Lin Fei after he killed the Clear Sky Sex King class expert. They had never imagined that Lin Fei would take the initiative to give it to them. Lin Fei stuffed the bag into Yinxiang's hands and glared at him. Don't be so wishy-washy. We're all from the same dynasty. We'll only be able to stabilize when your strength increases. Besides, I'll catch up to you soon. You have to be careful. The three of them also knew that they would only be a burden if they stayed here. It would be better for them to leave and not have to worry about Lin Fei. As soon as he left, some martial artists behind him wanted to chase after him. He wanted to make a contribution. Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. You're courting death. The pet space was opened, and King Kong was released. This fellow had long been bored to death. After swallowing a large amount of pure essence pills, its strength had already reached the king level. A true king-level demonic beast had a body of golden fur that shone like gold. It looked majestic and ferocious. Roar, kill those people. When King Kong was at the mystic level, he could already kill king-class experts. Now that he had become a king-level demonic beast, one could imagine how powerful he was. Oh no, a king-level demonic beast. Run. Oh my god, what's going on? Those martial artists who thought they were infallible and wanted to make a contribution were all scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale. The appearance of such a king-level demonic beast was beyond their imagination. King Kong didn't care about their expressions. The spirit treasure rod smashed down, and a mystic-level martial artist at the mystic level was smashed into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. The martial artists panicked and fled in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After reaching the king level, King Kong's speed was even faster. Bang, 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 almost everywhere it passed, the martial artists couldn't withstand King Kong's attack and were directly smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. The street was filled with blood, and few people could escape. Roar, King Kong was very proud. Above its head, a little thing appeared. It was like a general giving orders, showing off its strength. Everyone was frightened by this scene. This young man was scary enough. They didn't expect him to have a ferocious king-level demonic beast with him, and it was a powerful King Kong godly ape. A king-level demonic beast was already a terrifying existence. When a demonic beast reached the king level, it was a real great demon. Unfortunately, a king-level demonic beast wasn't that easy to tame. It had to be a cub. Even a king-level martial artist might not have a king-level demonic beast, and it was a real one at that. They didn't expect to see one today. Today, I'll let you go on a killing spree. King Kong flew back and patted its chest proudly. This guy had been holding back for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to make a move, his eyes were full of pride. Roar, roar, I didn't waste so many pure essence pellets. Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. King Kong was in a state of advancement, and after taking a large number of pure essence pellets, he rushed to the Mystic King level and became a real King level great demon. When a demonic beast reached the King level, it could become a great demon. Soon, the street was empty. A mysterious young man and a King level demonic beast. It was mysterious and unpredictable. There was no one on the street. They're here. Lin Fei's ears perked up. Soon, he heard a sound coming from the end of the street. Someone from the Blackstone dynasty was killed on the street. The news naturally couldn't be hidden. It immediately reached the ears of the Blackstone dynasty. The people from the Blackstone dynasty were enraged. This was a provocation to the Blackstone dynasty, especially when the other party was from a small dynasty. In a few breaths, the people from the Blackstone dynasty arrived. They were densely packed, and there were at least a few dozen of them. Especially the 4 king-level martial artists leading them. The strength of the Blackstone dynasty was indeed terrifying. Junior brother Qingyun, you killed him. A middle-aged man with a pale face stared coldly at the young man in front of him. When his gaze fell on King Kong, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. King-level great demon. The people from the Blackstone dynasty recognized him with a glance. The news of a king-level great demon was unexpected. Even if a king-level great demon couldn't be tamed, the body of a king-level great demon was full of treasures. Great circle profound spirit demonic beasts could be seen. King-level great demons were rare. Every time a king-level great demon appeared, it would definitely fight for it. The blood of a king-level divine ape was good for cultivation. Therefore, when the people from the Blackstone dynasty saw the king-level great demon, they were excited. After killing this king-level great demon, there was nothing wrong with the death of a king-level martial artist. Even if the people above were unhappy, they could use a king-level great demon to settle it. More importantly, this king-level great demon was a king-level divine ape. A mutated demonic beast. Kill! Lin Fei shouted and chose to attack. Chapter 349. P.S. Thanks to Floating and Sinking for his evaluation and monthly votes, as well as I Love My Wife and Son for his monthly votes. Double monthly votes. I'll shout out loud too. Give me a few more, or it'll expire. The Blackstone dynasty sent 4 king-class experts and a group of profound spirit realm subordinates. Their strength could not be said to be weak. The 3 of you, go and kill that kid. Su Feng pointed with his finger. He was one of the 3 king-class experts of the Blackstone dynasty. Someone from the Blackstone dynasty was killed on the street, which was equivalent to provoking the Blackstone dynasty. Su Feng took the initiative to come over, wanting to know who would be so daring. In Su Feng's opinion, Lin Fei was just a kid. With one look, he could tell that he came from a small dynasty. It would not be a problem to arrange 3 king-class experts to deal with him. After all, the 3 king-class experts had refined 9th-grade earth fire. Their strength was not bad either, being at the early stage and mid-stage of the king class. Su Feng's only fear was a king-class great demon. It was not easy to deal with, so he had to delay it himself. Yes, the 3 answered. Swish swish swish, someone was faster than them. Lin Fei made his move. 72 flying swords brought with them a white light as they shot down. PFFF, 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 the 3 early-stage king-class experts widened their eyes and fell down with unwillingness. It was terrifying to be killed so quickly. Vajra, I'll leave them to you. Lin Fei calmly commanded Vajra to attack. Formation, the people of the Blackstone dynasty were all experienced in battle. They immediately activated their formation to deal with Vajra, the king-class great demon. Only formations could contend against king-class great demons. Su Feng's face darkened. Courting death. The death of the 3 king-class experts was like a slap to Su Feng's face. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the other party. Swish, Su Feng swung his right arm, and a black light pierced towards Lin Fei. The void seemed to have been pierced, and the power of this attack was not the slightest bit inferior to the attack of a consummate king-class expert. Strong, very strong. Among the chi refiners, this person in front of him was very powerful. Kings who have refined earth flames are indeed several times more powerful than ordinary chi refiners. Lin Fei thought to himself, this attack contains the might of earth fire. If I block it with my body, I will definitely suffer greatly. With a single glance, he was able to tell what was going on. Dragon transformation, Lin Fei executed the Azure Dragon true body, and swung his huge dragon tail. The black light deviated and crashed into a building, instantly turning it into ruins. Whoosh, Lin Fei rushed out. A body refiner. The power of Su Feng's whip could kill as many people as it came, but it was so easily blocked. More importantly, the other party was a body refinement cultivator, and his body refinement cultivation method was not ordinary. Black flame earth fire. Su Feng was a pure chi refinement cultivator, so his body was relatively fragile. Seeing that the other party was a body refinement cultivator and cultivated an extraordinary body refinement cultivation technique, of course, he couldn't let his opponent get close to him. Body refiners were the mortal enemies of chi refiners. With his powerful body, the other party could severely injure the chi practitioner. At most, the other party would suffer some minor injuries and obtain a huge victory at a minimal cost. The earth fire spread everywhere, and a wall of fire condensed. After putting some distance between them, Su Feng controlled the black flame earth fire to form a defense. Whoosh, 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 the black flame earth fire condensed into several black spears, all of which were aimed at Lin Fei's position. The earth fire spears whistled and arrived. Just this attack alone was already extraordinary. The 7th grade earth fire is indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If I only rely on the water fire lotus, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Open, Lin Fei grabbed with his dragon claw, and the earth fire spears were caught. The feeling of blazing heat seemed to be able to evaporate his whole body. The 7th grade earth fire is so domineering. With just the 7th grade earth fire, Lin Fei knew that what he said before was not false. A king stage expert who refined the earth fire could make a group of martial artists helpless just by relying on the earth fire. The black flame earth fire was only a 7th grade earth fire, a low-level earth fire. What if it was a high-level earth fire? Or even a heavenly fire? With a thought from Lin Fei, the azure dragon claw crushed the earth fire spears, and flames splashed everywhere. Lin Fei deeply felt the terror of the blazing earth fire. At the same time, he had another understanding of the power of that azure dragon true body. The 7th grade earth fire was actually unable to harm the azure dragon true body. Open, 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 Lin Fei rampaged. Wherever his huge dragon body passed, the black flame spears were crushed inch by inch. Lin Fei's dragon form was not affected at all, not even a white spot was left. Su Feng had been paying attention. Once the black flame earth fire was used, few people could resist it. When the black flame spears were shattered, Su Feng's heart sank. He had encountered a powerful body refiner. He finally understood why Qin Yun died. The Azure Sky Chi refiner must have been approached by this brat, Lin Fei. He actually blocked it and even broke my black flame spears? Su Feng was shocked. Black flame god fiend. With a thought from Su Feng, a black giant appeared out of nowhere in the black flame earth fire. Its cold eyes opened, and killing intent soared to the sky. Then, 2 huge whips lashed out. Loud cracking sounds could be heard in the void. 7th grade earth fire, what kind of god fiend is this? Break it all for me. Lin Fei did not stop. It was a head-on clash. Voila, Lin Fei collided with the black flame god fiend. The strength that could break a monument blasted the black flame god fiend into pieces on the spot, and he quickly appeared within 10 feet of Su Feng. Open, Lin Fei punched down. The defensive fire wall was blasted open. Now, you can die. Lin Fei's huge dragon tail swept across the sky. The huge brute force whipped the opponent's body, sending him flying and crashing into a building. The people of the Black Stone dynasty suddenly changed their expressions. The opponent was too strong. Even senior brother Su Feng was blasted away. Under the ruins, Su Feng was at a loss. He was actually defeated by a country bumpkin from a small dynasty. The 7th grade earth fire couldn't stop the opponent. What kind of body refining technique does he cultivate? Why is he so powerful? Su Feng kept asking himself. Boom! Lin Fei punched out, and a violent surge of quintessential essence rushed out. A black armor appeared on Su Feng's body, but facing Lin Fei, who had improved again, the armor was obviously not enough. In the face of dragon transformation, true essence was incomparably vigorous. This punch was difficult to resist. Kacha Su Feng felt pain in his heart, and immediately saw a bloody hole appearing in his chest. The armor that he had spent a lot of money to buy was actually shattered by a punch from a body refining expert. You dare to kill me, Lin Fei laughed and lowered his voice. I came for your true essence crystal. A punch blasted down. Su Feng's head exploded. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for killing king level Su Feng. Found true essence crystal. Found broken black flame armor. The system's voice made Lin Fei secretly happy. The harvest was here. Chapter 350. Outside the giant stone city. On Monday, they entered the forest without any mishap. Although there were many demonic beasts in the forest, it was the only safe place right now. I wonder how junior brother Lin Fei is doing. Yunxiang was worried. Yunxiang came to a sudden realization. It turned out that a small dynasty could not even withstand a single blow in this kind of war. Everything was due to strength. If it weren't for Lin Fei, they wouldn't have been able to leave the giant stone city. Perhaps they would have died in the giant stone city and become corpses. No one will sympathize, no one will pity. On Monday, Fairy Chuyue's face was also filled with worry. He should be fine. His tone was filled with uncertainty. Why don't we just wait here? Autumn Moon Fairy said, I have a rune's array on me. Unless one has the strength of a late-stage king, no one can see through it. We can use this chance to break through the current barrier. Monday and Yinxiang were startled. You're about to break through. Autumn Moon Fairy nodded. I was lucky enough to comprehend something in the battle. With the Jin Yuan crystals given by junior brother Lin Fei, I should be able to break through to the Xian King realm. Their current strength was too low. Encountering two king-level powerhouses was already too much for them to handle, especially since the king-level powerhouses had all refined earth fire. Even the lowest earth fire was a 9th-grade earth fire, and it wasn't something they could withstand. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Autumn Moon Fairy, you break through first. We will guard you. Yinxiang said. Among them, if Autumn Moon Fairy reached the early stage king level, she would at least have the strength to protect herself in the forest. If they were in the Rising Stone City, they would be in a competitive relationship. But in the Dynasty battlefield, they would be a team. If they didn't help each other, they would be the ones to die. Close combat attacks are really powerful. Lin Fei released his dragon transformation. Only then did he realize the strength of a body cultivator. He understood why the Lin family was able to stand tall. Ordinary King Realm experts who hadn't refined an earth fire would definitely die if they fought Lin Zhongwu. Even if they refined a grade 7 earth fire, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. The Azure Dragon avatar was not to be trifled with. It was very difficult for a small empire to produce an expert that could refine a 5th or 6th grade earth fire. With the existence of such a powerful body refiner, any family would be able to stand firm, unless they had the confidence to kill the other party in a single breath and not give the other party any chance to resist. Previously, Lin Fei had always used long-range attacks against his enemies, which were equivalent to the attacks of Qi practitioners. After experiencing a melee attack just now, he realized that this was a true body refinement cultivator. That Black Flame God Fiend seems to be a body-tempering cultivator, but he's not very strong, thought Lin Fei. I wonder if this God Fiend is also a body-tempering cultivator. God Fiend Black Flame had left a deep impression on Lin Fei. Intuitively, Lin Fei felt that God Fiends were very impressive. Unfortunately, there was no news about God Fiends in a small empire. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Fei checked the quintessential essence crystals and was surprised to discover that this King Realm expert had 2 million quintessential essence crystals. A big head. A real big head. Just one of them has 2 million quintessential essence crystals. Isn't that equivalent to tens of millions of pure essence pills? Lin Fei thought to himself, if I kill the remaining 2, it should be no less than 6 million quintessential essence crystals, right? Roar. Roar. Vajra flew back and plundered many things, piling them in front of Lin Fei. Perhaps it was because Lin Fei had killed too many people, but Vajra also had the habit of collecting spoils of war. This saved Lin Fei a lot of time to collect the spoils of war. Good job. Lin Fei put away the spoils of war and took out 1,000 quintessential essence crystals. This is your reward. Lin Fei shamelessly pocketed Vajra's spoils of war. In his words, shouldn't the early stages of nurturing be paid back? Vajra didn't know that this unscrupulous master pocketed the spoils of war. After collecting the quintessential essence crystals, Vajra happily swallowed them all. This was 1,000 quintessential essence crystals, but Vajra didn't feel any discomfort at all. He ate happily. A King Realm Great Demon was extraordinary. If a martial artist absorbed 1,000 quintessential essence crystals, it was guaranteed that his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. His body would explode from the dense quintessential essence, and he would die instantly. Glutton. Lin Fei scolded jokingly. Come, let's go to their base camp. Since we have made a move, we have to be decisive. Killing intent flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. Since he had offended the Blackstone Empire, Lin Fei didn't believe that they would let him off. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and get rid of them completely. As long as he obtained enough quintessential essence crystals, it wouldn't be a problem even if he offended the enemy. Only after Lin Fei left did the other martial artists appear. Too powerful. Is that kid really from a small empire? Don't snatch it, this spirit treasure is mine. After the shock, everyone's gazes descended onto the spoils of war on the corpse. Vajra took the valuable ones and still left some worthless ones. Even so, there were still some things that were extremely valuable. In next to no time, everyone was fighting, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Boulder City, a place that was similar to an imperial palace. At this moment, a group of singers were dancing elegantly and coquettishly, drawing a wave of cheers. It turned out that a small banquet was being held here. And this place was the temporary base of the Blackstone Empire. As for this palace that was similar to an imperial palace, it had existed a long time ago and was currently occupied by the Blackstone Empire. What the hell is Su Feng doing? He still hasn't returned after so long? At the seat of honor, Chao Fei said to the person beside him. Chao Fei was one of the experts that held down the fort in the Blackstone Empire. The person beside him was the same. What's there to worry about? Who dares to go against our Blackstone Empire? Qian Guang disapproved. We might as well think about how to gather 10 million quintessential essence crystals before eldest senior brother arrives. At the mention of eldest senior brother, the two of them shivered. We should be able to prepare 10 million quintessential essence crystals in time. Chao Fei said, today, I've already asked the guards at the city gate to increase the city gate fee. We don't have to worry about not being able to gather quintessential essence crystals. Well done. The quintessential essence crystals will come from the bumpkins. Qian Guang was satisfied. Once we gather 10 million quintessential essence crystals, we can make a fortune. Bang! A black shadow descended from the sky. The stone slab was smashed, and the surroundings were covered in a fine spiderweb-like web. The musicians were all terrified. The singers stopped as well. After seeing the black shadow, the surrounding people all stood up. It's Su Feng. Who killed Su Feng? Bastard, this is against our Blackstone Empire. Those that were able to participate in the banquet were either from the Blackstone Empire or from the vassal forces. They were united around the Blackstone Empire. Now that someone had threatened them, they were naturally unhappy. Chao Fei and Qian Guang's expressions were grave. The opponent was very powerful. Su Feng's strength was not much different from theirs. At most, there was a fine line between them. However, he was actually killed by someone, so the person in the dark was definitely not weak. Your Excellency, come out. The corpse appeared here. They naturally did not think that the other party would throw the corpse out for no reason. There must be a purpose. Even though they were furious. Su Feng had refined a rank 7 earth fire, but he was still killed like that. Their first suspicion was that the other mid-sized empires had made a move. The small-sized empires did not even consider it. They did not have this strength. Who did it? They wanted to know the most. Boom! Lin Fei rushed down, and the surrounding area was shaken. Needless to say, the king-level Great Demon's aura made everyone's heart sink. King-level Great Demon. Everyone exclaimed. They had no choice but to exclaim. There were no king-level Great Demons in Grand Boulder City, but now one had appeared. Your Excellency, who are you? Chao Fei and Qian Guang suppressed their anger. The opponent's strength seemed to be only at the profound spirit realm, but the king-level Great Demon beside him made them feel a certain degree of fear. Su Feng's death was also blamed on the strength-type king-level Great Demon. They searched their memories, but they had no impression of the person in front of them, especially with a king-level Great Demon. Who I am is not important. Lin Fei grinned and said, what's important is that I now announce that I am robbing you. Hand over all your true essence crystals. Impudent. How dare you? Everyone was furious. As members of the Blackstone dynasty, they had never seen anyone who dared to rob them. Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. He pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, "If you are not willing to hand it over, I believe that you will soon be accompanying the one on the ground." "I promise." Voila, Su Feng was stronger than them, but he still died. When they saw this smile, they felt as if they saw the smile of a devil. Qiao Fei and Xian Guang were the people in charge of Grand Boulder City. Ever since they chased the other dynasty out, few people dared to have any ideas on them. If not for Su Feng's corpse, they would have attacked immediately. They killed the other party. "Your Excellency, do you think this is possible?" Qiao Fei sneered. When had the people of the Blackstone dynasty ever been robbed? What a joke. If the Blackstone dynasty was really robbed, they would probably have to dig into the ground and not have the face to go out. Dragon transformation. Lin Fei moved. He transformed into the Azure Dragon true body and executed a close combat attack. The Azure Dragon was known for its speed. Coupled with the comprehension of wind concept, it was as fast as lightning. "Body cultivator," everyone exclaimed. Lin Fei had already appeared in front of Qiao Fei. The Azure Dragon clawed at his chest. Just as expected, Qiao Fei's armor immediately appeared and protected his entire body. Since he had attacked, he naturally would not hold back. Gotcha! Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared around the armor. The feeling of heartache spread out from Qiao Fei's body and engulfed his entire body. He knew that his armor was broken. "I believe that no one is willing to follow in his footsteps, right?" Lin Fei returned to his original position as if he had never attacked. However, the bloody hole in Qiao Fei's chest could be seen with a glance. Obviously, he was killed in one strike. Walala, everyone retreated one after another. They were terrified. Qiao Fei, the expert overseeing the situation, was actually killed just like that. Cold sweat dripped down from everyone's forehead. Chapter 351. P.S. Thanks to Uncle Bill and Floating Knife for their monthly votes. This kid is definitely not from a small empire. Xian Guang was shocked. A small empire definitely can't produce such an expert. He must be from a medium empire, or even a large empire. There were strong and weak body cultivators. The strong ones, like the one in front of him, could kill with a single thought, making it impossible to defend against. Anyone within range would die without a doubt. Qiao Fei's armor was a 9th grade battle armor. Even though it was one of the most inconspicuous types of battle armor, it still could not withstand a single melee attack from his opponent. Qiao Fei's armor was mercilessly blasted apart. Most Qi practitioners would not even be able to break through Qiao Fei's armor with a single attack. The opponent did it. Because of this, the opponent was the most terrifying existence. Although the 9th grade battle armor was the weakest among the battle armors, and its defensive ability could ignore the attack of a pseudo-king, it was easily broken in the opponent's hands. This was a 9th grade battle armor, worth millions of pure essence pills. To be able to break a 9th grade battle armor, could the opponent be from a small empire? Xian Guang wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. If a 9th grade battle armor could be broken in one punch, what about his 8th grade battle armor? Xian Guang was not confident. Xian Guang didn't dare to move. A single movement would reveal his guilt. Xian Guang was guilty and afraid. Anyone who met such a body cultivator would have such a reaction. As for the others, their expressions were no different from Xian Guang. They couldn't be completely calm. "Sir, aren't you going too far?" Xian Guang said in a low voice. Lin Fei shook his head. "Too far? I don't think so. At least you're still alive, right?" The words, "you're still alive." Xian Guang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He almost forgot that this young man killed Qiao Fei on the spot. "We are from the Blackstone Empire." Xian Guang said sternly, "You should know the consequences of robbing the Blackstone Empire." Unbeknownst to him, Xian Guang's words had already exposed the fear in his heart. So what if he had the strength of a king? The opponent was too strong, and Qiao Fei still died. No one was not afraid of death. Qian Guang was the same. A young man was already like this. Not counting the king-level great demon beside him, it was enough to kill all of them. It was fine if a body cultivator wasn't strong, but once he was strong and cultivated a powerful body cultivation technique, he would be a chi practitioner's nightmare. Body refiners weren't scary. What was scary was a truly powerful body refiners. So, you don't intend to hand over the true essence crystal? Lin Fei frowned. In that case, go and accompany your friend. The cold voice, like the sneer of a demon, mercilessly announced. Wait, Qian Guang hurriedly said. At this moment, Qian Guang was truly afraid. He was afraid that he would be mercilessly killed. Was it okay to resist? You changed your mind? I'll give it to you, all right? Qian Guang was unwilling. He knew very well what would happen if he made this choice. But in order to survive, what else could Qian Guang do? Roar! King Kong patted his chest excitedly. Look, what a wise thing you've done. With just a light threat, the other party chose to lower his head and hand over the quintessential crystal. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this. It saved him the trouble of doing it himself. The Zhenyuan crystals are all here. Qian Guang powerlessly threw out the bag. It was filled with true essence crystals, a total of 6 million true essence crystals. In order to prevent the true essence crystals from being stolen, the three of them had each brought their own true essence crystals. Now, all of them were taken away by Lin Fei. With 6 million true essence crystals in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. Adding the 2 million true essence crystals from before, this trip's harvest was 8 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. You, and the rest of you, hand over all your true essence crystals and battle armors. Lin Fei threatened the rest. With Qian Guang's lead and King Kong's presence, they did not dare to disobey. These people wanted to cry but had no tears. How did they meet such a powerful kid? The pure essence pills and true essence crystals that they had painstakingly obtained were suddenly in his hands. And the battle armors on your bodies. Spiritual treasures. Since Lin Fei had already plundered them, he would not be polite. He had to use all his strength to knock them down. Moreover, the items were valuable. Under Lin Fei's coercion, the group painfully threw out the spiritual treasures and battle armors. Soon, they piled up like a small mountain on the ground. Good fella, these people are really rich. They have quite a few spiritual treasures on them. And this battle armor, it seems to be valuable as well. It should not be a problem to sell it for millions, right? Lin Fei did not hesitate and took everything. After a rough count, there were a few million pure essence pills, about 5 to 600,000 true essence crystals, more than 20 battle armors, and no less than 30 spiritual treasures. The harvest was bountiful. Today's robbery will end here. Next time, it will not be so easy. After saying that, Lin Fei soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Few after Lin Fei left, the rest of them subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had avoided some kind of disaster. At least they did not die in the hands of the other party. Soon, a wave of curses was heard. Damn it, this old man just spent 7 million pure essence pills to buy a 9th grade battle armor, and it was stolen. This old man wants my life. These things are nothing. Just now, I lost a battle armor, 3 spiritual treasures, and 50,000 true essence crystals. My net worth has gone back to what it was before. Damn bastard, my true essence crystals. Curses were heard one after another. After losing their spiritual treasures and true essence crystals, their battle strength was greatly reduced. They would not be able to make a comeback for at least 10 years. At the same time, they would also become poor. Qian Guang was also feeling the pain. The one who lost the most was himself. Bastard. Qian Guang cursed in his heart, this matter is not over. Everyone knows what to do today, right? Qian Guang was timid in front of Lin Fei, but in front of the others, he was full of vigor. This matter will not be spread out. We were attacked by a medium-sized empire. They robbed a large amount of true essence crystals. Lin Fei came out from Giant Rock City and did not know that they were dealing with the aftermath. He first sensed the location and immediately rushed into the mountain range. At the same time, he left a clone behind to prevent anyone from following him. After confirming that no one was following him, he felt relieved. They should be afraid. Lin Fei thought, just a medium-sized empire alone was able to rob so many spiritual treasures and battle armors. The dynasty battlefield is a good place to make a fortune. Spiritual treasures could be sold for pure essence pills. Battle armors could also be sold for pure essence pills or even true essence crystals. After robbing them and offending the Blackstone dynasty, this harvest is worth it. Lin Fei continued to fly. As long as I have enough true essence crystals, there is nothing to worry about. Lin Fei let go. Wealth was sought in danger. How could there be any harvest without taking risks? The dynasty battlefield might be the place where he could increase his strength the fastest. Chapter 352. Lin Fei quickly found the location. It should be said that Yun Xiang and the others were not far from the Grand Boulder City, and had not really left. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the rune array, perhaps he would have ignored it and directly rushed towards the depths. Yun Xiang was always on guard. When Lin Fei appeared outside, it still gave them a fright. They even specially looked around, thinking that someone was chasing after them. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just look at me. Lin Fei smiled, don't worry. They won't chase us in a short time, and they don't have the guts to do so. Lin Fei knew very well what Yunxiang and the rest were worried about. Ah, you didn't kill them all, right? Monday was shocked. After coming out, he kept receiving abnormal news. 1. Lin Fei casually said, what about Autumn Moon Fairy? She is in seclusion, and will soon enter the Profound King realm. Yunxiang said. Lin Fei was surprised, but soon felt relieved. I think you guys should be soon. Coincidentally, they won't chase us. You guys also try to break through. Who knows, you might be able to enter the Profound King realm. It will be safer in the dynasty battlefield. After earning a lot, Lin Fei naturally hoped that their strength could increase, so that they could deal with unexpected situations. Even if they couldn't be chosen, they could still survive and leave behind a favor in the future. They wouldn't have to worry about their father being bullied in the upper Lin family. Although such a situation wouldn't happen, it was still good to keep a trump card. We can, but we lack Jin Yuan crystals. Yunxiang was embarrassed. You guys take these Jin Yuan crystals first. Take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the Profound King realm. Lin Fei took out 200,000 Jin Yuan crystals. It's really hard to survive in the dynasty battlefield without the strength of Profound King. Yunxiang and Monday were shocked again. Taking out Jin Yuan crystals before was already shocking enough. Taking out 200,000 Jin Yuan crystals this time shocked them again. Fortunately, they quickly understood that these Jin Yuan crystals must have been snatched from that unlucky guy. They were full of admiration. Coming from the same dynasty, they still had to be careful. Lin Fei had already plundered the true essence crystals from others. This disparity, he wished that a crack would appear on the ground and he could dig himself into it. He was too ashamed to face anyone. If they knew that Lin Fei had casually snatched over 8 million true yuan crystals, who knew what they would think? They would probably faint on the spot. Lin Fei set up a new runes formation outside, making the runes formation perfect. Only then did he relax and cultivate while protecting them. With Zhang Xian's protection, no one would dare to approach them. For safety's sake, it would be better for Zhang Xian to send out a clone to hide outside. A certain amount of time was needed to break through from the Mystic Spirit Great Circle to the Mystic King early stage. It was not something that could be done in a single breath. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He could make use of this opportunity to further increase his strength. In the battlefield of dynasties, the strong did not fear the weak. Just the cultivators of a medium-sized dynasty were already so arrogant. What more the other dynasties? They would probably be the same. On the battlefield of an empire, strength was everything. Lin Fei had to increase his strength again. Time passed by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The first to come out was Autumn Moon Fairy. During her seclusion, Autumn Moon Fairy didn't know what was going on outside. She thought that it was Monday, Yun Xiang, and the others. She didn't expect that it was Lin Fei outside. Her heart was filled with shock, thinking that something had happened to Monday and the others. Congratulations, Autumn Moon Fairy. Lin Fei stood up and walked up. Autumn Moon Fairy was very grateful to Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's help, she would need another 6 months to a year to reach the Mystic King realm. Half a year might not be considered much in the outside world. But in the battlefield of a dynasty, it was too important. A small Grand Boulder city was actually occupied by a medium-sized dynasty, and the first person they had sent out was a king-level battle prowess. It was easy to imagine how terrifying they would become in the future. King-level fighting strength was a must. Otherwise, anyone could bully them. Many thanks, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin Fei. Autumn Moon Fairy was grateful. I wonder what about Monday and Yun Xiang? We are all from the same dynasty. You are treating us as outsiders. Lin Fei smiled. They are also breaking through like you. They should be able to come out soon. When Lin Fei was guarding, the atmosphere in Grand Boulder City was oppressive to the point that it was terrifying. In the cold and cheerless hall, Qian Guang was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare to look at the person in front of him. That was a person who could control his life and death. Qian Guang, this is how you do things. What do you want me to say about you? At the head of the hall, a refined middle-aged man looked at Qian Guang with a sharp gaze. With a palm strike, Qian Guang was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Useless, a bunch of useless people. This furious middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Darkstone Dynasty's battlefield. Qian Guang's senior apprentice brother, Qin, and small-scale dynasties had very few qualifications. Medium-scale dynasties had more than a few times more qualifications. The dynasty war was a place for dynasties to collect resources. True essence crystals was one of them. At the same time, it was also a place to expand the influence of the dynasty. At the same time, it was also a place to settle enmity. Every time the dynasty war opened, there would definitely be some disciples left behind in the dynasty war because they were killed by the enemy dynasty. Such scenes could be said to be common. Shannon didn't expect that he would hear such news the moment he returned after leaving for less than a few days. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. If not for the lack of experts, Shannon wished for nothing more than to vent his anger on Qian Guang. When he left, he promised that nothing would happen. In the end, when he returned, almost 10 million true essence crystals were snatched away. Moreover, 2 of his junior apprentice brothers had died. How could Shannon swallow this? He was absolutely unable to swallow it. This palm of Shannon made Qian Guang feel terrible. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Eldest senior apprentice brother, we have already tried our best. It is just that that person is too powerful. We are completely not his opponent. The other party even brought a king-level great demon. Chao Fei and Su Feng, the 2 junior apprentice brothers, died in the hands of that person. Qian Guang explained tearfully. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, this eldest senior apprentice brother would kill him. It was just that the matter this time was too big. Not only did they die, but they were also robbed of millions of true essence crystals. True essence crystals were even more popular than pure essence pills in the dynasty war. A few million true essence crystals weren't that easy to obtain. If it was tens of thousands of true essence crystals, it wouldn't matter. But a few million true essence crystals were robbed just like that. That was a huge matter. Qian Guang naturally had to find an excuse for himself. He had to say that the other party was incomparably powerful to prove his innocence. This way, he could transfer Chen En's anger to the other party and let Chen En know that he had already tried his best, but the other party was too powerful. You still dare to quibble? Qianan snorted coldly. Qianan knew clearly in his heart what tricks Qian Guang was playing. Brother Qianan, your junior apprentice brother isn't wrong. I remember that there is a type of body refiner among body refiners. At this time, a black-clothed middle-aged man walked out from behind Qianan. Body refiner bloodline is almost on par with body refiners. Qianan was angry at Qian Guang, but he didn't dare to be angry at this person. Brother Dao Lord, could this person be a body refiner bloodline? Chen An's expression was solemn. If he really is a body refiner bloodline, he can kill my 2 junior apprentice brothers. But isn't his strength too powerful? Moreover, he is not even at the profound king realm. But his combat strength is powerful. That is unknown. The Dao Lord shook his head. This person before us probably hasn't truly stimulated his bloodline and has only reached the first step. If we can refine him, we might be able to transform ourselves into a body refiner bloodline. Although the reputation of body refiners isn't as great as that of fiend god body refiners, they weren't inferior to fiend god body refiners in the ancient times. Qianan knew that the Dao Lord wouldn't lie, and he himself knew how powerful fiend god body refiners were. Fiend god body refiners originated from a powerful ancient race of fiend gods. Their strength was extremely powerful the moment they were born, and they were practically invincible in close combat. Their recovery abilities were especially strong, and it could be said that unless one possessed absolute strength, it was impossible to kill a fiend god. Unfortunately, as time passed, fiend gods were practically extinct or in deep slumber, and body refiners began to run amok. In other words, this body refiner bloodline is rather valuable. Qianan instantly had an idea. The Dao Lord laughed. A body-tempering bloodline cultivator has formidable combat strength. There are many experts who like to hunt and kill body-tempering bloodline cultivators to change their bloodlines and become body-tempering bloodline cultivators. If Brother Qianan were to spread this news, it would naturally be a piece of cake to resolve the problem. Good idea, let's do it that way. Qianan looked at Qian Guang. You know what to do. Find a few smart people and spread the news. I want everyone to know that a body refiner bloodline has appeared in the dynasty battlefield, and that he has inherited the Azure Dragon bloodline. Half a month passed. Yunxiang and Monday advanced to the Xian King realm one after another. Only they didn't refine the earth fire to become true king-class experts, but their auras had already become king-class experts. They were all grateful for Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei, where are we going now? In this half a month, Lin Fei also constantly refined the true essence crystals. It had to be said that this true essence crystal was indeed a good thing. It was the hard currency in the dynasty battlefield. True essence crystals were easier to refine than pure essence pills. The reason was that the true essence stored in the true essence crystals were all non-elemental true essence. Once absorbed, it would become true essence. Lin Fei didn't know how others refined it, but he could easily refine it himself. The huge core lake gathered the true essence together, eliminating the trouble of refining it. It was like a water tank. One only needed to continuously pour water into it, and there was no need to filter it like before. Lin Fei's core lake was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing quintessence. Nearly all the millions of quintessence crystals had been refined. Now, he had nothing on him. There were less than 300,000 or 400,000 quintessence crystals left, which he kept for daily use. We can't go to Boulder City. Lin Fei said, let's go to the next city, Black Mountain City. Chapter 353. P.S. Thank you, Alta74, for your vote. In the dynasty battlefield, there was a huge black city. This city was called Black Mountain City, and as the name suggested, it was a city made of huge black rocks. At this moment, a piece of news had started to spread in Black Mountain City, and almost everyone heard it. It was news about bloodline body refiners and the potential benefits they brought. Hey, have you heard? A bloodline body refiner appeared in this dynasty war, and his bloodline is very noble. He has the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, and his strength is extremely strong. Of course, it is said that the bloodline body refiner is a young man. It is said that someone has already offered a high reward to kill him. Body refiners are common, but bloodline body refiners are not. Moreover, it is the Azure Dragon bloodline. If it is truly activated, it is said that the Azure Dragon bloodline will become the Azure Dragon treasure body. I wonder who will be lucky this time to kill this young man and refine the Azure Dragon treasure blood. That brat is really unlucky. He is a precious bloodline body refiner, and yet he still wants to come out. Usually, he will be killed. According to the news, this young man does not have any background. So what if he has a background? Won't he still be killed? Don't forget that this is the dynasty battlefield. The entire Black Mountain City was in a heated discussion. At the same time, some forces started to pay attention. He had the Azure Dragon bloodline, but it was not fully activated. If they could kill him before others and get the Azure Dragon treasure blood, it would definitely be a huge profit. Privately, there were already people offering 30 million Jin Yuan crystals to buy it. One could imagine how precious the Azure Dragon treasure blood was. Even if the refinement failed, it was still a chance, right? At the same time, Lin Fei's group was on their way to Black Mountain City. The road was not safe, and they would be attacked from time to time. They were all plunderers. Their goal was not to participate in the dynasty war, but to use this opportunity to fill their pockets. With a large amount of resources, they were not afraid of not being able to increase their strength. In the dynasty war, it was a life and death battle. If one did not know how they died, how could they find the murderer? However, when Yunxiang heard this news from one of the surrenders, the expressions of Lin Fei and the others changed as they realized the severity of the situation. Conspiracy, this must be Boulder City's conspiracy. Yunxiang's expression was dignified. Despicable and shameless, Boulder City's people actually dared to do this. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Monday was also shocked. They want to force Lin Fei and us into a dead end. We can't go to Black Mountain City, said the Autumn Moon Fairy. Our group is too conspicuous. I'm afraid they'll notice us very soon. The appearance of this news indeed made them feel a certain amount of pressure. Especially when the rumors were so methodical, it was impossible not to believe them. This was a classic case of killing with a borrowed knife. He wanted Lin Fei's life. There was no need for them to make a move. Naturally, a group of people would make a move, taking turns to attack Lin Fei. This was a vicious plan. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you really a bloodline body refiner? Yunxiang asked again. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? Seeing how methodical the rumors are, perhaps I really am a bloodline body refiner. Lin Fei was very surprised that Boulder City had spread such news. He didn't think they would use such a trick. It had to be said that this was a very powerful move. When an ordinary person heard this news, they would be terrified and anxious, wishing they could leave this place. Change course, we'll change course. There was only one way. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to change course. Their target is me. As long as I leave, they won't target you. Lin Fei, who had been worrying about how to leave, finally found an excuse that wouldn't arouse suspicion. He could openly leave. As his true essence continued to increase, Lin Fei couldn't wait to increase his realm. And to increase his realm, he had to hunt monsters, of course including humanoid monsters. This required ample time. Right now, this was a very good excuse, a very good reason. How can this be? Yunxiang said. Lin Fei said in a low voice, there's nothing wrong with this. Their target is me. If they can't find me, they naturally won't set their sights on you. Moreover, they might not know you. It's decided like this. This way, it's good for everyone. After experiencing the matter of Boulder City, they all knew that Lin Fei was right. If Lin Fei was with them, it would undoubtedly increase the risk. They were currently in the Mystic King realm. If they met a powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. You can use this chance to stabilize your strength. At the same time, you can ask for news of Earth Fire. Lin Fei suggested. There should be earth fire for sale in the dynasty battlefield. But what about your safety? Autumn Moon Fairy was worried. Lin Fei smiled. They are in the light, while I am in the dark. Moreover, with my strength, if I can't beat them, can't I run? In the end, they agreed with Lin Fei's suggestion and chose to part ways here. They would wait until the wind died down before coming back. Then be careful. Junior brother Lin Fei, will leave first. After watching them leave, Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Damn, you dare to stab me in the back. Next time, I'll take care of you. Lin Fei thought, could it be that the last 3 stages of the Azure Dragon true body, once successfully cultivated, would be the true Azure Dragon treasure body? Lin Fei didn't dare to confirm. But from the news, the other party seemed to have a plan. Lin Fei couldn't help but think about the certainty of this. Really? Or fake? Of course, no matter what the news was, Lin Fei remembered them. Don't let me meet you. Black Mountain City can't be reached. Then let's go to a city further away. Lin Fei took out the map he bought. Let's go to Flaming Cloud City below. So, his strength was fully displayed. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In a few days, he appeared a few thousand miles away. Moreover, he was deliberately controlling his speed. Flaming Cloud City should be in front. Lin Fei could vaguely see the city. Although it didn't look far, it was actually not short. It proved that the old horse died of exhaustion on the road. Boom! Lin Fei was just about to head to Flaming Cloud City when a wave of true essence came from heaven and earth. There was no small accident. Could it be that something had happened? Quick, stop him. The thing is in his hands. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Lin Fei, with his sensitive ears, had already heard the sound. Lin Fei didn't want to be involved in this kind of thing. Chapter 354. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party flying in his direction, he subconsciously cursed. You can fly, but can't you fly in another direction? Isn't this looking for trouble for me? Although he didn't know if that person did it on purpose, Lin Fei knew in his heart that those people wouldn't let bystanders off. More importantly, this was the battlefield of a dynasty. Rules? They didn't exist at all. Soon Lin Fei saw a group of people appear on the horizon. There were at least a few dozen of them. Compared to them, the people in front of him were insignificant. By Wentian. An angry roar came from the sky. Immediately after, a huge palm slammed down from the sky. That person's expression changed as if he had seen some terrifying existence and was directly slapped down. The continuous forest below had been blasted into ruins. Towering trees lay scattered all over the place. This position wasn't far from Lin Fei, so he could see everything clearly. What a sturdy box. It actually didn't shatter under such an attack. Could it be that they were chasing after that person for this box? Lin Fei thought. However, this person is quite powerful. He dared to snatch this box from them. It's just that he's too daring and doesn't know what's good for him. Quick, snatch the box back. The voice was very soft, but Lin Fei heard it clearly. As expected, their target was the box. Lin Fei was filled with anger. The box in front of him was worthy of their attention. The strength of the other party wasn't weak either. The box definitely wouldn't contain any ordinary item. Among that group of people, there were no less than 10 Light King level experts. What a powerful force this was. Such a majestic group of people was fighting for a box. If the box didn't contain something priceless, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei was faster than them. He appeared beside Bai Wentian and grabbed the box without caring about anything. That person was obviously startled, as if he didn't expect that someone would dare to snatch it from him. This item belongs to me now. He didn't even look at it and kept the box. On the ground, Bai Wentian's injuries were not light. He could only watch helplessly as the other party snatched the box away. You, return my box. Lin Fei kicked him. I have the things in my hands, and I will never hand them over. Bite me if you dare. Those who were about to make a move were all stunned. There was actually someone who dared to steal their things. Sir, this box is ours. Please return it to its rightful owner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures appeared not far from Lin Fei. Lin Fei said, Your things? Is there any evidence? If we don't have any evidence, how do we know it belongs to you? I even said it was mine. The newcomer was obviously stunned. Here, there was actually someone who dared to snatch their things, and it was a young man who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Sir, we are from Fire Cloud City. Li Bing was in a bad mood. I advise you to hand over the box, lest you end up dead. Lin Fei shook his head. So, this box isn't yours. If that's the case, I'm leaving. He pretended to leave. Li Bing was stunned again. They were from Fire Cloud City. Didn't they know the ins and outs of Fire Cloud City? And he dared to disregard them. The other party seemed to be intending to swallow the box. Li Bing was furious. The person in front of him was clearly a stupid kid. He immediately said to the people beside him, Get rid of that kid and take back the box. A cryptic realm kid dared to interfere in Fire Cloud City's matters. 5 people rushed out from behind and went straight for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes shone with excitement. Experience, it's all experience. Windstorm, Walala, the wind howled. The 5 people fell down without any signs of life. A familiar voice came from the system. This made Lin Fei enjoy it very much. Humanoid monsters were all experience. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them. Especially since the box looked good, they naturally had to snatch it. Moreover, the group of people in front of them were all experience. Kill this kid. Li Bing was a little surprised. He waved his hand again. Dealing with a stinky kid wasn't worth their effort. Pu 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 pu, the people who rushed up were all killed within a few breaths. A large number of corpses appeared below. They all died at the hands of the other party. Li Bing and the others' hearts sank. To be able to kill their subordinates so easily, the other party must have some background. Without Li Bing saying anything, the 2 king-level experts beside him rushed up to test the other party's strength. They were afraid of meeting a kid with a background. If the other party couldn't block the 2 king-level experts, then there was no need to worry. So, Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. He appeared in front of the 2 and stretched out his left and right hand. A green palm grabbed their throats. This was the partial transformation of the Azure Dragon True Body. Kacha, the 2 groaned and lost their breath. They were already dead. You are that bloodline body refiner. Li Bing saw the other party cripple his 2 king-level subordinates in one move. Especially that green palm, a memory emerged in his mind. Although Fire Cloud City was a little far away, news spread quickly. Naturally, they knew of the existence of such a person. After refining you, it will be 30 million true essence crystals. Li Bing laughed. Everyone, let's kill this kid together. The king-level experts behind also became excited. 30 million true essence crystals was an irresistible temptation. For people like them who were stuck at the profound king realm, they might be able to take an important step forward. How could they miss such a good opportunity? They had almost 12 or 13 king-level experts, and 7 of them had refined earth fire. Taking care of a kid who wasn't even a king-level expert was a piece of cake. This level of strength was indeed very strong. A profound spirit realm kid, no matter how much strength he used, wouldn't be able to get anything. Lin Fei licked his lips. 1, 2, a total of 13. Dragon transformation. Using his true body, Lin Fei punched out and appeared in front of an early-stage king-level expert. Even if the opponent released his battle armor, it was like scrap metal in front of Lin Fei. The king-level expert died on the spot. Weak. Lin Fei punched again, and another king-level expert died. Still too weak. Lin Fei punched again. Facing his surging true essence, these king-level experts were indeed too weak. Bang 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 in less than 10 breaths' time, Li Bing was horrified to find that his king-level subordinates were killed one by one. He didn't even have time to react. Li Bing had never seen such a terrifying scene. The subordinates he had brought were like sandbags, and they were all killed with a single punch. This was a king-level expert. Not some random cat or dog. These were king-level experts who had cultivated for decades or even centuries. Run, run, run. Li Bing was a chi refinement cultivator, and the only thought in his mind was to escape. Anyone who saw his 12 king-level subordinates being killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables wouldn't have much fighting strength left. Because they were already afraid. In fact, Li Bing was like this. No matter how strong a chi refinement cultivator was, facing such a terrifying humanoid monster, he would probably lose his composure. Li Bing was fast. Lin Fei was even faster. He appeared in front of Li Bing, and his huge dragon claw directly grabbed the opponent's throat, choking his life. Li Bing didn't even know why he was choked. This was also because Lin Fei's speed was too fast. The Azure Dragon's speed was fast, and coupled with the wind intent, it could be said that if Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, the opponent wouldn't have time to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Their movements were too slow. Lin Fei was too fast. Although Li Bing was at the peak of king level and had refined an 8th grade earth fire, in front of Lin Fei, who had refined millions of true essence crystals, he was no longer on the same level. He seemed very weak. Just like how Lin Fei killed ordinary king level experts, he was really too weak. Especially in close combat. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. It was a great feeling. If I were you, I would definitely behave. Lin Fei glared, and a cold light pierced Li Bing's heart. Li Bing suppressed the fear in his heart. What do you want? I really want to know what's in the box. Lin Fei smiled and said, if you tell me well, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I don't mind letting a great demon eat you. Unknowingly, King Kong had appeared. The blood essence of a king-level expert was good stuff, especially King Kong, a mutated great demon. Hearing this, King Kong opened his bloody mouth and looked over. Even as a king-level expert, Li Bing still had an indescribable fear towards demonic beasts, especially when facing a king-level great demon. The fear of being eaten bite by bite made him rather choose to leave his corpse intact. I'll tell you. Li Bing said in fear, I beg you, don't let the great demon eat me. The key to Tian Yuan's treasury is in the box. Li Bing hurriedly said, afraid that the great demon would eat him. We had just obtained the key to Tian Yuan's treasury, but it was snatched away by the great demon. You know the rest. Lin Fei was delighted. Tian Yuan's treasury? The moment he heard the name, Lin Fei knew that this should be a dungeon. Moreover, from the name, it seemed to be very awesome. How many keys are there to Tian Yuan's treasury? There are a total of 6 keys. Each key can bring 3 people in. Li Bing continued, Bai Wendian already knew that our Flaming Cloud City had just obtained the key. Since you have the key, you must be in great danger. Why don't you cooperate with our Flaming Cloud City? Lin Fei smiled and said, since I dared to snatch your things, I naturally know what I will face. You don't have to worry about this. Now, tell me about Tian Yuan's treasury. What is its origin? Lin Fei was very interested in Tian Yuan's treasury. Especially from the looks of it, Tian Yuan's treasury was a place that no one could refuse. However, from the looks of it, Tian Yuan's treasury had already attracted the attention of countless people. Rumor has it that Tian Yuan's treasury was left behind by a heavenly immortal. It opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, 5 to 24 keys will be released. Each direction can allow 18 people to enter. Chapter 355. P.S. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first hall master of this book. Thank you to Unpredictable and Archer on Horseback for your monthly votes. It's May Day, I wish everyone a happy holiday. Looking for a guaranteed monthly vote? A divine immortal's treasure vault. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had just casually made a trip and he had encountered such a good thing. A divine immortal's treasure vault. Lin Fei almost thought that he had heard wrongly. If it was an ordinary treasure vault, Lin Fei would definitely not be so excited. However, a divine immortal's treasure vault was completely different. This was a relic left behind by a divine immortal. If one failed the tribulation above the mystic emperor and survived, one would be an earth immortal after breaking through. One would be stronger than the mystic emperor, but one would have to face the tribulation of an itinerant immortal. In the Xiantian mainland, one could become a peerless expert. After that, one would be a divine immortal. Although a divine immortal was strong, he could not stay in the Xiantian mainland for long. A divine immortal could ascend and fly to another world. Lin Fei had also heard this news from others and had memorized it at that time. He did not expect that it would be put to use so soon. A divine immortal's treasure vault was equivalent to a divine immortal's treasure vault. It did not mean that it was a divine immortal, but a divine immortal. After all, the Xiantian mainland was a sealed-off mainland. After one ascended, it was difficult to come back down from the upper realm. In other words, a divine immortal's treasure vault appearing in the dynasty battlefield was definitely left behind by a divine immortal after the divine immortal's tribulation. The only thing that was curious was why a divine immortal's treasure vault would appear in the dynasty battlefield and only open once every 100 years. Where is the closest location to the divine immortal's treasure vault? Lin Fei asked directly. 10,000 miles away from the divine immortal valley, Li Bing said honestly. I've said all that I need to say. Please let me go. If he had known that this person was so powerful, Li Bing would not have made a move. He would not have relied on the dynasty behind him to kill this person. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Fei pointed his finger at the center of Li Bing's brows. How can I not want a lot of experience points? These words entered Li Bing's ears. With a burst of demonic gourd, he was killed. Obtained 100 points of essence energy. Obtained quintessential energy crystal. You have obtained a broken battle armor. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he naturally would not let the other person go. Once again, his Zhen Yuan blasted out, directly killing Bai Wendian. If you don't die, I'll be the one in trouble. Lin Fei thought to himself. I didn't think that even after you died, you would still be able to contribute 100 points of origin energy to me. Lin Fei collected the spoils of war. There were many quintessential essence crystals on these kings. Altogether, there was a total of 1 million quintessential essence crystals. As for spirit treasure armors, there were no less than 20 or 30 pieces. I can't go to Flaming Cloud City anymore. Since there's a heavenly immortal's treasure vault waiting for me ahead, I should at least try my luck. Furthermore, it only opens once every 100 years. It's definitely not simple inside. I'll first go and understand what secrets this heavenly immortal's treasure vault has. Lin Fei brought Kong Kim along, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. As for the corpses, he was too lazy to deal with them. The powerful blood essence had all been absorbed by Kong Kim, leaving behind a ground full of shriveled corpses. Sooner or later, they would be eaten by demonic beasts. As soon as he left, 3 streaks of light, 1 black and 2 white, flew over and appeared in the sky above. They're all dead. The 3 of them stopped in the sky, their expressions gloomy and uncertain. It was as though they didn't expect that Li Bing's men would be wiped out in such a short period of time. They found it hard to believe the scene in front of them. The 3 of them were all experts of Flaming Cloud City. The heavenly immortal key was snatched away. They first went to deal with the rebels and arranged for Li Bing to lead his men to chase after them first. They followed behind, thinking that the other party wouldn't be able to escape alone. But in the end, it was like this. If they knew, they would definitely have arranged for someone to follow in advance, just in case. The 3 of them flew down and checked the traces on the corpses. They looked down one by one. The corpses had fearful expressions, as well as the bloody holes in their chests. The 3 of them had solemn expressions. At the same time, they felt a chill. What terrifying means? They were actually killed by a single punch. It's definitely a body refinement cultivator. Furthermore, it's an extremely powerful one. Even 8th or 9th grade armors couldn't withstand a single punch. Li Bing and the rest died for nothing. Even they weren't a match for a powerful body refinement cultivator. Li Bing was even killed by a single finger. From the marks on his throat, it was obvious that he was captured alive. Li Bing was at the perfection realm and had refined the earth fire. He was actually captured alive without any injuries. How terrifying was that? They knew that they couldn't do it, unless it was a sneak attack. Bai Wentian is also dead. The heavenly immortal key is in the hands of an outsider. What should we do now? This is something we obtained with great difficulty. It's all Bai Wentian's fault. Since things have come to this, what can we do even if we chase after them? However, since this person dared to attack our flaming cloud dynasty and snatch the heavenly immortal key, he definitely has a lot of enemies. Don't forget, once that person enters the range of the heavenly immortal mountain range, the heavenly immortal treasure vault will automatically activate the heavenly immortal key. At that time, there will be countless powerful enemies and he will definitely die. I almost forgot. The heavenly immortal treasure vault opens once every 100 years to find a successor. Once the heavenly immortal key appears, it will automatically appear and accept everyone's test. No matter how powerful this body refinement cultivator is, once that day comes, he will face countless powerful enemies, 100,000 miles away. In his full state, Lin Fei appeared in a mountain range 100,000 miles away in just a few days. He had no idea where the heavenly immortal valley was. Looks like I have to find someone to understand it, so that I won't be confused and waste time. Lin Fei stopped on a towering tree, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Suddenly, a strange change happened. Lin Fei's face darkened because the heavenly immortal key in the system space flew out of its own accord. It broke away from the system's control and emitted a red light, floating above Lin Fei's head. Damn, what's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. Something in the system space could fly out of its own accord. It was simply beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly immortal key floating above his head was definitely not something good. Wasn't this telling others that the heavenly immortal key was in his hands? What the hell is this heavenly immortal doing? Could it be that the heavenly immortal treasure vault in this place has activated the heavenly immortal key? Lin Fei was not stupid and quickly connected the dots. The heavenly immortal key and the heavenly immortal treasure vault, there must be a connection between the two. Lin Fei knew that he had been tricked. The heavenly immortal key above his head emitted a red light, no less than a treasure-snatching game. There was a red arrow above his head to tell everyone. The treasure is on me, everyone come and snatch it. Lin Fei tried to circulate his true yuan, but it was to no avail. The heavenly immortal key above his head continued to emit a red light, as if it was going against Lin Fei. The surroundings were also faintly red. Chapter 356. Heaven Immortal City. This place was famous because of the Immortal's treasure vault. Every time there was a war between dynasties, there would be countless martial artists who came to the Sky Immortal City because of its fame. They would come to the Sky Immortal Mountain Range in search of good fortune. And this year was the 100-year opening of the Sky Immortal Treasure Vault. The Sky Immortal City welcomed countless disciples from the various dynasties. It could be said that this was a grand event. The Celestial Immortal's treasure vault was about to open. A treasure vault left behind by a mighty Celestial Immortal, one could well imagine what kind of precious treasures it contained. Just one of those treasures would be enough to dominate the world. More importantly, the treasure vault of the Celestial Immortal had always been looking for a suitable successor. It could be said that whoever became the inheritor of the Heavenly Immortal would control the entire Heavenly Immortal's treasure vault, and attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal in the future was a sure thing. Even if he couldn't become a Celestial Immortal, he would still be able to easily reach the level of the Mystic Emperor. Everyone wanted to become a Celestial Immortal successor. Once the dynasty battlefield was opened, there were many disciples from the various dynasties gathered here. They were all here to try their luck. Once the news of the heavenly immortal key was spread, it would immediately lead to a huge reaction. All kinds of killings were carried out, and almost all of them revolved around the heavenly immortal key. In an elegant restaurant, at a table by the window. In our heavenly immortal valley's direction, 5 heavenly immortal keys have already appeared one after another. Unfortunately, they all landed in the hands of the large and medium-sized empires, completely cutting off our extravagant hopes. A youngster sighed and said. When mentioning the heavenly immortal keys, his resentment was extremely deep. That's because they discovered it earlier than us. That's why they managed to seize the heavenly immortal key. Right now, everyone in Heavenly Immortal City is paying attention to the 6th key. As long as the heavenly immortal key appears, they will definitely not be able to succeed. They're large empires with countless experts by their side, and they possess formidable strength. Indeed, they're extremely terrifying. However, I've heard that the people of those large empires are also targeting the 6th key. Who doesn't know that they are preparing to obtain more qualifications so that they can seize the true treasures in the Celestial Immortals treasure vault? 100 years ago, a top-quality true treasure appeared in the Celestial Immortals treasure vault, and that person relied on the true treasure to sweep away all the genius disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, a cry of surprise came from the restaurant. Look, there are red clouds in the sky over there. Red clouds appear, the sky immortal key appears. Everyone, hurry up and snatch it. The heavenly immortal key has appeared. Everyone, who had been chatting happily, stood up and looked excitedly at the sky in the distance. The red clouds were exceptionally eye-catching. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone could no longer sit still. The opportunity to enter the Celestial Immortals treasure vault was right in front of them, so how could they give it up? Perhaps the opportunity was waiting for them in front of them. Even if they were unable to enter the Celestial Immortals treasure vault, they could still rely on the Celestial Immortal key to obtain sufficient benefits. Everyone was mobilized. The heavenly immortal key will definitely be mine. Whoever dares to snatch my heavenly immortal key will be my enemy. Everyone must die. Haha. The heavenly immortal key is destined to be mine. The disciples of the dynasty were all rubbing their palms together, ready to snatch the heavenly immortal key. A stream of light appeared in the sky, rushing toward the red cloud in their field of vision. They were afraid of falling behind, so they exerted all their strength. Heaven Immortal City. In a house, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky, surrounded by a blazing aura. The 6th heavenly immortal key has finally appeared. I have not waited in vain. Flames burst out from beneath this person's feet, and a giant flaming bird appeared. With a flap of its wings, flames burst forth, and with a long cry, it rushed towards the red clouds, leaving behind a streak of red light in the sky. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared in the sky. Their gazes were all focused on the red clouds in the sky, because there was something they wanted there. Sounds of air breaking could be heard, and all of them rushed in the direction of the heavenly immortal key. Lin Fei finally realized the huge trouble that the heavenly immortal key had brought. Damn it! What is this dog heavenly immortal doing? The heavenly immortal key suddenly changed. Initially, he wanted to find a place to hide, but unexpectedly, in just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei sensed the auras of martial artists coming from all directions. Among the auras, there were strong ones and weak ones. They were densely packed, and it was hard to tell how many of them there were. All of them were heading in the same direction. Lin Fei naturally knew that he was in trouble. Having a red lantern above my head is indeed not a good thing. Lin Fei simply stood on a towering tree, wearing a rare playful smile. Leave? Forget it. He did not want to play a scene of 10,000 people chasing after him. This place should be the territory of the Heavenly Immortal Valley, or else these people wouldn't be heading in this direction the moment the Heavenly Immortal Key appeared. If you really think I am easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Fei knew very well that what was coming next would not be a small battle, or even a fierce one. That's fine. Since the Heavenly Immortal Key is in my hands, then let's go all out. Sooner or later, we will have to fight. Or else, who knows how much trouble there will be. After making up his mind, Lin Fei's eyes flashed with ferocity. Don't kill, I won't kill. Kill, I will kill until blood flows like a river and corpses litter the ground. I will kill their guts. The heavenly immortal key is mine. The fastest person was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. When he saw that it was a cryptic realm kid under the red clouds, he immediately let out a roar. Thinking that his chance had come, he waved his hand and a stream of black true yuan came crashing down. Lin Fei casually countered with a stream of true yuan. The black stream of true yuan was destroyed, and the remaining true yuan landed on the opponent's body, blasting him into pieces. In terms of true yuan, there were few people who could compare with Lin Fei. After killing one person, there were even more people behind him. No one felt afraid, but all kinds of greed appeared on their faces. Everyone, fight. It will belong to whoever gets it first. The heavenly immortal key must be mine. No less than 100 people rushed down from the sky. In the sky, fist lights, saber chi, sword chi, spirit treasures. All of them were blasted at Lin Fei's position. They were smart enough to kill him first, especially when he was just a cryptic realm cultivator. Then, they would fight for the heavenly immortal key. 10,000-mile storm. The sixth style of the wind sword, a large-scale offensive sword style. A gentle breeze that was calm like water suddenly blew past, but when this gust of wind blew past, it actually left behind numerous marks on everyone's throats. So it turned out that in this moment of carelessness, they had already been instantly killed by the concept sword technique, and they didn't even have the time to react. Walala, at least 100 people fell from the sky, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Instant kill. It was a real instant kill. Run, this is a sword style of sword style. Too scary. Someone immediately recognized that this was the legendary sword style of sword style that could kill people invisibly. With one move, 100 people were killed. It could be said that they were shocked, and they didn't dare to make a move. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. 100 people were killed just like that, and they died in confusion. Swish swish swish, in just a moment, a crowd appeared in the surrounding area. What's there to be afraid of a sword style of sword style of sword style? There are so many people here. How many times can he release his sword style of 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 sword style? That's right. Everyone, don't be scared. This kid is just trying to scare us. Since there were so many people, someone immediately encouraged. Everyone, let's kill together. Lin Fei had shocked them with one big move, but they were very clear that it was difficult to release such a big move a few times. If not now, when would they do it? Martial artists couldn't resist temptation. Lin Fei, who was below, found it funny in his heart. My true essence is enough to kill you countless times. Just now, with that big move, it was really fun to kill, and I got a lot of experience. Kill, this time, there were also more than 100 people, and a black mass rushed towards Lin Fei. The sky was filled with true essence attacks. Wind sword as one. Lin Fei used his last move. Swish swish swish, no less than 10,000 sword chi turned into flying swords, condensed into a trace of sword style, and rushed towards them. This was the first time that Lin Fei used it. The martial artists who rushed at the front were pierced by the flying swords, and they were killed on the spot. The ones behind hurriedly put on their armor, but even so, dozens of people were killed in a short time. As for the rest, they all had different injuries on their bodies. For a moment, no one dared to move. They had all seen the violent sword strike just now. This sword technique was too fast, so fast that they couldn't put on their armor, so they were caught off guard. No one dared to move. Too strong. I have an 8th grade armor, and even a king realm expert can't break it. But just now, a hole was made in it, and I was almost killed. So fierce. Who on earth is this guy? One by one, they started to discuss. The treasure was in front of them, but in front of them, this young man was like a fierce demon, and they were scared out of their wits. Many of the martial artists present were King Realm experts, but facing such a young man, they looked very serious. Two sword styles had scared them out of their wits. No less than 100 people had died, and many of them were King Realm experts. But in front of this seemingly harmless young man, they were all killed one by one. They couldn't figure out this guy's background, and two sword styles were already so fierce, so they didn't dare to go up. They were all smart enough to die. Before, they thought that they could take advantage of the opportunity, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. But once they knew that the other party was stronger than them, they naturally chose to stand by and watch. The Sky Immortal Key was not something they could ask for. The surrounding crowd of disciples chose to stop at this moment. No one would believe that a young man could subdue them. Look, the people from the Ice Kingdom are here. Flower Gentleman is here too. Young Master Yen Fei is here too. When they saw streams of light appear in the distance, the crowd cried out in surprise. These people were the true experts of Sky Immortal City, especially some of them, who had occupied a Sky Immortal Key. Their appearance attracted a lot of attention. As they appeared, a Sky Immortal Key floated above their heads. Lin Fei counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 keys, and including his own, there were 6 keys. He didn't expect all of them to appear at once. Chapter 357. The people with the Heaven Immortal Key appeared. The crowd immediately quietened down. These people all had powerful backgrounds, especially those with Heaven Immortal Keys. They appeared fearlessly and ignored the crowd's envious gazes. In fact, those who had 5 Heaven Immortal Keys were not simple. They were either disciples of large empires or top-tier mid-sized empires. Without exception, they were all from large clans or sections. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded long ago. How could he still be standing here? At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the surroundings. 5 places glowed red, and each of them had a Heaven Immortal Key. Kid, you seem to be quite strong. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and we can spare your life. On the far left, 3 identical brothers said to Lin Fei, we 3 brothers can guarantee that we will let you go. Hundreds of people had been killed, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. The 3 brothers spoke first, which made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone knew who they were. They were from the Overlord dynasty. The Overlord dynasty was a mid-sized empire, and their overall strength far surpassed ordinary mid-sized empires. These 3 brothers cultivated together, and their minds were interlinked. They had mastered joint attacks and were very strong. Most importantly, they had joined the Blackwater dynasty. The Blackwater dynasty was a large empire. That was the key. The Blackwater dynasty had a Heaven Immortal Key, and they were preparing to snatch the second one. Bai Qingtian, don't you have any shame? The Blackwater dynasty made the first move. Naturally, there were people who were unwilling. Bai Qingtian was a pale young man. He looked like he was on his last breath, as if he would die in the next breath. Everyone wants a Heaven Immortal Key. Our Blackwater dynasty doesn't mind taking one more. Bai Qingtian laughed, didn't you guys come together for the Heaven Immortal Key? Bai Qingtian did not hide his intentions at all, and he openly expressed his intentions. We want the Heaven Immortal Key. Young man, no matter where you come from, if you don't hand over the Heaven Immortal Key today, you will die. On the other side, a green-clothed young man waved his folding fan. As long as you hand over the Heaven Immortal Key to our Mountain Eagle dynasty, we will give you a generous reward. Moreover, we guarantee that no one here will dare to kill you. Your Mountain Hawk dynasty is nothing. Our True Sun dynasty can give you 30 million Jin Yuan crystals. The people from the True Sun dynasty immediately threw out 30 million Jin Yuan crystals. Youngster, hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Otherwise, once we take action, you can forget about leaving this place alive. In addition to the major dynasties, some of the smaller organizations also began to threaten the young man down below. It seemed that under their threat, the young man would definitely hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Regardless of whether they were middle-sized empires or large empires, all of them were experts. True experts had gathered here, and the other party was like a turtle in a jar. Don't agree? He definitely wouldn't live past today. Lin Fei looked around. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. His face lit up with rare joy. So, if I don't hand over the immortal key, I'll die here today? The crowd did not understand. How dare he laugh when surrounded by so many people? Was there something wrong with his head? Hand over the heavenly immortal key or die. This is your only choice. Two paths, one was a path of life, the other was a path of death. Only a few people looked at Lin Fei below with complicated expressions. Usually, anyone who encountered such a situation would definitely be under immense pressure and would not be able to remain so calm. But this young man was so calm that it was hard to understand. Especially that smile earlier. It felt as though it was a bloodthirsty smile. Miss, let's wait and see first. In the sky above, a man and a woman stood. The heavenly immortal key hovered above the woman, and beside her was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy physique. There were only two of them, but no one dared to have any designs on them. Uncle Lu, is that man very dangerous? The woman in white, Wang Qin, asked. Not simple. Uncle Lu was Wang Qin's guard. At least, he gave me a rare sense of danger. Wang Qin frowned and stared below. Her heart was filled with curiosity. Uncle Lu would never lie. If that was the case, the other party must have some trump card. Then we don't need to participate in this heavenly immortal key. Wang Qin chose not to act. One heavenly immortal key was enough. The change in Lin Fei was naturally noticed by some people. After all, this change was extremely abnormal. I'll hand over the heavenly immortal key just because you want me to. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed out loud. I won't hand over the heavenly immortal key. As for you guys, I don't mind sending you to hell. Dragon transformation. With a thought, Lin Fei's azure dragon aura spread out. Suddenly, a black longsword appeared in his right hand. It was the supreme-grade spiritual treasure, Killing Sword. Today, I'll kill him to my heart's content. Storm. Lin Fei's incarnation was 100 feet tall. With the supreme-grade spiritual treasure in his hand, he unleashed a storm. The sky instantly darkened and the wind howled. In an instant, no less than 10 people were killed. They fell from the sky and blood filled the air. Bloodline body cultivator. Everyone exclaimed. If it was before, they might have had some thoughts. But now, they had no thoughts at all. Bloodline body cultivator. Moreover, it was such a powerful body cultivator. With one strike, everyone's panicked expression was seen by Lin Fei. This was what he wanted to see. Lin Fei wielded the killing sword. The sky immortal key is with me. If you are not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If you don't want to die, you'd better retreat 100 miles away now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Bloodline body cultivator with supreme-grade spiritual treasure. Unless you want to court death. It's too abnormal. Retreat, retreat. Facing the power of the supreme-grade spiritual treasure, they could not resist it at all. If the other party went crazy, they would be the unlucky ones. Soon, everyone began to leave. The originally dense crowd suddenly became empty. Most of the people had left. There were also many people who stayed. All of them were powerful. At a glance, almost all of them had the strength of a king. You should be the Azure Dragon Body Cultivator. A middle-aged man stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei looked around. They are all gone. It seems that you are not afraid of death. So what if the Bloodline Body Cultivator is powerful? Bai Qing Tian laughed. The Azure Dragon Body Cultivator is not bad. It is a good choice to refine you. Bai Qing Tian, if you want to snatch the Sky Immortal Key, our Eagle Mountain dynasty will also fight for it. The young man smiled. He glanced at Wang Qin, who was not far away. "Miss Wang Qin, are you not going to make a move?" Wang Qin smiled. "Our Thunder Dynasty already has a Sky Immortal key. Forget about this one. We will not interfere." She appeared 100 miles away with Uncle Lu. Chapter 358. Whether it was by Qing Tian from the Blackwater Empire, young Master Joyless from the Eagle Mountain Empire, or Yang Dingtian from the Real Sun Empire, all of their expressions changed. They could not believe that Wang Qin from the Thunder Empire would choose to leave. They almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Wang Qin was a genius of the Thunder Empire. It was said that she had the chance to become the next clan leader. She did things as decisively as a man. However, Wang Qin chose to retreat in such a situation. It was indeed unbelievable. This was good. Apart from the 4 clans, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin of the Thunder Empire did not make a move, which meant that they had an extra chance. "Uncle Lu, he should be cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, right?" Wang Qin asked. "Why does he feel so powerful? Even if he has a supreme grade spiritual treasure, he should not be able to display such power, right?" Wang Qin was shocked by the attack just now. "This kid is very strange," Uncle Lu said. "However, although this kid is strange, he should not be able to win against them. Miss can be the fisherman and snatch the 6th Sky Immortal Key." "Uncle Lu, good plan," Wang Qin said. "I'm afraid that they do not know that Uncle Lu has cultivated a divine power. Let them fight it out. The Sky Immortal Treasure Vault does not need so many people." Excluding those who left, there were still 70 or 80 people present. Kill, the loose demons were the first to move. The loose demons here were also very powerful. Especially when they all joined forces, they could be considered a strong force. Swish swish, Lin Fei also attacked. This was the first time he wielded the killing sword and used the dragon transformation. His huge body instantly rushed into the battlefield. The killing sword slashed out and the sword chi was like a mountain. The king-level expert in front of him was killed in one move. His body was split into 2. This is what you will get. With the killing sword in his hand, Lin Fei's murderous aura sword. Supreme grade spiritual treasure. The power of a spiritual treasure was extremely terrifying. Any spiritual treasure in front of Lin Fei would be split in half in one move. This was the power of a supreme grade spiritual treasure. Piu, Lin Fei was in a killing frenzy. After dragon transformation, he had the strongest defense. With every slash of his sword, someone would be killed. As for the attacks that landed on Lin Fei's body, they couldn't cause him any harm at all. When the people 100 miles away saw this scene, they secretly rejoiced. Too strong. He's ridiculously strong. It wasn't easy for me to reach the king tier, but in the end, it was as easy as chopping vegetables in his hands. Fortunately, I left just now. Lin Fei raised his sword and began a massacre. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the surroundings were completely empty. All the people who attacked had been killed, and the ground below had become a bright red kingdom that was completely dyed red with blood. Lin Fei licked his lips. "Do you want to continue fighting, or do you want to die?" Such a brutal massacre had indeed caused the 4 great empires to feel a little pressured. The strength of the other party was a little beyond their imagination, especially the defense after dragon transformation, which could actually be so powerful. That was what shocked them the most. Coming from the large empires, it wasn't that they had never seen a body cultivator with a bloodline. However, they had never seen such a powerful defense. Facing the attack of a king-tier expert, his defense couldn't be broken. A warrior whose defense couldn't be broken, coupled with his tyrannical strength, could really kill gods and demons easily. Not bad, not bad. Bai Qingtian smiled and said, as expected of a body cultivator with a bloodline, his defense is actually so terrifying. No wonder you dare to ignore the siege of king-tier experts. However, you can only be arrogant in front of the weaker king-tier experts. Although Lin Fei was tyrannical, in front of the large empires, he was just a little tyrannical. It would be a little troublesome to eliminate him. Since they had different perspectives, their opinions were naturally different. The three of you, go up. Bai Qingtian said to the three brothers. He was going to arrange for the real experts to attack. At this moment, the other three empires also stopped. As for the people who had just died, they didn't care about it at all. Only the weak would be killed. The three Monter brothers have combat strength comparable to the pseudo-emperor realm. They are Bai Qingtian's top fighters. I wonder who will win if they fight. It must be the three Monter brothers. Isn't it obvious? Don't forget that their joint attack is terrifyingly tyrannical. Some people started to discuss. Whoosh. 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 The three Monter brothers rushed up and immediately occupied the three positions. Instantly, they formed a formation. Sky-shocking formation. The three Monter brothers' minds were connected. Instantly, they launched a joint attack. This joint attack was a formation. Their strength was instantly linked, and their aura was rising continuously. Whoosh. The aura of the great completion of the king tier directly broke through to the emperor tier. The mountain-like aura had already made the hearts of the warriors 100 miles away palpitate. Sky-breaking fist. Whoosh. The vast sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The palpitations rose again. This punch had far surpassed the great completion of the king tier. It had reached the real emperor tier. More importantly, this was a middle-grade mystic class fist art. Just one grade and the combat strength was already terrifying. Now that they had launched a formation and combined their strength, it was truly ferocious and frightening. Facing their joint attack, Lin Fei didn't seem nervous at all. On the contrary, he was more excited. Finally, he could fight with a real master. They are indeed from a large empire. Their combat strength is so strong. The three of them can reach this level by joining forces. Maybe this is the real world of the Beyond Avalon. Lin Fei activated the genuine origin energy in his body and stabbed forward with his killing sword. The sword radiance burst out, and the golden suns collided. Destruction. The sword art of the metal concept. It was indestructible. Now that Lin Fei used this move, its power was far greater than before. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about defense. As soon as the destruction was used, a destructive aura enveloped the sky. The horrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate again. Heavens, it's another concept. It seems to be the most powerful metal concept. It is indestructible and indestructible. This sword art is also terrifyingly powerful. When combined with the metal concept, it will be hard to resist. Rumble, the golden suns collided with the three people. The metal concept contained in them instantly burst out, forming an indestructible strangulation power. The three people were sent flying on the spot. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Storm. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and the wind concept turned into a green bird. It flew down and rushed over them. In terms of speed, it couldn't compare to the wind concept. Just like that, the three Monter brothers died. The three Monter brothers' joint attack had the combat strength of a pseudo-emperor, but they were killed so easily. The people who had been cursing could only watch with their eyes wide open. In fact, they could only watch with their eyes wide open. Wasn't this kind of combat strength too exaggerated? Bai Qingtian had spent a lot of effort to subdue the three Monter brothers, but he didn't expect that a good card in his hand would be killed just like that. The strength displayed by the other party was far greater than theirs. The Azure Dragon True Body, with its powerful defense, had withstood the sky-collapsing fist, a profound martial art, and was unscathed. Just the concept of wind was already terrifying enough. However, the metal concept, which was even more powerful than the wind concept, appeared. This made their expressions turn ugly. The wind concept excelled in speed and could be used for defense. The metal concept was an indestructible power. The three Monter brothers had been defeated by the metal concept. The speed of their defeat was too fast, beyond imagination. Seeing that Bai Qingtian's subordinates had lost a trump card, the other dynasties couldn't help but feel lucky. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. With such talent, he was the strongest person they had seen so far. 2 concepts and a body-tempering cultivation technique. This person was simply a monster. Even though they all had protective treasures, they might be killed if they really fought against this mysterious person. They didn't want to admit this. There was no doubt about the other party's strength. Who knew what other trump cards he had not used? Just the attack earlier was enough for them to take him seriously. They were already on the same level as him. The true Sun dynasty doesn't want the 6th heavenly immortal key anymore. Yang Dingtian laughed and left with his people. The Eagle dynasty doesn't want it either. They were all cunning people. Seeing that Bai Qingtian's subordinates had been killed, they didn't want to continue fighting. Most importantly, it wasn't worth it. If they had a chance to snatch it, it would be fine. However, they didn't have a chance to snatch it at all. Since that was the case, there was no point in staying here. There was no need to continue fighting. It wasn't worth it. They decisively gave up on the idea. The 6th key had appeared. The Sky Immortal's treasure vault would open soon. That was the most important thing right now. In just a moment, all the people who had been here just now had left. Only Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater dynasty was left. You're very capable. We'll meet again in the future. Bai Qingtian wasn't stupid. He wouldn't keep fighting. His opponent was strong and he couldn't see through him. Naturally, he wouldn't stay. Of course, this didn't mean that Bai Qingtian would swallow his anger. He had to vent his anger. However, he wouldn't do it here. He would do it in the Sky Immortal's treasure vault. That was the real place. If Bai Qingtian used all his skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. He couldn't reveal his trump card now. Bai Qingtian could only choose to leave for the time being. However, Lin Fei didn't want to let him go. He had to teach someone who dared to attack him a lesson. You want to leave? You have to ask me first. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He rushed forward and used destruction. The destructive energy was even more terrifying than before. It turned into a huge black dragon and rushed towards Bai Qingtian. No one would have thought that this person would dare to take the initiative to attack. Bai Qingtian was furious. This kid was so arrogant. He even dared to attack him. Go. Bai Qingtian threw out a spirit treasure. A blue sky curtain suddenly appeared in the void. The destruction dragon was more terrifying than he had imagined. It rushed forward, broke the blue sky curtain, and opened its mouth to bite Bai Qingtian. Damn it. 10,000 miles in one go. Bai Qingtian clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became illusory. The destruction dragon broke the illusion, leaving behind Bai Qingtian's voice. Chapter 359. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Qidian coins tip, Xiaomapi for the 1888 Qidian coins tip, and Mounted Archery for the monthly ticket. Uproar. An uproar. The Blackwater dynasty and the other dynasties gave up, but unexpectedly, the other party didn't give up and counterattacked. Everyone saw Bai Qingtian's embarrassing situation. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How dare he offend a disciple of a large dynasty? Bai Qingtian's last block cost him a spiritual treasure, but he still couldn't stop the other party. This person's strength was beyond imagination. Retreat. Although some people were jealous of the spoils, they didn't dare to stay after seeing Bai Qingtian and the others were scared away. Who knew if the other party would deal with them? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best strategy. After a while, the people who came for the Heaven Immortal Key had all left, and no one could be seen. These people left quickly. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei felt it was a pity. Otherwise, he would have killed them all and turned them into his experience points. King Kong, go and collect the spoils. Lin Fei let go of King Kong and began to collect the spoils. The spoils left by no less than 200 people was definitely a huge number, and the harvest was not small. It just happened to verify the saying, killing people makes a lot of money. With King Kong's help, Lin Fei quickly collected a large amount of wealth. After a rough calculation, he was shocked. The harvest was beyond imagination. 40 million pure essence pills. Lin Fei smiled. 30 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei smiled again. More than 400 swords of spiritual treasures. More importantly, there were hundreds of flying swords of spiritual treasures, which increased Lin Fei's combat power again. In addition, Lin Fei obtained more than 8,000 essence force points. Including the ones he left before, he had a total of more than 10,000 essence force points, which could burst out a super strong attack. With more than 10,000 essence force points, even an Emperor Realm expert can kill a large number of people. With such a harvest, Lin Fei was in a good mood. After killing so many people, I don't think anyone else will make a move. Lin Fei thought, I just consumed a lot of true essence. I should take advantage of the time to replenish it and wait for the Heaven Immortal Treasure Vault to open. In this small battle, Lin Fei had consumed a massive amount of true essence. For others, almost all of their Jin Yuan had been consumed, but Lin Fei had only consumed about 30% of it. It was easy to imagine how terrifying Lin Fei's Jin Yuan was. Especially after grasping Dragon Transformation, his defense was extremely powerful. Just fighting in close combat was enough to make one's scalp go numb and not dare to continue. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and refined the true essence crystals to replenish his consumed true essence. Rumble, the fairy immortal mountain range shone brightly. On the towering tree, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His sharp gaze looked into the depths of the white light, where a huge shadow of Senfu could be vaguely seen. Pavilions, terraces, and a world of its own. Senfu? Lin Fei stood up and muttered to himself. Soon after, he revealed an excited expression. Senfu has opened. In these few days of refining with all his might, the area where Lin Fei was had become a forbidden area. No one dared to barge in, and it was quiet. It's good that Senfu has opened. Let me see what the true Senfu is. Lin Fei put away the Vajra, and with the wings of the wind, he transformed into a black flowing light and charged into the depths of the Fairy Immortal Mountain Range. When the Fairy Immortal's treasure vault opened, everyone dashed towards the entrance. What a great Senfu! Just the shadow is so dreamy, like an outdoor paradise. Sigh, we can only enjoy the view. If the shadow is like this, then the Fairy Immortal's treasure vault must be filled with boundless treasures. When the dynasty's martial artists that arrived a step earlier saw the appearance of the enormous Senfu in the sky, they were all shocked. Especially those who came for the first time, they were practically enchanted by Senfu. Swoosh, 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 the owners of the 5 Heaven Immortal Keys also appeared in the sky above Senfu, and all of them looked excited. The Fairy Immortal's treasure vault opened once every 100 years. Many martial artists had lost the opportunity, and only some had suppressed their strength in order to enter Senfu. The Fairy Immortal's treasure vault should be called Senfu. Bai Qingtian stared at Senfu. I'm afraid only Heaven Immortals can have such a Senfu, young Master Joyless said while looking at Senfu. Senfu has finally opened. Yang Dingtian from the true Yang dynasty laughed out loud. I can't wait to visit Senfu and plunder the various treasures in Senfu. Those who had Heaven Immortal Keys could not remain calm at that moment. The Senfu was like a huge cake that kept moving in front of them. When they saw another streak of light appear on the horizon, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed. The corners of Bai Qingtian's eyes twitched, and a look of hatred appeared on his face. He had become a joke in the eyes of others. If he had not used his secret treasure at the last moment, he might have been killed on the spot. They recognized the person. It was the mysterious young man. When Lin Fei appeared, the area below the immortal abode was filled with cultivators, forming a dense black mass. Lin Fei did not care about the gazes directed at him. The Heaven Immortal Key above his head was still shining with a red light. I didn't expect them to come so early, Lin Fei thought. It seems that Senfu will not be able to enter for a while. Sir, are you interested in selling the remaining 2 qualifications? I can sell them for a high price. After Lin Fei appeared, a martial artist flew up. Lin Fei knew that the Heaven Immortal Key could bring 2 people in. Since we can't snatch it by force, we're using a soft approach. Someone spoke, and the others looked over. The rest of the Heaven Immortal Keys were occupied, and the remaining qualifications were naturally occupied as well. They could only target Lin Fei in an attempt to obtain a quota to enter Senfu. All 6 Heaven Immortal Keys are here. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky. All of them had arrived using the Great Void teleportation. Standing in front were all young masters, and each of them had a servant standing beside them. It looked simple, but to the crowd, these people in the sky gave them unimaginable pressure. One look, one aura, and one look made them feel like collapsing. Lin Fei was also shocked. They all seemed to have the strength of Emperor Realm, and their servants seemed to be even more terrifying. Who are these people? Fortunately, all 6 Heaven Immortal Keys are here. It was not in vain that we came from millions of miles away. Just nice, everyone has one. It saves us a lot of trouble. They are just some large empires. Are they qualified to enter Senfu? When these 6 people appeared, they looked at Bai Qingtian and the others with disdain. They looked at them as if they were looking at insignificant things. Who are you? Bai Qingtian was already filled with anger. Seeing someone trying to snatch the Heaven Immortal Key so brazenly, he was naturally unhappy. He continued to look for someone to vent his anger on. You are not qualified to know. A red-robed young master flew out and slapped. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. Chapter 360. Bai Qingtian was dead. Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater Empire was dead. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. Bai Qingtian did not even have the time to use his protective treasure before he was killed by the red-clad young man. The people of the Blackwater Empire were the first to react. They watched Bai Qingtian die and the Heaven Immortal Key being taken away. They were all furious. You killed Bai Qingtian. This is against the Blackwater Empire. The red-clad young man snorted coldly. Humph, the Blackwater Empire is just a powerful ant in my eyes. It's useless to keep you alive. I might as well kill you. Buzz, the red-clad young man waved his hand and a black bead flew out. A strange scene appeared. The people of the Blackwater Empire held their heads and looked like they were in pain. Immediately, the crowd saw their souls struggling to be sucked out of their heads and sucked into the black bead. When they were sucked into the black bead, they could see that their souls were shattered by a great power. They could see the ferocious face and the unwillingness in his eyes, but under the power of that spirit treasure, his soul was actually taken away, and his soul was directly obliterated. Soon, the corpses fell. After losing their souls, they were as good as dead. In the blink of an eye, all the people of the Blackwater Empire were killed. If they were killed directly, they might have a chance to be reincarnated in the future. However, after their souls were sucked away, they would never be able to be reincarnated again. The terror of the bead cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. What a terrifying bead. It sucked away the souls in one move. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Bai Qingtian escaped with the treasure. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. You are young Master Luo Xing of the Tianshan Empire. Yang Dingtian of the real Yang Empire was dumbfounded. I am indeed a member of the Heavenly Deity Dynasty. Moreover, I am a member of the Heavenly Deity Palace. As of now, you only have 2 choices. The first is to hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. In our opinion, killing you is as easy as raising a hand. When the Tenjin Temple was mentioned, Lin Fei's expression changed. Tenjin Temple. He is from the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei had been inquiring about the Tenjin Temple. But no matter what, He didn't expect to hear news from the Tenjin Temple under such circumstances, and the other party was from the Tenjin Temple. I wonder if she's here yet. Lin Fei thought to himself. After Luo Xing announced his name, the people of the dynasty below all revealed grave expressions. It's actually the Heavenly God Empire. That's a super empire. No wonder the other party is so powerful and was able to kill Bai Qingtian. Since young master Luo Sheng is a member of a super empire, these 6 people might all be disciples of a super empire. No wonder they said that they came from millions of miles away. I'm afraid they're just waiting for the Senfu to appear. Large-scale dynasties were terrifying enough. However, disciples from super dynasties were extraordinarily strong. The Blackwater dynasty was a large dynasty. Yet, they were annihilated by the other party without being able to defend themselves. Young Master Luo Xing's words are our words. Either hand over the Heaven Immortal Key or be killed by us. Don't doubt our strength, said a black-robed young master. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and you can live. Otherwise, we'll send you to hell. We are all from a super empire. We'll make you give up. It had to be said that they were all from a super empire. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how powerful a large empire was, it was not a match for a super empire. That was because super empires had venerables and sages everywhere. They even had peak martial emperors. Not to mention the super empires, just the fact that they could easily annihilate the Blackwater dynasty was enough to make them feel fear. No one knew what kind of powerful treasures these disciples of super empires had. It was not a big deal to be weak. Just one powerful treasure could turn the tide of the battle. Think about it, a spiritual treasure pearl could kill a group of martial kings. Could an ordinary person do that? Luo Sheng and the other 5 came from 6 super empires. Their goal was to enter the Senfu and become the next successor. For this, they did not hesitate to use precious treasures to snatch the Heaven Immortal Key. As for the war between empires, it was nothing in their eyes. They were all powerful and had already joined a large sect. There was no need for them to take this step. When they attacked just now, they used powerful methods. Coupled with the powerful treasures, it caused everyone to feel fear. To hand it over or not. The disciples of the large empires chose to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. No matter how powerful the people around them were. Facing the young masters of the 6 super empires, they were not on the same level. It was likely that they would not be able to resist the guards around them. Our Thunder Empire can hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. However, I need a position. Otherwise, I would rather destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. My ancestor is known as the Thunder King. I am confident that he can destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. Wang Qin was the first to step forward. Her tone was firm. So you are from the Thunder Clan. I can give you face, Yang Jian nodded, your Thunder Clan is worthy of this position. They were not afraid of the large empires. However, some of the large empires were extremely powerful. The Thunder Empire was one of them. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was a Do Zun level expert. He could control the power of lightning and was comparable to a Do Sheng. The other empires were not so lucky. They could not obtain the remaining positions. However, what could they do? If they did not hand over the Heaven Immortal Key, it was equivalent to being killed. 5 keys quickly landed in their hands. Lin Fei became the owner of the last Heaven Immortal Key. Brat, you do not wish to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key? Lin Fei took a deep breath, the Heavenly Immortal Key. I do not wish to hand it over just like that. However, I can give you 2 spots. You will need to pay me Jin Yuan crystals. I believe that people from super empires like you wouldn't mind paying Jin Yuan crystals, right? After all, Jin Yuan crystals are not what you lack. Ever since they announced that they would snatch the Heaven Immortal Key, Lin Fei had never thought of handing it over. Even if they were from the super empires and were extremely powerful. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. A man should kill in all directions. He should never compromise. This was Lin Fei's way of thinking. The people from the super empires might feel fear. However, Lin Fei was not afraid. They had a good background and he had the leveling system. These super empires were at most emperor level. Maybe the peak of the emperor level was comparable to a dozong. However, the possibility of this was very small. This was the battlefield of a dynasty. It was not an ordinary place. The Senfu left behind by the Heaven Immortal Key would definitely be set up. Senfu. Lin Fei would not give up. Hearing this cryptic brat make such a request, they all laughed. Ma Luo, your luck is not very good. Luo Xing laughed. Yang Jian also laughed. This is the first time I heard that someone dares to sell something to our super empires. He is simply living his life in a pile of money. This Ma Luo was naturally the last person. He was a little shocked by the other party's arrogance. Coming from a super empire, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Ma Luo was very angry. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I gave you a chance to live, so you can die now. Ma Luo patted his waist. Instantly, a Jingguang shot out. The Jingguang's power surged. Its power had actually reached the peak of the king level. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. Facing someone from a super empire, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. Dragon transformation. The Azure Dragon True Body was activated. Lin Fei's strongest defense was swung. The huge dragon tail slammed onto the Jingguang, sending the Jingguang flying and crashing into a mountain. The huge mountain was almost flattened by the Jingguang's attack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. A random spiritual treasure attack was already so powerful. The people from a super empire were too terrifying. Hey, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline. Ma Luo exclaimed. Then, he sneered, no wonder you can block my destruction Jingguang. The destruction Jingguang from before could kill a peak king level expert. It had been tried and tested many times. Who would have thought that it would fail on the other party? The others were also slightly startled. Lin Fei's performance had only startled them. A body cultivator with a bloodline hadn't reached the level where they would pay attention to him. They all knew that Ma Luo was angry. If I didn't have any strength, the items would have been snatched away long ago. Lin Fei laughed loudly. If you attacked again, the 2 spots would be worth more than 50 million Jin Yuan crystals. Ma Luo was so angry that he almost flew into the sky. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to sell 2 spots to him for 50 million Jin Yuan crystals. This was a slap in the face, a real slap in the face. Uncle Fong, kill him. I want to turn his bones into dust. Ma Luo said to the guard. He turned around and said, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline, and so is my Uncle Fong. I will let you see what a true body cultivator is like. Uncle Fong was the strongest guard Ma Luo had by his side. Moreover, he was a pure body cultivator with a bloodline at the emperor level. His battle prowess was comparable to a dozong. It could be said that an ordinary dozong wouldn't be willing to fight with such a body cultivator. The stronger a body cultivator was, the more terrifying their close combat ability would be. Almost everyone would be afraid of them. Ma Luo had a body cultivator comparable to a dozong. He could protect everyone by himself. This was a qualification that only a super dynasty could have. Lin Fei's face sank. He could feel an aura that belonged to a body cultivator from the other party. A body cultivator with a bloodline? Lin Fei took a deep breath. My bloodline has yet to be activated, but my Jin Yuan doesn't fear him at all. Lin Fei said in his heart. I want to see how big the gap is between me and a true body cultivator with a bloodline. Open. The moment Uncle Fong appeared, he transformed into a 10 zhang tall figure. His skin was bronze in color, and his body was covered with green veins. His shocking aura was that of an emperor. A true emperor's aura brought with it a terrifying pressure. Chapter 361. P.S. Thank you to Xiamapi for your monthly votes and comments, as well as Luo Yuxuan for your tip. once the Emperor-level aura was released. Everyone at the scene was shocked, and they all felt real fear. A super dynasty was indeed a super dynasty, and the people around them were all Emperor-level. Most importantly, bloodline cultivators were more powerful than chi refiners, almost comparable to early-stage mystic grandmasters. Even if they were not comparable, they were at least at the peak of the Emperor level. This person must be crazy. How can a king be comparable to an Emperor-level bloodline cultivator? This guy is dead. No one was optimistic about this person. The disciples of the large dynasties who held the immortal keys all handed over their keys and did not dare to fight. Whoosh! Uncle Fong's 30-meter-tall body shook, and he turned into a real three-headed, six-armed beast. His aura was even more terrifying than before, and his left and right arms were holding many spiritual treasures. However, after a flash, the spiritual treasures were put away, and the two hands on top slapped toward Lin Fei, turning into two terrifying black bears that were dozens of meters tall. It was a bloodline cultivator's magical ability. Once a body cultivator activated their bloodline, they could use their bloodline magical ability. Roar! The two terrifying black bears roared, and they were extremely terrifying. Just their aura alone had reached the Emperor level. It could be seen that the bloodline cultivator's magical ability was amazing. Very, very strong. Water Flame Lotus. Walala. The huge lotus directly trapped the two terrifying black bears. Lin Fei held the killing sword and appeared beside the water flame lotus, stabbing toward the terrifying black bear's head. The power of his vital essence erupted. His Dantian lake revolved, and his vital essence surged. The killing sword stabbed, and his vital essence erupted, turning into a white dot that pierced the terrifying black bear's head. The terrifying black bear let out a furious roar, and its body shattered. The other terrifying black bear slapped out a palm and hit Lin Fei, breaking through the water flame lotus, and its sharp claws clawed toward him again. Very, very strong. Wind, come, net. Lin Fei's concept of wind turned into countless green nets, trapping the terrifying black bear again. Lin Fei pointed out his sword again, blasting it on the terrifying black bear, shattering it into pieces. Too powerful. Just two terrifying black bears are already so powerful. Lin Fei was shocked. Two attacks had consumed 10% of his true essence. It was unimaginably powerful. What a freak. Two terrifying black bears were enough to make people believe that this kid would not be able to withstand them and would definitely die below. This kind of result was completely unexpected. He was too powerful. In fact, he was indeed powerful. Uncle Fong was also taken aback. This kid actually blocked this old man's divine ability. Even an Emperor Realm expert would have to be careful when dealing with the divine ability just now. They definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as the other party. An elementary bloodline was already so powerful? Interesting, interesting. Uncle Fong laughed. That was just my most basic attack. Voila! Uncle Fong waved his hand, and a gigantic black bear appeared in the air. It was even larger than before, at least a few dozen feet long. This was the power of his terrifying black bear bloodline. This move had an extremely impressive name. A terrifying claw. It was purely a divine ability. As soon as the divine ability was used, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. Those with weaker strength turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble as if they would fall in the next second. What a terrifying aura. Ma Luo looked down from above. He believed that Uncle Fong would attack. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Uncle Fong had inherited the terrifying black bear bloodline. Their family had paid a huge price to subdue him, and in the end, he became their personal bodyguard. He had helped them solve countless problems and even killed profound sect experts. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that this attack was far more powerful than before. Body refiners are indeed stronger than chi refiners. If this continues, the one who will consume the most energy will be me. I have to deter the opponent in one go. I can't waste my true essence here. There are still tests in the Senfu. I have to conserve my strength. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He directly used his trump card. Activate True Essence, Sky Upholding Finger, consume 3,000 points of True Essence. Along with the system's sound, a terrifying force was injected into Lin Fei's body. He subconsciously pointed his finger. Rumble, a huge sound came from the sky. Immediately after, a black finger that was hundreds of feet long pierced through the black fog and pointed downwards, landing on the terrifying black bear. The terrifying black bear was instantly shattered. In front of the sky upholding finger, the terrifying black bear could not even last a breath. It then landed on Uncle Fong's body again. Rumble, in the valley below, the mountains shook and dust flew everywhere. Facing the sudden counterattack, the scene was too shocking. By the time they regained their senses, it was already over. Everyone was stunned. The faces of the young masters of the super dynasties also sank. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Whoosh! Uncle Fong rushed up again. He had regained his original appearance, but there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It was terrifying. Young master, I lost. Ma Luo's expression was uncertain. He knew that Uncle Fong would never lie. A loss was a loss, and he would not find excuses. He was shocked. Damn, where did this kid come from? Uncle Fong could even defeat Profound Sect, but he lost here. Could it be that he really, unwilling, Ma Luo was truly unwilling? The finger that exploded with 3,000 yuan force didn't kill the opponent. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Damn, I should have used 5,000 yuan force. Lin Fei thought to himself. However, the bloodline body refinement warrior is too strong. He didn't die even after such serious injuries. His vitality is still so strong. After exploding with 3,000 yuan force, Lin Fei already had an understanding of the essence force. Next time, I guarantee that 5,000 yuan force can kill the opponent. He will not be lucky enough to escape. Who asked him to not have much essence force? He only had around 18,000 yuan force. Especially the first time, when he defeated the opponent's bloodline body refinement warrior, Lin Fei was still very satisfied. To the people from the large empire, such a scene was like watching a show. The large empires that originally wanted to attack Lin Fei had a look of shock on their faces, as well as fear in their eyes. If they had attacked back then, perhaps, they would have been killed by now. Now, 100 million quintessential crystals in exchange for 2 positions. Lin Fei said to them. If he didn't extort them this time, how could he compensate for his loss? 3,000 points of elemental energy made Lin Fei's heart ache. Seeing that Ma Luo's servant was defeated, the young masters of the super dynasties all had complicated expressions. Of course, they were also gloating. They might look friendly now, but the competition between them had never stopped. Especially with the Senfu in front, there would definitely be a fierce battle after entering. Chapter 362. Reality was just this cruel, especially in a place like this where strength was everything. Just a moment ago, Ma Luo had been swaggering around, but now his face was ashen. Uncle Fong's defeat could be said to have given him a complete answer. Facing this matter, Ma Luo was at a disadvantage. He was in pain and depressed. If he had known that this brat would be a tough nut to crack, he wouldn't have chosen to be the last to act. When he arrived, Ma Luo didn't care at all. He wasn't worried at all. It was like this was an ordinary matter. In his opinion, it was just some mid-sized or large empires. Taking care of them would be easy. But in the end, his wish was great, but reality was cruel. Ma Luo learned a deep lesson. This was an extremely painful lesson. A disciple of a super empire, who was just a step away from the immortal mansion, had suffered a heavy setback and was practically unable to get back up. Of course, this was mostly due to accidents. Ma Luo couldn't believe that a random country bumpkin could have such strength. Uncle Fong's strength was comparable to a mysterious master, but he still lost. Ma Luo could find people to help, so naturally, he could snatch the Sky Immortal Key. However, those people would definitely be watching a good show and wouldn't help. Even if they did help, they weren't willing to take the risk against this mysterious young man. He could even defeat a body cultivator with royal bloodline. Especially the secret technique he used at the end, which exploded with a super strong attack. Who knew how terrifying this secret technique was? They were all chi practitioners and didn't want to die just like that. In reality, those people really didn't want to help. As a super dynasty, logically speaking, they should help each other. If one really had such wishful thinking, then one would be very wrong. Don't be fooled by how friendly they were usually. They fought each other behind the scenes. Now that something like this had happened, they were naturally gloating. Why would they help? Especially since the opponent was so mysterious and they couldn't figure him out. Such a risk was naturally not worth it. I really can't accept this. Do I really have to hand over 100 million Jin Yuan crystals? Ma Luo shook his head in his heart. Absolutely not. 100 million Jin Yuan crystals is practically my entire fortune. If I lose my Jin Yuan crystals, what am I? Ma Luo was conflicted. If he didn't, he would lose the chance to enter Senfu. Before he left, Ma Luo swore that once Senfu opened, he would fight for the inheritance of Senfu and become the owner of Senfu. More importantly, the previous owner of the Senfu was a powerful heaven immortal. Inheriting the Senfu would guarantee one 100% chance of obtaining the legacy of a celestial immortal. Even the comprehension gained from it would be invaluable to one's future breakthroughs. Breaking through to the celestial immortal level was simply too difficult. Out of 1,000 mystic emperors, only 1 or 2 heaven immortals would appear. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a heaven immortal. It was no less difficult than stepping into the sky. It was very difficult for celestial immortals to break through. It was even harder for the mystic Tharch. How many people would be able to do it? Otherwise, the emergence of the Senfu would not have attracted their attention. Without exception, they all went after the celestial immortals. Celestial immortals were the ultimate powerhouses of the Shantian continent. With a wave of their hands, they could slay gods and slay demons. Their strength was limitless. How could Marlowe waste an opportunity? Uncle Fong, who was at the side, sent a voice transmission. "Young master, we should be decisive. The Senfu must enter. Right now, it is just a vile person intoxicated by success. Don't forget that this is the Senfu's test. The natives of Senfu are not to be trifled with. If they know that someone is carrying a true essence crystal, we don't even need to do anything. The powerful natives of Senfu will definitely take action personally." Ma Luo's fidgety heart slowly calmed down. He sent mentally, "I really am angry. I nearly forgot that within the immortal estate, celestial immortal Deadwood once left behind a tribe that continuously multiplied and became a powerful force." He thought it through. Rather than counting on them, it was better to count on the natives. The natives of Senfu were a headache even for the super dynasties. Apart from the tribes left behind by the heaven immortals, they had also subdued many demonic beasts. After a few thousand years, the demonic beasts were no longer under control and gradually became a force of their own. At the same time, countless experts were born among the demonic beasts, occupying a corner of Senfu. After a few thousand years, the demand for resources had reached a crazy level. If the news of 100 million true essence crystals were to spread, it would definitely cause the natives to go crazy. Against the crazy natives, the other party would have to die. Lin Fei was guessing whether or not they would actually give it to him. If they are willing to take out 100 million true essence crystals, the next time we fight, we won't even need to use our elemental energy to fight against them. Lin Fei wasn't confident that he would be able to extort them. If the other 5 were to attack at the same time, Lin Fei would be under immense pressure. He would probably explode with all his elemental energy. 100 million true essence crystals. If they don't want it, I don't mind selling it to them. Lin Fei pointed at the other 5 super dynasties. They should be very interested. This daddy here is forcing you. Lin Fei wanted to end this quickly. He didn't want to lose 100 million true essence crystals just like that. 60 million true essence crystals. Our heavenly god dynasty wants it. Luo Sheng called out. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was speaking the truth or not, to them, this was good news. It was an irresistible temptation. 70 million true essence crystals. 80 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei's words immediately incited them to fight for the two Senfu qualifications. Killing intent flashed in Ma Luo's eyes. He was furious. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to turn your bones into dust. This was clearly forcing him. He wanted to take out 100 million true essence crystals. This was a huge blow to his elemental energy. However, Ma Luo knew that the other party was extorting him. He couldn't refuse, fearing that the qualifications would fall into the hands of others. You win. I'll take the 100 million true essence crystals. Ma Luo was very depressed. He came in high spirits, but he ended up eating dust. Uproar. An unimaginable scene appeared. Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo really agreed to buy the two qualifications. A whole 100 million true essence crystals. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. This was 100 million true essence crystals. What a huge amount of cultivation resources. With such a huge amount of cultivation resources, one could definitely break through to the next realm. In an instant, they calmed down. No matter how jealous they were, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. After all, the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could suppress a body refiner with a royal bloodline. At the same time, he had grasped a secret technique that could raise one's strength. Fear, they were extremely afraid. Take it. Ma Luo took out the true essence crystals. You have to swear a heavenly oath. No one dared to come out and snatch it. Lin Fei received the true essence crystals. After checking them, he was very satisfied. No problem. However, the two of you also have to swear a heavenly oath. Both of them swore a heavenly oath. Soon, a pressure came from the sky, and the oath was made. Under the witness of the heavenly law, whether it was Lin Fei, Ma Luo, or the servants, none dared to violate the oath. Otherwise, they would die. No one had ever dared to violate an oath controlled by the heavenly law. With 100 million true essence crystals in hand, Lin Fei directly landed on a towering tree and quietly waited for the Senfu to open. In fact, he was secretly refining the true essence crystals. Others might need time, but Lin Fei directly refined them and poured them into his core lake. They gathered together and became a unique existence. It saved him a lot of trouble. However, no one noticed the change in Lin Fei. Whoosh, in Senfu, thousands of colorful beams of light fell down. Senfu is open. Luo Sheng and the others all looked at Senfu. Lin Fei also opened his eyes and looked at Senfu. This should be the intersection point between Senfu and Xiantian continent, right? Lin Fei had some understanding of Senfu. A sky immortal opened up a space on Xiantian continent. No one could enter Senfu if they couldn't find this point. Of course, even if they could find this point, they needed to be extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter just by having the coordinates. They could only watch and miss the opportunity. Senfu is open. Let's go. Ma Luo flew over. His expression was as if someone owed him money. Lin Fei stood up. Don't worry. I will bring you in. I will finish the task after I receive the item. Ma Luo snorted coldly. Under the shadow of the immortal mansion, a portal appeared. The sky immortal key hovering above their heads shrunk red light. It was just enough to cover 3 people. Senfu, I don't believe we can't enter without the sky immortal key. Some people couldn't control themselves and immediately rushed toward the portal. Blinded by greed, there would always be people who liked to take risks. The warriors who rushed forward died under the 10,000 beams of light. They were all killed by the white light. No matter how many came, they would be killed. A bunch of idiots. They can't resist the divine light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the young master with the sky immortal key wrapped his subordinates and rushed into the portal. He entered Senfu without being affected. Lin Fei also flew toward the portal and rushed into Senfu. As the 6 Sky Immortal Keys entered, the original Senfu phantom disappeared. The Sky Immortal mountain range returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In a space filled with spiritual chi. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. Their appearance was a bit sudden. They had just appeared, and before they could react, they saw a black mass. There were at least a few thousand people. All of them had demonic aura. Humans. Outsiders. At the front of the demonic beasts, a bull-headed demon appeared. Its strength was actually at the perfected king stage. Its combat strength was strong. It has been another 100 years. Outsiders are here again. Little demons, kill them for me. Kill them. Eat their flesh. Drink all their blood. The thousands of lesser fiends did not scatter when they heard the order. Instead, they formed a combined attack formation. 2 beams of light charged over with overwhelming killing intent. This is the demon race's formation soldiers. They are extremely powerful. Let's go. Seeing the burst of aura from the demon race's joint attack, the group of people who had just entered immediately left. They were unwilling to fight with the demons, especially the formation soldiers that they had trained. Chapter 363. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan 0 Feng Yuan 0, Qidin coins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the people who were teleported in saw this scene, apart from the initial shock, they quickly left. If the disciples of other dynasties came in from outside, they would have been scared out of their wits. Then, the soldiers of the demon clan would catch up and kill them on the spot. As expected of a great demon subdued by a sky immortal. The demon clan left behind after thousands of years is so powerful. That perfected king stage great demon's battle prowess could reach the level of a late emperor stage or even perfected king stage. If there wasn't such a demon in the Senfu, I'm afraid the test wouldn't be so difficult. It opens once every 100 years. Countless geniuses have died in the hands of great demons, but no one has ever obtained the right to inherit. When I inherit this sky immortal Senfu, these great demons of the Senfu will be a great harvest. After subduing them, they will be a great force. Heaven is really on my side. When the disciples of the dynasties saw the great demons coming, they naturally left quickly. Everyone's thoughts were similar. If the great demons of the Senfu were so powerful, one could imagine how great the rewards of the Senfu would be. Kid, I hope to see you again. Ma Luo said fiercely. He quickly left with his servants, not daring to stay. The soldiers were too powerful. They couldn't beat them, so they might as well take the test. As for fighting with the soldiers? Unless they were extremely powerful. In a short while, all the disciples of the dynasties disappeared. They seemed to be prepared for the appearance of a great demon in the Senfu, and a powerful one at that. Damn. Lin Fei was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Dragon transformation, the bull-headed great demon charged over. Whoosh! The soldiers of the combined forces of the bull-headed demon charged over like 2 streams of light. Lin Fei's punch was shattered and he was sent flying. Kids, charge and kill this outsider. Cough, cough, cough. In the bushes below, Lin Fei rushed up, his heart filled with shock. This was the first time he was sent flying after dragon transformation. If not for his strong defense, he would have been seriously injured by the previous attack. He was only lightly injured. Total annihilation. More than 100 flying swords turned into a white light and attacked the enemy's troops. He did not believe that he could not deal with these ox-headed demons. Crash! Lin Fei's total annihilation was something that even a consummate king stage expert would have to be wary of. However, it had been directly shattered by these 2 beams of light. It was so tyrannical that it was a complete mess. Son of a bitch. No wonder those people ran away so quickly. When encountering these powerful little yaos, they have no choice but to run. Lin Fei was shocked. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei finally saw the changes in the Minotaur, and he was shocked once again. They're all wearing top-grade armor and holding numinous treasures. With such training, it would be strange if they weren't powerful, thought Lin Fei. In a place like Senfu, the demonic beasts are ridiculously powerful. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. A group of a few thousand ox-headed demons was already so powerful. If they were to encounter over 10,000 demons, wouldn't their strength be terrifying? Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei used his full strength and transformed into an azure shadow, vanishing into the horizon. This outsider is so fast. The ox-headed demon chased after him. So what if he's fast? There are demons of all sizes in Senfu, as well as descendants of sky mortals. You are destined to die midway if you wish to take the inheritance test. Chase. Chase after him. Kill these outsiders. There will be great benefits. Kill. After flying for thousands of kilometers, Lin Fei still felt his heart palpitate. Damn it. Just how many great demons did the dead celestial immortal subdue back then to produce so many demons? Lin Fei was puzzled. They're in groups. I'm afraid they occupy half of the immortal abode? The possibility was very high. This was because Lin Fei once again encountered a group of snake demons. What was even more ridiculous was that there were quite a number of snake demons. There were at least 5,000 of them. The densely packed snake demons were even more numerous than the ox-headed demon from before. They were also much stronger. Sensing their powerful auras from afar, Lin Fei did not dare to fight them. He immediately turned and fled. They were too powerful. Half a day later, Lin Fei chose a relatively safe place. This Senfu is filled with danger. If I hadn't comprehended the intent of wind, I probably wouldn't have had such an easy time against these demons. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was very confident in his own strength. He believed that no matter how powerful the Senfu was, it couldn't be that powerful. But after just 2 or 3 encounters, Lin Fei was already dealt a heavy blow. The demons of Senfu were too powerful. Their strength was almost instantaneous. More importantly, Lin Fei sensed the powerful auras that occasionally appeared in the huge Senfu. That was the true aura of a great demon. From the auras, he could sense the aura of an emperor level, or even more obscure, powerful auras. They were either mystic grandmasters or mystic venerables. I need to increase my strength first. The great demons of Senfu are too powerful. There must be emperor level and grandmaster level great demons among them. It will be troublesome to encounter them. Lin Fei thought, Senfu is looking for an heir. The great demons of Senfu, the descendants of divine immortals, will definitely not allow it. They will definitely set up many ambushes along the way. With my strength, I will definitely be in big trouble if I run into them. Lin Fei regretted it. Why didn't he capture a disciple of a large dynasty to understand the situation of Senfu? Naturally, he wouldn't be confused now. At this moment, his understanding of Senfu was obviously insufficient. Senfu's strength was beyond imagination. The great demons that appeared were all equipped with powerful array soldiers. If they were outside, it would be a piece of cake for them to annihilate a small empire with such array soldiers. Increase my strength. I need to increase my strength. 100 million true essence crystals, Lin Fei finally put it to use. Lin Fei sank and rushed to the underground world. This was the only safe place. At the same time, he laid down many runes formations to prevent the aura from leaking. It should be safe now. Lin Fei activated dragonization and reached the pressure of the earth. He kept going until he was 15,000 feet underground, resisting the pressure. If it was someone else, they would have been crushed to death. Give me 10 days, and my strength will increase by a lot. Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei swallowed a large pile of true essence crystals in one gulp. Under dragon transformation, Lin Fei's huge body swallowed large mouthfuls of true essence crystals. Compared to his human form, Lin Fei's intake of true essence crystals was many times greater. This was equivalent to replacing a small water tank with a large one. There was too much water. Chapter 364. Senfu. With the opening of the once-a-century Senfu, the outsiders entered. Within Senfu, all the great demons, including the Sky Immortal descendants, were excited. They chased after the outsiders, preventing them from taking the test. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, lass, stop running. You are destined to be mine. In the sky, a silhouette quickly flew past. It was a woman, and there was a rare panic on her face. Behind them was a black mass of demons, giving off a huge sense of oppression. Lass, surrender obediently. The black mass of demons was led by a snake-headed demon. His eyes were filled with lust. Don't make me resort to violence. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This woman was the one who had chosen to leave, Wang Qin. Thunder Monarch Dynasty, Thunder Clan. Other than a moment of panic, Wang Qin quickly recovered. In the past 5 days, Wang Qin had fought with the demons countless times, but the outcome was tragic. She was constantly being chased, to the point where she did not even know where she was. Lightning bead. Wang Qin's heart sank. She took out one of the treasures of the Thunder Clan, lightning bead. The black lightning pearl flew out, and with an explosion, lightning as thick as a bucket continuously fell down. In an instant, countless small demonic beasts were killed, and the demonic beasts quickly pulled away from the demonic beasts. They are too strong. I still underestimated the immortal mansion. Unexpectedly, there are so many great yaos inside. If the thunderbolt bead cannot stop them, I will have no choice but to leave the immortal mansion and use the only great teleportation talisman I have. Wang Qin had some confidence in Senfu. But along the way, she had used all sorts of treasures and was still unable to escape the snake demon's pursuit. Wang Qin no longer had any hope for Senfu. Wang Qin finally understood why so many geniuses had entered back then, only to be left behind in Senfu. It was probably because of these great demons. They were too strong. Heaven-devouring dark Sunday, the sky instantly darkened, plunging into darkness. Wang Qin's heart sank. This was the mystical ability of the snake demon. She hurriedly took out the greater teleportation talisman and prepared to leave Senfu and return to the dynasty battlefield. You want to leave? Stay. With a sinister smile, Zhang Xian sent a palm strike toward Wang Qin's chest, sending her flying. Humph, you still dare to leave under my divine ability. The darkness dissipated, and a snake demon with a snake's head and human body appeared not far away from Wang Qin. Its gaze constantly moved over Wang Qin's body. At the same time, it grabbed with one hand, and a golden runes landed in the snake demon's hand. The people outside are really rich. They even have the great teleportation talisman. Snake demon Jing, you put away the runes. These runes are worth tens of millions of true essence crystals. Unfortunately, they belong to me now. Wang Qin's face was pale. That palm strike just now had actually scattered all the quintessential essence in her body, and she couldn't gather it for a while. There's no need to resist. You've been poisoned by my heavenly snake clan. Jingyu laughed loudly. Without the antidote of our heavenly snake race, if you want to regain control of your quintessential essence, you will have to wait a day. If you dare to come over, I'll self-destruct and let you have nothing. No matter how calm Wang Qin was, she started to panic. No matter how strong she was, if she couldn't control her quintessential essence, it would mean that she had lost her battle strength. How could Wang Qin not panic and feel fear? Self-destruct was the only way to avoid falling into the opponent's hands. Wang Qin wasn't afraid of death. She was only afraid of falling into the opponent's hands. She would rather choose death. Jingyu laughed loudly. Stupid human. Our heavenly snake race's poison can not only suppress quintessential essence, but it can also paralyze your dantian. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Don't even think about it. I haven't played with a woman for 100 years. This time, I'm going to play to my heart's content. Wang Qin's expression changed. She tried to control her dantian, but the result was that her dantian kept calling out to her. She couldn't self-destruct at all. Instantly, her heart turned cold, and she fell into darkness. Little girl, from today onwards, you will be my female slave." Jingyu grabbed her with one hand and prepared to take her away. But at this moment, the earth suddenly shook. Jingyu's movement stopped. Looking down, he was confused. Why is there a shake? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Boom, Jingyu hesitated. Then, a black shadow rushed into the sky and released a human's aura. Human. It's actually a human. Jingyu was startled and immediately understood. It's an outsider. It's an outsider. Capturing a woman was already enough to make Jingyu excited. Now that there was another outsider, his luck was exceptionally good. He could capture both of them at the same time. So it's a snake demon. I was wondering who was making noise up there. The one who came out was Lin Fei, who had been refining the quintessential essence crystals. Compared to the 10 days he had expected, he had completed the refinement 5 days earlier in the dragon transformation state. Wang Qin didn't dare to think about it. When she saw the face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't die?" Wang Qin's memory of this tyrannical young man who suppressed Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo was still fresh in her mind. Subconsciously, she didn't think that this person could survive. Even a disciple of a large dynasty like hers had been chased by a snake demon and almost lost her life, let alone this person who was alone. Wang Qin had never thought that she would meet him in a place like this. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to care about this snake demon at all. Lin Fei turned his head and put on a smile. "This beautiful lady, I think you misunderstood. How could a person like me die? On the other hand, beautiful lady, you seem to be in a bad situation. If you are willing to pay me 30 million quintessential essence crystals, I can chase this snake demon away for you." Lin Fei chuckled and said, "You only have one chance. Beautiful lady, you have to make your choice. For a large dynasty like yours, 30 million quintessential essence crystals shouldn't be a problem, especially when it can be exchanged for a life." Wang Qin was shocked. Jingyu was furious. Wang Qin didn't think that the other party would try to extort her. She was someone from a large dynasty. What kind of background did this person have? How could he be as unscrupulous as a person from a small dynasty? Could it be that he had never seen quintessential essence crystals in his life? She cursed in her heart. People often said that the hero saves the beauty and wins the heart of the beauty. Wang Qin almost suspected that she had heard wrongly. She was a young lady from a large dynasty after all. When had she ever been ignored like this? You are a man after all. Shouldn't you be a hero saving the beauty? Although Wang Qin usually didn't care about such things, all women had this extravagant hope that one day, they would be able to meet a hero like Prince Charming. Bastard, this guy is a bastard. Wang Qin cursed in her heart. As for the other snake demon, Jingyu, he was also enraged. Not only did he not take her seriously in front of her, he even dared to do such a shameful thing. Did he really think that he could chase her away? Enough, you outsider. Jingyu said angrily, "This great demon will eat you today." This unknown outsider had already made Jingyu very unhappy. The only way for him to feel happy was to eat the other party. As he ate, he would watch the human struggle in pain and fear. "I haven't eaten a human for dozens of years." Jingyu licked the corner of his mouth. "The blood energy on your body is very strong. It will definitely be very chewy." Devouring heaven. This was the second divine ability of the sky snake race. Behind him, a huge phantom snake head opened its mouth and bit towards the other party. A huge black vortex appeared above Lin Fei's head. The ferocious snake head passed through the void and bit down. Destruction. Destruction in all directions. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and it was a destruction move. Boom. The huge destruction black dragon was hundreds of feet long. It had already exceeded the size of a few days ago. The aura of destruction soared into the sky. It bit the sky snake. The sky snake struggled and resisted. In less than a breath's time, it was eaten by the destruction black dragon. The destruction gaze swept across, and like a black light, it fell on Jingyu's body. Voila! More than half of Jing Yu's body was broken. His eyes were wide open as he stared at his chest and the heart that had long been smashed. Then, he fell head first, without any signs of life. Not good. The king is dead. Run. The black mass of snake demons behind them saw that their king was killed. How could they still have the mood to fight? Lin Fei waved his hand again. 3 destruction black dragons that were hundreds of feet long swept out. In the vast sky, the aura of destruction swept in all directions. Those snake demons were all killed by the destruction black dragons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Fei laughed loudly. After refining 100 million Jin Yuan crystals, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially in the aspect of metal mentality, his battle strength had greatly increased. Although he had only killed a great beast at the early stage of Emperor Realm, Lin Fei was already full of confidence for the next test. The injured Wang Qin opened her mouth. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at the money-grubber young man, she was momentarily speechless. How could you kill them? Then, she seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. How could your strength be so strong? These hundreds of years old, thousands of years old monsters were all killed. Lin Fei first went to collect the battle armor. He was very proud of himself. 8th grade battle armor, 9th grade battle armor, low grade spirit treasures, mid grade spirit treasures. I'm really rich. Lin Fei was like a money grubber, no less than a few thousand treasures. I can sell them at least tens of millions of Jin Yuan crystals. Unknowingly, Lin Fei liked to collect spoils of war. Especially after the battle, the large amount of spoils of war constantly stimulated Lin Fei. More than 3,600 battle armors. 4,100 spirit treasures. I'm rich. Lin Fei collected all the things. Apart from that, there was also the Emperor Realm monster. The body of the Emperor Realm monster should be quite valuable. Maybe there will be a lot of people buying it. Wang Qin kept watching. Originally, she thought that this person would immediately come to help her after defeating the snake demon. But in the end, he went to collect the spoils of war. Wang Qin was completely speechless. You are a man after all. Is money really that important? I am also a beauty. Can't you take a look at me? Chapter 365. Wang Qin was a true beauty, especially since she came from a large dynasty. Her family was also very influential in the dynasty, but she just had to meet someone like Lin Fei who was immune to beauties. Lin Fei only appeared beside Wang Qin after he returned from his search. Beautiful lady, you owe me 30 million Jin Yuan crystals. When are you going to pay me? Lin Fei teased. Sir, don't you think that you are not a gentleman at all? Wang Qin was poisoned and couldn't move. She looked at the young man in front of her with hatred. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party's angry look, he said, I forgot to tell you that I come from a small dynasty. To a large dynasty like yours, I'm just a bumpkin. In my eyes, gentlemanly behavior is not worth eating. I still feel that Jin Yuan crystals are more important. Wang Qin nearly vomited blood. Small dynasty? Wang Qin didn't believe that this kid could act. Let me see how long you can act for. Was it even possible for someone from a small empire to possess such powerful strength? It wasn't that Wang Qin hadn't seen people from small dynasties, but which one had such strength? None of them. If there was such a person, then he would be a 1 in 10,000 genius. Was it even possible to meet such a genius? So, you really want true origin crystals? A bumpkin like me lacks Jin Yuan crystals the most. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all, despite the fact that this chick's gaze could kill. It's over. Let me tell you, the commotion earlier will quickly attract the attention of the greater fiend. If you do not wish to hand it over, the greater fiend does not mind bringing you back and slowly enjoying you. Bastard, you bastard. Wang Qin was finally furious. It was a threat, a naked threat. Wang Qin was about to vomit blood. Why did she meet such a person? Before the monster came, Wang Qin agreed to pay 30 million Jin Yuan crystals. Of course, she only paid 20 million. Although she came from a large dynasty, having 10 to 20 million Jin Yuan crystals was already not bad. As for the remaining 10 million, she would use other information to pay. This place should be safe. Lin Fei quickly found a safe place and put Wang Qin down. There was nothing he could do about the poison left by the heavenly snake. Too overbearing. The poison suppressed his true yuan and paralyzed his dantian. He placed Wang Qin in a safe place and sat down beside her. Even though Wang Qin was very angry that she had met a greedy country bumpkin, she still managed to survive. For some reason, she always felt safe when she was with him. The sky serpent great demon had the battle prowess of a martial emperor, but he was still killed by the young man before him. His strength was already very terrifying. Thinking back, this young man had fought with the people of the Tianyuan dynasty outside, and in the end, he had used a secret technique to suppress them. Only a few days had passed, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he had not used a secret technique, but his true strength. This kid was a freak. Wang Qin had never seen anyone with such terrifying talent. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Even if Wang Qin did not have a good impression of this person, his strength was unquestionable. In the Senfu, there were many great Fei. With such a monstrous brat around, Wang Qin felt at ease. She had used up most of the treasures she had while being chased by the great Fei. Even the most precious great teleportation talisman had been stolen. Of course, she didn't expect to get it back. If he wanted to survive, he had to accompany this person. Hey, didn't you want to ask me for information? Why aren't you asking? Wang Qin took the initiative to speak. After calming down, Wang Qin gradually saw some clues. It was undeniable that no one from a large dynasty was simple, and Wang Qin was no exception. From the clues, she could see some of Lin Fei's background. I thought you wouldn't tell me. Lin Fei was surprised. This chick hated him on the way here, so why would she take the initiative to speak to him? We from a large dynasty never owe anyone anything. Wang Qin said, what do you want to know? Just ask. If you don't know how to ask, maybe I can help you. Lin Fei was a little interested. I guess what you want to know the most is where the Heaven Immortal test is. Wang Qin's eyes flickered with something called pride. This chick was really impressive. He needed to practice more in this aspect. Lin Fei was slightly surprised, and began to admire this chick. Just like what the chick had said, this was what Lin Fei wanted to know the most. Where was the Heaven Immortal test? In Senfu, there were many great demons. When he killed the sky snake great demon, Lin Fei could sense that the great demon's spiritual perception swept over. It was an aura stronger than the Emperor realm. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he did not have the confidence to face off against the endless number of great fiends. Accepting the trial of the heavenly immortals was the wisest choice. Saving Wang Qin was what Lin Fei had in mind. Very impressive. Lin Fei admitted directly. I'll give you 2 million primordial essence crystals for this information. No way, 5 million. Wang Qin shook her head. If you can extort me, I can extort you too, unless you don't want to know the location of the Heaven Immortal test. Damn it, this chick dared to rebel? Lin Fei widened his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. She was extorting him. You think I will agree? I will definitely agree. Wang Qin nodded. I forgot to tell you, women can be very scary when they're angry. 5 million primordial essence crystals is within my acceptable range. What the other party said sounded so reasonable. Lin Fei felt like he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength. This chick was impressive. You're impressive. Lin Fei snorted. Now you can tell me, right? Seeing him suffer a setback, Wang Qin was pleased. She thought to herself, look down on us women. We are more vengeful than anyone else. The heaven immortal test is in the central region. Celestial immortal Deadwood left behind a test to clear it. We need to travel a few million kilometers to get there. During this time, great demons will gather and are extremely powerful. No one knows how many tests there are to reach the central region's heaven immortal passageway. If we can pass 3 tests, we can leave Senfu. A few million kilometers central region. It seems Senfu is quite large. Lin Fei thought to himself. From what this chick said, it seems like she wants to leave Senfu. The heaven immortal test is a chance. A few million kilometers away, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. He had no idea how many great demons there were in Senfu, and he didn't know what kind of great demons he would meet. The central region would most likely have even more great demons. There would be layers of protection, and no one would be able to barge in. This greatly increased the difficulty. No great demon would be willing to be controlled by others in Senfu. Heading to the central region was probably the first test, right? Chapter 366. 30 million true essence crystals. Damn, this girl was addicted to extortion? Did she really think that a tiger was a sick cat when it didn't show its might? She was simply stepping on his face. Hearing this, Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Women were really scary when they were petty. Not only did she take 5 million true essence crystals, she also wanted to take another sum from him. He had just extorted 30 million true essence crystals from this girl, and now she was extorting 5 million true essence crystals from him. Isn't he a little too daring? Humph, do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei didn't believe her. If you had this ability, I don't think you would be chased by the great demon and almost brought back. Lin Fei really didn't believe this kind of news. She really thought he was an idiot. If she had this method, why did she come to him and wouldn't be chased by the great demon? Now it is 40 million true essence crystals. Wang Qin smiled like a fox. You must be thinking that if there is a way to directly go to the central region, then why would I be chased by the great demon? Damn, you are still proud. No matter what you say, don't even think about getting me to pay. Lin Fei said. In reality, his pocket was only filled with the true essence crystals that he had just plundered. He really couldn't bear to do it. Wang Qin said again, do you know about the heaven immortal key? Thump. Lin Fei had a bad thought. Was he really going to be extorted? Heaven immortal key, Lin Fei knew about it. It was said that the divine light of Senfu was so powerful that all the martial artists who charged up were killed. Only they had the protection of the heaven immortal key, which allowed them to successfully enter Senfu. Lin Fei dared to say that unless one was a heaven immortal, no one could force their way in. Could it be that there were other mysteries in the heaven immortal key? Lin Fei kept asking himself. Wang Qin's words made him waver. If Wang Qin mentioned something else, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it at all. But when it came to the heaven immortal key, Lin Fei had no choice but to believe in the possibility. 6 heaven immortal keys. Currently, 5 of them were in other people's hands, and he was the only one left. When the chick mentioned the celestial immortal key, the first thing Lin Fei thought of was the celestial immortal key. Other than the celestial immortal key, there was no other way. Before this, the little girl had a heavenly immortal key. If the little girl knew the secret of the heavenly immortal key, then it would be normal. It was no wonder that she would blackmail him. Lin Fei no longer doubted it. I know about the heavenly immortal key. Lin Fei nodded. You're not going to say that the celestial key can lead us to the central region, are you? Despite having a guess in his heart, Lin Fei still asked foolishly. There was no other way. Lin Fei's heart was already itching. If he could avoid the great demons and reach the central region, that would be for the best. It would save him a lot of trouble. You've guessed it yourself. Wang Qin said, the celestial key doesn't just give you the right to enter the Senfu's treasury, it also allows you to teleport 3 times within the Senfu. This ability is something that only our large dynasties know about. It just so happens that our Leitang clan knows the secret of the celestial key, and we also know how to control it. So it was like that. Lin Fei was very surprised. The celestial key hid such a big secret. Teleporting 3 times. The senfu was so big. 3 teleportations would be enough to reach the central region. There was no problem at all. Lin Fei knew about the Great Teleportation Talisman. This was a great teleportation talisman that was refined by an array runes master. One must be at least a rank 10 runes master. There were only a few rank 10 runes masters in the large dynasties. More importantly, one needed to be extremely skilled in array formations. Otherwise, one would not be able to refine it. Therefore, the Great Teleportation Talisman was priceless. I don't think I need to pay 30 million true essence crystals. Suddenly, Lin Fei laughed. You took the initiative to suggest it. I think you want me to bring you to the central region to participate in the celestial immortal trials, right? This stinky man. How did he guess this? Wang Qin was slightly shocked. From the moment she suggested the idea, Wang Qin did want him to bring her to participate in the celestial immortal trials. This was the only way. Wang Qin did not have a scroll to leave the senfu. If she did not participate in the celestial immortal trials, she would not be able to leave easily. Just the danger of a few million miles was a huge problem. If the other party brought her along, it would be really easy. With the great teleportation, she could appear in the central region. It would be much safer than her own dangerous journey. She did not expect this man to react so quickly. You guessed it. I really want to go. Wang Qin was very direct. You don't have to bring me there. Don't even think about knowing how to use the celestial key. You will blackmail me. I will blackmail you. Lin Fei was a little helpless now. At least he got a piece of good news. He did not expect this Wang Qin to hold a grudge. It seemed like he did not offend this girl in any way, right? Lin Fei could not think of anything. Kill. Lin Fei could not do it. Torture. Lin Fei was not confident that he could succeed. The other party was not an ordinary person but someone from a large dynasty. If there was no one to lead the way in the central region, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Especially when there were many great demons. If he wasted an opportunity, it would undoubtedly increase the trouble. You are impressive. I can bring you to the celestial immortal trials, Lin Fei said solemnly. However, don't expect me to give you 40 million primeval essence crystals. Wang Qin said. How about this? Let's write off our old debts. Bring me to the central region. This was Wang Qin's true intention. What she did previously was just to reveal her true conditions. She would write off the debt of primeval essence crystals and obtain another chance to head to the central region. Wang Qin's thoughts were that simple. You are impressive. Lin Fei knew that he had suffered a small loss. This girl was very calculative. Same here. You and I are about the same. A day later. Wang Qin's sky snake venom was removed and she regained her strength. The two did not make a heavenly Tao oath. Such a fluctuation would attract the attention of the great demons. I have already told you how to use the celestial immortal key to perform greater instant teleportation. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Qin said. She was still worried that this selfish man would choose to abandon her. Lin Fei turned back and seemed to see her worries. Don't worry. I always do what I promise. After silently familiarizing himself with the technique, Lin Fei held the celestial immortal key. Wang Qin took out a map. The red dot is the central region. This is our route. Lin Fei memorized it. He activated the celestial immortal key and the red light instantly enveloped the two. Hualala, the first time he controlled it, it was not perfect. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and instantly encountered a great demon. This outsider has the celestial immortal key. Kill him. Kill. Lin Fei would not give them the chance. He activated the celestial immortal key again and entered the void. Greater instant teleportation is indeed impressive. Lin Fei thought to himself. No wonder those people from the super dynasties are trying so hard to snatch the celestial immortal key. Lin Fei was glad that he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have been chased by the great demons. The second time he appeared, the great demon aura was rampant. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he was surrounded by the great demons. If he had not left quickly, he might have been entangled by the great demons. He performed greater instant teleportation again. Lin Fei asked. Tell me honestly. When you last appeared, were you near the periphery of the central region? After being besieged by great demons twice, Lin Fei had a question in his heart. Celestial immortal Witherwood Senfu left behind a large number of great demon servants and their descendants. Wang Qin took a deep breath. Be it great demons or celestial immortal descendants, they all want to inherit the Senfu and leave this sealed space. The celestial immortal key can only appear in the vicinity. When the time comes, you just need to buy me time. We will have enough time to charge into the Senfu. Once we enter the Senfu, they will not be able to do anything to us. Lin Fei knew that it would not be so easy to enter. He was once again tricked by this girl. In that case, if I do not buy time, we might be killed by the great demons? That is the truth. Be it great demons or celestial immortal descendants, they are all fighting for the celestial immortal key. No matter who has the celestial immortal key, they will act immediately. Right now, they must have gathered outside the central region. They are more anxious than anyone else to leave the Senfu and enter the vast space outside. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It seems that I have been tricked by you again. If I don't use my full strength, the great demons will be able to tear us apart, said Lin Fei. Does your treasure really have a chance of breaking into the Senfu? Lin Fei did not have many protective treasures on him, aside from his trump card, his ultimate killer move. Therefore, when Wang Qin said that she had a treasure that could stop the great demons, Lin Fei believed it. She was born in a large dynasty and was of the Thunder clan. Lin Fei really did not believe that she did not have a single treasure. Whether or not this treasure could stop the great demons became another of Lin Fei's doubts. Wang Qin said with a very serious expression, "Do not doubt our Thunder clan. Since I have already spoken, this treasure will definitely be able to stop the great demons." Good, good. Since you said it, I hope you will not disappoint me, said Lin Fei in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this, he could only go all out. Wang Qin's face revealed a rare look of solemnity. As long as you buy me some time, entering the Senfu will naturally not be an issue. The treasures of our Thunder clan are not as weak as you imagine them to be. You should hurry up and think about how you are going to deal with the combined attacks of the great demons. Lin Fei snorted coldly. No need for you to worry. I will naturally make the necessary preparations. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, we're almost there. Get ready. Lin Fei's face was solemn. Wang Qin nodded. Whoosh. Lin Fei and Wang Qin appeared in the central region. The first thing they saw was a black mass of demons, as well as a towering demonic aura. It was like a paradise for demons. Another outsider with a celestial immortal key. Hurry up and kill that kid. Snatch the celestial immortal key. With the celestial immortal key, we will be qualified to participate in the celestial immortal trial. Kill. Lin Fei's heart sank when he saw the sea of demons in front of him. Damn it. There were too many demons. Celestial immortal Deadwood, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? With this in mind, Lin Fei immediately activated his dragonification state. Chapter 367. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Chidian coins tip and Bob for the monthly votes. It was the last day of the double monthly votes. Please give me a few monthly votes. He wanted to fight for more time and opportunities. Lin Fei had to use his ultimate move to fight for more opportunities. This was the only choice he had at the moment. Previously, he had exchanged 3,000 points for the sky-raising finger to kill the sky snake great demon. The system was left with 15,000 points of essence force. Using 10,000 points of essence force at once made Lin Fei's heart ache. If he didn't use essence force, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that he could fight for more time against the overwhelming number of demons. He had to go all out. He didn't want to give them any chance to fight back. Exchanging for 10,000 points of essence force, Lin Fei wanted to know how powerful it would be if he went all out. 10,000 points of essence force, exchange successful. 10 direction annihilation. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a heavenly god, vast and untouchable. He punched out in the air. Wu Shuangqin, who was at the side, was completely stunned. Such terrifying power. How could Lin Fei have such terrifying power? Even a perfected martial emperor might not have such power. With a thought, Wang Qin regained her senses and hurriedly summoned her protective artifact. A large number of demons rushed over like a beehive. True essence force burst. The strong wind swept over and the small demon's defense was like tofu. It was cut open and the smell of blood permeated the air. The profound spirit little demon was dead. The profound king great demon was also dead. The human profound spirit martial artist was also dead. As the strong wind swept across, it was like a sickle reaping lives. With a swoosh, a large number of demons were turned into a bloody mist or fell from the sky. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of essence force. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of essence force. Lin Fei was in a state of excitement. The system kept sending out notifications of experience points. Lin Fei could feel the wonderful feeling of killing monsters and obtaining a large amount of experience points. That's awesome. In just a few minutes, I've already done it. My experience bar has increased by more than 50 million, and I've gained more than 20,000 mana points. Lin Fei didn't expect to gain so much. Previously, he was still feeling heartache over the loss of his elemental energy. After spending 10,000 elemental energy points, there seemed to be no return. Now, the report came back. Lin Fei's big move went down. In the central region, all the great demons were paying attention. The attack power of a great perfection realm emperor, especially one with a large area of effect, was very noticeable. This fellow must have used some sort of secret technique. Now that the secret technique has ended, Cho He, lead some men to kill this fellow and snatch the heavenly immortal key. A black-robed man on a cloud in the sky gave the order. This black-robed man was an emperor-level greater demon in the Senfu. He commanded tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Ever since the opening of the Senfu, the black-robed man had arranged for the demon soldiers to kill all the outsiders in an attempt to snatch the heaven immortal key, but to no avail. Now that he saw hope, he immediately arranged for people to take action. This emperor-level great demon was not the only one who had noticed it. The other great demons had also noticed it. Demon soldiers, split into 3 groups and kill this fellow. The secret technique has ended. This fellow is no longer a concern. The opportunity to snatch the heaven immortal key has come. One by one, the great demons gave orders to their demon soldiers. Whoosh! The black mass of demon soldiers once again turned into a torrent, like a flood, trying to devour Lin Fei. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He opened the mana exchange again, and it was also 10,000 points. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 10 directions annihilation. His aura could probably block the torrent of demon soldiers. Under the large area of effect attack, the demon soldiers were defeated once again. Without a doubt, Lin Fei had once again used the secret technique. The great demons in the sky almost vomited blood. All of them felt all kinds of heartache and pain. Damn it, my demon soldiers. Bastard, the demon soldiers that I've painstakingly cultivated are finished just like that. I'm going to kill this young man with my own hands. Once again, the demon soldiers were damaged. All the great demons went crazy. The Senfu demon race had a large population, but to cultivate true demon soldiers required time. At the same time, they needed to forge all kinds of armors and spiritual treasures. It was a huge expense. Their precious treasures were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and their strength was greatly reduced. Whoosh! The great demons rushed out and attacked personally. Wang Qin, are you done yet? Seeing the group of great demons attacking, Lin Fei already felt the pressure. Just a little bit more. Soul shock. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and used the soul shock. This was the only thing that could suppress the Emperor Realm demons. They were all existences on par with the profound sect. Whoosh! As Lin Fei's strength increased, so did his soul. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Fei had no confidence against the demons whose strength had reached the profound sect level. The force of the attack was like a fan. These Emperor Realm demons had strong physical bodies, but in terms of soul cultivation, they were much weaker. Lin Fei's attack caused a short pause. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei exchanged for another 10,000 energy. If he did not deal with the group of great demons in front of him, once they rushed up, it would definitely be troublesome. He had the Azure Dragon true body, so he was fine. Wang Qin would be torn apart by the great demons. In a battle between experts, it was a battle of one night. With the soul shock earlier, they had lost a precious breath of time. Lin Fei used the 10 directions annihilation again. Like a weapon to harvest lives, it landed on the group of great demons. In an instant, some of them were killed. When the great demons reacted, they were already dead. As for the others, they were heavily injured. Not good, the king is dead. The king is dead, that human killed the king. The orderly demon soldiers immediately showed signs of collapse following the death of the king. Lin Fei, let's go. Wang Qin finally used her protective treasure. A ball of jingguang wrapped around her, and with a whoosh, she turned into a jingguang and rushed towards the center, the silver-white halo. Lin Fei quickly activated the heavenly immortal key. The red light shone brightly. Leave the divine key. Rumble! A black hand reached out from the void, grabbing onto the jingguang. The two inside were shocked. Under this grab, the jingguang actually caused ripples, as if it was going to break in the next second. A profound sect-level great demon. Lin Fei and Wang Qin's heart sank. There really was a profound sect-level great demon in the center. Wang Qin was already panicking. Lin Fei's face was also solemn. Continue controlling. Sky-raising finger. Chapter 368. Bang! The sky-piercing finger was shattered by another giant hand. It turned out that another giant hand had slammed down and completely destroyed the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, there was a slight difference in time and could not stop the opponent. He had completely lost the chance to obtain the divine key. Then, a human powerhouse appeared in the sky. This human powerhouse was the descendant of divine immortal Ku Mu, the mystic sect powerhouse, Ku Shui. In this Senfu, he was the strongest of the divine immortal descendants, the true overlord. The mystic sect level was not like the mystic sovereign level. There was a great deal of difficulty in cultivating both. Ku Shui's strength had already reached the mystic grandmaster level and was only one step away from the mystic venerable level. If there was no Ku Shui powerhouse among the divine immortal descendants, the divine immortal descendants would have been eaten by the demon tribe long ago. They would not be able to occupy this territory now. Ku Shui, so there are times when you fail too. In the sky not far away, a grand demon suddenly appeared. When this grand demon appeared, all the grand demons below instinctively revealed a fearful expression. The person who came was the strongest powerhouse among the demon tribe, Tian Xing of the celestial dragon tribe. The battle between the demon tribe and the human tribe never stopped. These two almighties rarely made a move. Once they did, it would be an earth-shattering battle. Ku Shui's face was gloomy. Horses have times when they fail, so do humans. You can only blame this kid for being too cunning. Otherwise, the divine key would have definitely fallen into my hands. On the other hand, the celestial dragon tribe seems to have returned empty-handed. Tian Xing was a burly middle-aged man with white hair and white eyebrows. It was very strange. It has been so many years since your ancestors left the Senfu test. It seems like it has been more than 8,000 years. No one has succeeded the Senfu. Do you think they have a chance? The demon tribe is not worried. Ku Shui snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied and immediately teleported away. Still the same old temper. Tian Xing smiled. Looking at the central area, he shook his head and turned to leave. After the two almighties left, the grand demons below continued to guard outside. Finally safe. In the central area, there were many floating palaces. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in an empty square. After coming out of the Jingguang, he took a deep breath. When the mystic sect Great Demon attacked just now, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. He did not hesitate to spend 10,000 points to exchange for an attack and barely escaped. If he were to crush the secret treasure, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. After surviving the calamity, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief when their feet touched the ground. Wang Qin looked at Lin Fei. I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in big trouble. The two of them had been through a lot. Your secret treasure is not bad either. It was able to block Xian Zong's attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to fight back. When Xian Zong attacked just now, Lin Fei knew that if he hesitated to attack, things wouldn't be so easy anymore. Instead, he would have to face Xian Zong's attack. The best outcome would be for Wang Qin to die and Lin Fei to leave with injuries. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin pointed at the floating palaces in the central area. These palaces are the inheritance tests left by heaven immortals. We call them the treasure-keeping palaces. Anyone can choose a palace to enter. There are treasures within as long as you have the strength. The other is the heaven immortal test. Every palace test is the same. It all depends on your luck. Lin Fei looked at the palaces. The floating palaces were thousands of feet tall, like a giant city. With a glance, there were no less than 100 palaces. So there is such a thing. Wang Qin had a complicated look. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think there will definitely be. Wang Qin turned into a stream of light and flew towards the palace, disappearing quickly. There are so many palaces. Which one should I choose? Lin Fei rubbed his chin, not knowing how to choose. Suddenly, Lin Fei slapped his head. How could I have forgotten about this? Lin Fei let out the little thing. This was a fellow that could travel through the void. It was the best at choosing treasures. The little thing seemed to have been locked up for too long and was in a bad mood. It was like an aggrieved child. Even the thick-skinned Lin Fei didn't dare to look at the little thing's aggrieved eyes. Little thing, don't look at me like that. I'm letting you out now. Lin Fei smiled apologetically. Who asked the little thing to be a beast that could travel through the void? Look at this place. Which palace has good stuff? The moment he said that, the little thing seemed to be attracted. It looked at the floating palaces with excitement in its eyes. Swoosh swoosh, the little thing traveled through the void. Lin Fei stared. Damn, you heartless thing. Don't tell me you went to enjoy yourself? There were no less than hundreds of treasure-keeping palaces with endless treasures and miraculous medicines. Lin Fei was really worried that the little thing's appetite was too big to bear to come back. Beasts that could travel through the void. Lin Fei had done some research. These beasts cultivated the fastest. All sorts of treasures in secret realms couldn't stop them. They could enter places that humans couldn't. The treasure-keeping palaces of heaven immortals had restrictions outside. Outsiders might not be able to enter, but it was really easy for beasts like the little thing. A moment later, the little thing returned and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. You found something? Lin Fei asked. The little thing traveled through the void and Lin Fei followed. One treasury hall after another passed by. Lin Fei was very curious as to what kind of treasury hall the little thing would find. He was very eager to find out. Along the way, he nearly died. Lin Fei really wanted to use treasures to make up for it. Especially when the mystic sect demon used 10,000 essence force. Now, the system was left with less than 10,000. The little thing finally stopped in front of a giant treasure-keeping palace. This is the one? The little thing nodded. Lin Fei didn't hesitate and charged into the treasure-keeping palace. Voila! After charging into the treasure-keeping palace. It was huge. Lin Fei was like a dwarf in the treasure-keeping palace, looking really small in front of it. Damn, where did this heaven immortal Kumu come from? How did he build such a huge treasure-keeping palace? Lin Fei looked at the hall and for some reason, he asked. On the outside, the palace was over 3,000 zhang tall. However, upon entering the palace, the actual height was no less than 30,000 zhang. It was like a huge city. Very soon, Lin Fei saw that in the center of the hall, there were huge cushions placed one by one. Opposite the cushions was a giant stone platform that was at least 10,000 feet wide. Heaven immortal Kumu wouldn't be a demon, right? Lin Fei thought to himself. Apart from demons, it seemed like humans couldn't sit in this position, right? It was too big. The little thing traveled through the void and kept calling out to Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only keep his questions to himself and use the wings of the wind to chase after the little thing. After the hall, there were rows of stone houses. Lin Fei could already see that the little thing was in a state of excitement. Voila! Lin Fei blasted open the first stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, rows of bookshelves appeared. Lin Fei picked up a random book and couldn't help but be surprised. Yellow upper grade martial art, heart-killing palm. Lin Fei looked again and was surprised again. Yellow middle grade martial art, shadowless kick. Mystic lower grade martial art, thunder palm. Lin Fei laughed. I'm rich, I'm really rich. I didn't expect heaven immortal Kumu to collect so many secret manuals. The first harvest was these martial arts. There were no less than a few thousand secret manuals in the stone room. Keep it. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles as he put away the manuals. Lin Fei put away the large number of secret manuals, leaving an empty bookshelf. When he reached the innermost bookshelf, Lin Fei found that there were very few secret manuals on this row. There seemed to be no more than 10. Lin Fei looked over and his eyes lit up. Soul's secret art, deity kill. Lin Fei had always been interested in Soul's secret arts, but he didn't have any gains. This deity kill immediately attracted Lin Fei's interest. He flipped it open and had a look of joy. Then, he frowned. This deity kill needs to reach the level of divine sense to cultivate. I'm still one step away from that. Lin Fei thought, divine sense can only be cultivated by emperor rank experts. Usually, only profound ancestor rank experts can cultivate divine sense. Profound ancestor rank was more powerful than profound emperor, and divine sense was one of them. The divine sense they cultivated was a level higher than the divine sense. If they learned a powerful divine sense secret art, it would be a powerful killing move. Since he couldn't cultivate it for the time being, Lin Fei was naturally happy to get his hands on a divine sense secret art. When he saw the second book, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. Akala Sutra. Seeing the name, Lin Fei was surprised. How could such a shock appear in this place? After flipping it open, Lin Fei finally understood how precious it was because there were detailed records. So the divine sense is so important. Lin Fei only knew a little about the divine sense. There was very little information about the divine sense. If he didn't see this Akala Sutra, Lin Fei wouldn't know that there was such a big secret in the divine sense. Fortunately, I have this little thing. Otherwise, I would have missed such a good thing. Lin Fei thought, so after reaching emperor rank, I have to start to condense the divine sense and become even more powerful. With a powerful divine sense, I can resist the attack of divine sense. I don't even need the protection of the divine sense. According to the introduction above, this true scripture of the immovable wisdom king can visualize a powerful immovable wisdom king, making the soul exceptionally powerful. Under continuous visualization, it can also strengthen the divine sense, with endless wonderful uses. 2 Divine Sense Secret Arts. Lin Fei was more excited than the other divine sense secret arts. Soul shock was not bad in the early stages. But in the later stages, the enemy would be strong, and they would start to cultivate divine sense. Its power would be even more terrifying, and the divine sense would also be especially strong. If he used soul shock again, he wouldn't be able to display its power. But if he learned these 2, one for attack and one for defense, Lin Fei believed that he could eliminate this worry. The powerful, motionless wisdom king scripture can block the attack of divine sense. The abnormal attack god killer could kill the opponent by surprise. Even if it couldn't, it could still heavily injure the opponent. Chapter 369. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong and Luo Yuxuan for their tips, and Uxil for his 2 monthly votes. The harvest from the treasure trove palace far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was like a country bumpkin who had come to a big city. First, he had obtained no less than 1,000 secret manuals in the secret manual stone house. Among them were secret manuals of mysterious techniques, divine abilities, and various secret techniques. It might not be a big deal to a big family, but to Lin Fei's family, as long as he had this batch of secret manuals, especially the mysterious and earth-ranked martial arts, these would become the family treasures of the Lin family in the future. The strength of a family not only required a large amount of resources, but also a large amount of martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques. Only by using both methods could a real big family be created. Without a doubt, the large amount of secret manuals that Lin Fei had obtained would be the seeds of the Lin family. Once the seeds were planted, they would take root and germinate, grow strong, and spread their branches and leaves. At the same time, this would also be the foundation of the Lin family. With these martial arts secret manuals, I can truly sit back and relax. Walla Lin Fei's heart moved, and he opened another stone house. This stone room was filled with all kinds of spirit treasures and battle armors of all kinds. Even though Lin Fei had plundered a large amount of demon soldier armors outside, facing a house full of armors and spirit treasures, it could not be compared at all. Too many. At a glance, they were all spirit treasures. The only regret was that among the spirit treasure armors, there were no true treasures. Above the spirit treasures were the true treasures, which had endless power. To be able to have so many spirit treasures, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. He was not afraid of having too many spirit treasures, but he was worried that he would not be able to find one. I'll take it. A large amount of spirit treasures were collected by Lin Fei, and his mood was not ordinary. So many flying swords. High-grade spirit treasures. Lin Fei glanced over and grinned. This was simply what he was thinking, and so many flying swords were hidden in the treasure trove palace. Good, good, with these flying swords, the power of my total annihilation will definitely increase by a few levels. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei opened the system space. Voila, voila, a large number of spirit treasures were stored inside. Over 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. With so many superior-grade numinous treasures, I'm afraid I'll have to use my psyche perception to control them, thought Lin Fei. Only by controlling them with my psyche perception can I deliver my strongest attacks. He plundered another stone house. Lin Fei liked spirit treasures, but he also liked battle armor. The grade of the armor was not high. The highest grade was only 6th grade armor. In terms of defensive power, it was in no way inferior to Lin Fei's Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei wary of the battle armor. There were many stone houses in the treasure vault. Many of the stone houses were empty. Even so, Lin Fei still plundered a large amount of resources, the most important of which were medicinal pills. A large number of pure essence pills, a large number of quintessential essence crystals, and especially spirit liquids that could enhance one's soul made Lin Fei completely excited. In the stone house where the spirit liquids were stored. Seeing the spirit liquids in the large pool, Lin Fei was completely excited. At this moment, Lil Thing was beside the pool, swallowing the spirit liquids in the rainbow stream. Its expression was the same as Lin Fei's, extremely happy. There should be at least 1,000,000 caddies of spirit liquids here, right? Lin Fei estimated in his heart. Tens of thousands of spirit liquids. Lin Fei was already very shocked. He did not expect that celestial immortal Kumu would leave behind such a treasure vault, especially with so much spirit liquids. More than 1,000,000 spirit liquids. Lin Fei had never seen it before. Lin Fei, who had a small fortune, was completely inadequate in front of this spirit liquids. It was like a little money bag meeting a big landlord. There was no comparison. Fortunately, I let Lil Thing lead the way. Otherwise, these spirit liquids and elixirs would have no fate with me. Lin Fei looked at Lil Thing. Space beasts are indeed awesome. Only they can enter such a place. There are probably only 1 or 2 treasure vaults left behind by a celestial immortal that can have so many treasures, right? Below the treasure vault will be a test left behind by the celestial immortal. There is so much spirit liquids here. I can completely cultivate my divine sense and control thousands of high-grade spirit treasures, completely increasing my strength. Facing the Godslayer and scripture of Akalanatha, Lin Fei could not wait to cultivate them immediately. Lin Fei did not think that the test left behind by the celestial immortal would be so easy to pass. There was nothing wrong with increasing his strength. Whoosh! Lin Fei released King Kong. King Kong was already an early-stage mystic king great demon, but compared to the great demons of the Senfu, he was still much weaker. With so much spirit liquids here, King Kong could also increase his strength. Lin Fei activated the dragon transformation state and began to wantonly devour the spirit liquids. If an outsider saw this, they would probably faint from fright. Crazy, too crazy. After cultivating the Azure Dragon true body, Lin Fei's refining speed had once again skyrocketed. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Absorbing the spirit liquids and rapidly refining them. The spirit liquids in the huge pool were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew! When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, 3 days had already passed. In these 3 days, Lin Fei had refined a total of 2,000,000 liters of spirit liquids, all of which were used to attack his divine sense. Walla the formless divine sense was like a sprout, rapidly extending outwards. 100 zhang. 1,000 zhang. 3,000 zhang. 50,000 zhang. When the divine sense extended to 50,000 zhang, it had reached its limit and could no longer extend outwards. As expected of a divine sense that can only be cultivated at the Mystic King realm. It can reach a distance of 50,000 zhang in one breath. Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder you can cultivate divine sense. When combined with a divine sense secret technique, it will be a terrifying attack. Lin Fei looked up and saw that King Kong had actually fallen asleep. After checking with his divine sense, he was relieved. King Kong had absorbed a large amount of spirit liquids and was in a state of breakthrough. As for Lil Thing, it was lazily lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, snoring loudly. This Lil Thing. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Putting away King Kong and Lil Thing, he took out the God Killer and the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the God Killer. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Lin Fei first learned the God Killer. In the depths of his consciousness, a miniature version of Lin Fei sat cross-legged with a dignified expression. His hands began to form a strange seal. This was one of the steps to using the God Killer. After forming the seal, he saw a miniature version of Lin Fei and used the God Killer. Walla the void was pierced through with a single strike. Lin Fei could clearly feel the power contained within. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was shocked. Soul attack is only used to attack the opponent's soul and cause it to stagnate. But divine sense is used to destroy the opponent's soul. Soul attack and destruction were two completely different methods of attack. Good, good. Now that I have condensed the immovable Wisdom King, my soul will be stable. Even if it is injured, it can be repaired through visualization. Lin Fei once again sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Chapter 370. It was not a long time to practice Killer Deity. Practicing the motionless wisdom scripture took a full 5 days before Lin Fei was able to visualize the motionless Wisdom King. This was the problem of aptitude. The former, Lin Fei, for 5 years, the strength has been stagnant. This is the best proof. If not for Lin Fei from the earth to occupy the body and obtain the system, he would not be able to reach this realm in his life, even powerful combat power. 5 days to visualize the Akala King is already an extremely difficult thing. This aptitude is really good, no wonder the cultivation stagnated. Lin Fei secretly said, it took him 5 days to comprehend. If the aptitude is good, plus the comprehension, visualizing the Akala King will definitely be very easy. Sinking his heart, Lin Fei looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. As usual, the shrunken Lin Fei, sitting cross-legged in the void, only to see Lin Fei pinched a seal. Behind the void, suddenly appeared a huge Akala King, like a towering mountain. At the same time, a heavy breath shrouded Lin Fei. This is the Akala King that Lin Fei visualized. Akala King, good at defense, as long as the mind moved, can summon the Akala King, become one's strongest defense. In addition, the continuous visualization, the soul will become more solid, more powerful. From this visualization technique, Lin Fei already knew a little about the situation. For example, the cultivation of the soul must have the visualization method. The strength of the visualization technique had a huge impact on the spirit. A strong spirit could withstand the enemy's divine sense attack, but if the spirit was weak, it would definitely be at a disadvantage when encountering this kind of secret technique attack. If the spirit was unlucky, it might even lose its life. The seemingly simple visualization method is very important. In order to thoroughly master the visualization method, and visualize the Akala King, Lin Fei continued to visualize again, spent another 3 days, felt that it was enough, then stopped. 11 days, quietly passed. Now that the strength has reached the strongest peak state, it is time to challenge the fairy immortal test. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei felt that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Whoosh, more than 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasures appeared behind Lin Fei. After cultivating his spiritual sense, he no longer felt any pressure controlling superior-grade numinous treasures. It was relatively easy. With the current strength of my divine sense, I can display the 3rd or even the 4th level. Lin Fei pointed forward. Go! Thousands of flying swords struck the stone house like a white waterfall. Crash under the attack of total annihilation, the huge stone house was reduced to nothingness. Not even the slightest remnant was left behind. This is the 3rd floor. Lin Fei thought, I wonder if I can succeed in the 4th level. Crash. Lin Fei activated the 4th level. Although one was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level, their power was not on the same level. Whether it would work or not, Lin Fei himself was not sure. Go, total annihilation, level 4. He used his divine sense to control the flying swords as if there were thousands of him. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Fei could feel that, except for the stagnation in the middle, although it was not visible, he could still feel it. Then, he displayed the 4th level. It's done. Lin Fei beamed with joy. I didn't expect to display the 4th level so soon. One was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level. Lin Fei was delighted. His trip to Senfu had greatly increased his strength, which was beyond his original expectations. Just cultivating the divine sense was already monstrous enough. Of course, with millions of drops of spiritual liquid, even a pig could cultivate it. In addition, the divine sense secret art was rarely seen. Every book that appeared was shockingly expensive. With just a trip to the immortal mansion, he had easily obtained it and truly grasped it. Total annihilation has reached the 4th level, and with the divine sense, I can probably kill those emperor-level monsters just by using the divine sense secret art. Let's go through the Sky Immortal test first. There are so many treasures in the treasure depository. If I become the successor, what will I get? Lin Fei licked his lips, full of fighting spirit. Lin Fei searched all the other stones in the treasure depository and didn't gain much, which was expected. As for the rest, Lin Fei didn't care at all. This is the passage for the Sky Immortal test. Soon, Lin Fei appeared at the end of the hall, in front of a passage. The dark passage was filled with endless mysteries. The treasure depository. Lin Fei searched everywhere, but this was the most mysterious place. The Sky Immortal test should be inside. Lin Fei was sure. Apart from this place, there was no other treasure depository. Sky Immortal test, here I come. With the wings of the wind, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed in. When he rushed into the dark passage, the passage lit up. On both sides of the passage, there were a large number of bones and scattered objects. Are these the challengers? On both sides of the passage, there were bones everywhere. From the color of the bones, it wasn't hard to tell how old the bones were. Of course, the age had to be calculated in hundreds of years. The spirit treasures left beside the bones had long become scrap metal with the passage of time. The power of the spirit treasures had long been lost, so they naturally became useless. As he walked in, the number of bones was the same as before. On some of the bones, Lin Fei could clearly see that there were clear wounds on the bones. Lin Fei already felt the pressure. If this is the Sky Immortal test, there should only be 10 in 1,000 years, and only 110,000 years. According to the situation, there shouldn't be so many bones in the passage, right? Lin Fei guessed. The number of bones in the passage was not less than 100. Because of this, the Sky Immortal test was already covered with a layer of unknown and mystery. As he flew along the passage, Lin Fei began to be on guard. Small square? At the end of the passage, there was a clear view. It turned out to be a small square. Seeing the small square, Lin Fei was even more on guard. In the center, there was a man in black wearing battle armor, and on the surrounding stone slabs, there were white bones. Walla before he could step out, the passage behind him closed. A mysterious force was released, cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, the man in black, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He was expressionless, without any emotions. That cold aura, with indifference, was like a god of death. Defeat me. Defeat me. The cold voice echoed in the small square. Puppet. He was actually a puppet. Lin Fei was shocked. This place was guarded by a puppet, and a very powerful one at that. Walla the man in black was very fast, and a black light pierced over like a poisonous snake. The water fire lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei, and with a light block, the ripples continued. The second sword pierced the water fire lotus, and the sword light went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. Too fast. Even though Lin Fei had comprehended the concept of wind, facing such a fast assassination, he understood why there were so many people in the small square. They were probably all killed suddenly. Lin Fei did not panic, and with his strongest defense, the azure dragon true body, he grabbed the sword light with his huge cyan palm. Sparks burst, and he blocked this fatal sword. Even so, Lin Fei clearly felt that the opponent's sword was emitting the power of a spiritual treasure, and it left a white mark on his palm. What a powerful spiritual treasure. Ordinary spiritual treasures cannot leave a mark on my body, but the spiritual treasure of the puppet did. Lin Fei's heart tightened. Whoosh, 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 the man in black stabbed again with his left hand, and it was a short sword, and cold light shot out. At such a distance, Lin Fei could feel the danger of the short sword. This sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Naturally, Lin Fei did not want to take it head-on, especially when this was a test left by a Sky Immortal. If he underestimated it, who knew what would happen? Bang! The man in black was sent flying. Destroy. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei used the concept of metal. Facing the ferocious puppet, Lin Fei used the all-conquering concept of metal. Bang! An annihilation attack turned into a massive sun and landed on the puppet's body. The puppet's body gave off a ray of black light, blocking most of the attack, causing Lin Fei to feel quite startled. Damn, this puppet is so strong. Lin Fei was well aware of how horrifying the earlier state sword technique was. However, the puppet managed to block it. He had not defeated the puppet as he had expected. Its defense is so monstrous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei appeared behind the puppet and struck it with his palm. He only dared to do this because he had the Azure Dragon True Body. This punch was used by a tempered body cultivator. The puppet's body shook, and there was a cracking sound. Lin Fei was delighted. This puppet is not afraid of Qi Refiner's attacks. Instead, it can't withstand the attacks of tempered body cultivators. Lin Fei finally relaxed when he found out that he had succeeded on his first try. Lin Fei was already very strong in close combat. With his punches and kicks and speed, he kept inflicting heavy damage on the puppet, even though it was very fast, almost as fast as the concept of metal. Lin Fei was one step ahead, so he could suppress it. Break! Lin Fei closed in again and punched the puppet's chest with a powerful true essence. Crack! Crack! Under such a punch, the puppet was sent flying and crashed heavily into the rock wall. It was unable to move, and a sunken hole appeared on its chest. Lin Fei saw clearly that there was an energy formation there. Clatter! On the opposite side of the square, a stone door opened. Did I pass the first level? The process seemed fast, but it was very dangerous, more dangerous than ordinary enemies. This puppet's strength should be around king level. However, it was made with a special method. It can resist the attacks of Qi Refiners. Those who don't know will die when they face this puppet. Seeing the puppet lose its combat ability, Lin Fei admired the person who made it. If he hadn't learned the Azure Dragon True Body, it wouldn't have been so easy. I wonder if this puppet can be repaired. If it can be repaired and the formation inside is changed, it might be a good helper. Or I can sell it for a high price. Lin Fei was very envious. Chapter 371. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yushuan for the tip. Lin Fei thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. He stored the puppet that had lost its ability to fight in the system. This is only the first stage, and the test is already so difficult. The later stages will probably be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I learned the Azure Dragon True Body. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to withstand such a powerful puppet. Even a perfected King Stage warrior would die a bitter death in a battle between King Stage puppets. After storing the puppet, Lin Fei continued to maintain his dragonization state. What would the second stage be? Lin Fei was not sure. The only thing he knew was that the next few stages would be more difficult. After passing the plaza, the tunnel was still littered with corpses. However, Lin Fei soon noticed something different. On the ground of the tunnel, the corpses were huge. They were not human corpses. There were very few human corpses. There are very few human corpses. Most of the corpses that appeared were fiend corpses. Could it be that those who made it to the second stage were all fiends? As Lin Fei looked at the corpses, many questions popped up in his mind. The fiend race's physical bodies are strong. They did have a great advantage over the humans when they encountered the first puppet. However, aren't there too many fiend race corpses? This explanation passed. The second question began to arise. Could the test left behind by a celestial immortal be useful to the fiends? Furthermore, the fiends do not necessarily have to come to participate in the test of the human celestial immortal's inheritance. The fiends themselves are strong. A human celestial immortal, no matter how strong, is nothing to the fiends. Any random celestial immortal of the fiends can kill a human celestial immortal. Lin Fei continued thinking. For the fiends to come wave after wave, this celestial immortal Senfu is definitely not an ordinary Senfu. It must be famous. Thinking of this, Lin Fei was at a loss. Logically speaking, since the immortal abode had attracted so many great demons, its reputation should be extremely resounding. It shouldn't be so unknown and unknown. If Senfu was famous, Lin Fei would be able to get wind of it. Celestial immortal Deadwood Senfu wasn't very famous. If one didn't personally hear about the Senfu, no one would even know that the Senfu existed on the battlefield of the dynasty. No matter how hard Lin Fei thought about it, he couldn't think of any reason. He could only hide his doubts in his heart. I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei thought so and felt relieved. At the same time, in the distant void world. In the boundless void, there was a large black ship that was tens of thousands of meters long. There was a large black flag on the ship that fluttered back and forth. There were 2 large golden words Mu Clan embroidered on the flag. It was like a huge mountain, giving off a shocking aura as it sailed forward. Inside the ship's cabin, singing and dancing could be heard as the courtesans danced. Upon closer inspection, each of the courtesans was like a celestial fairy. They were young and beautiful, causing one's eyes to light up. What was even rarer was that all of them had reached the emperor level. A group of emperor-level singers. It was truly a grand gesture. The courtesans were emperor level, while the servants around them were at least king level. Any one of them would be a major figure in the outside world, especially the emperor-level singers. In a minor dynasty, they would undoubtedly be powerful experts. They would stand guard over a minor dynasty and be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. At the head of the table sat a white-robed young man with a dignified appearance and delicate features. His entire body emanated an indescribably majestic aura. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a celestial god, and his divine might was so great that no one dared to look directly at him. "Young master, we need roughly a day before we reach Senfu," the white-robed young man said calmly. "Send out the order to advance at full speed. I want to reach Senfu by tomorrow morning. This time, I want to take down Senfu. I want to complete the mission given to me by the clan." His tone was unquestionable. "Young master, you will definitely succeed this time." The middle-aged servant said. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was luckily inherited by Deadwood. Unfortunately, Deadwood's talent was poor, and he only reached the celestial immortal realm after cultivating for 3,000 years. Afterwards, he offended a true immortal and was killed, leaving behind Senfu. Unfortunately, his descendants were even less talented, and were unable to inherit Senfu. In fact, no one even knows the true origins of Senfu. This time, young master, you will see Senfu. Given your talent, you will definitely become an eternal emperor in the future. The white-robed young man laughed. The Senfu of the eternal emperor. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, the eternal emperor only became an emperor because he possessed the Senfu. He was an ancient existence who lived for 3 entire epochs, and he also obtained the method to refine Senfu. As long as he kills the person who holds the celestial immortal key, he will truly become the master of the Senfu. I'm afraid those geniuses of the dynasties really think that the Senfu left behind by celestial immortal Deadwood must undergo the Senfu test. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. The Senfu of the Eternal Emperor will belong to my long sky woodland. A second public square appeared. 2 puppets, 1 black and 1 white. Lin Fei was prepared. Upon seeing the puppets, he immediately attacked. 2 water flame lotuses appeared, trapping the 2 puppets. Lin Fei unfurled his wings of the wind and appeared in front of the puppets, stabbing forward with the killing sword in his hand. Ding! Lin Fei's all-out attack only left a white mark on his opponent's body. Walla, walla, the water flame lotuses broke apart, and the 2 puppets charged out. The black puppet on the left punched out, while the puppet on the right floated backwards. With a wave of its hand, it unleashed a sword art. An icy aura suddenly descended, and the small public square turned white. Lin Fei's feet were instantly frozen. Crack! This punch was extremely ferocious. Even though he was in the dragon form state, Lin Fei still felt pain. The combat prowess of an emperor, and its close combat. It's even stronger than the previous puppets. Lin Fei analyzed the 2 puppets. One was an emperor body refiner. The other was an emperor chi practitioner. One was a long-range attack, while the other was an attack. It was the perfect combination. If he was attacked by both of them, he might be killed on the spot. The celestial immortal test is all puppets. Such a puppet must be expensive. Lin Fei thought, let's get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei shook, shaking off the solid ice, and threw a punch forward. Bang! A huge shockwave instantly shattered the surrounding ice. The two were evenly matched. In the first level, Lin Fei had already expected the horror of the second level. It was no longer surprising that the puppet could block his punch with all his strength. Total Annihilation, Level 4. In the dragon form state, Lin Fei could ignore the attacks of the white puppet, but he had to get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei used a big move. More than 1,200 flying swords, all of which were superior-grade spiritual treasures, were extremely powerful. With a swoosh, the sword array was like a white, directly hitting the black puppet. Dang dang dang, the black puppet was sent flying. Chapter 372. Fortunately, Lin Fei had already cultivated divine sense and reached the 4th level of total annihilation. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had broken through the black puppet's defenses with a single total annihilation attack. He was not afraid of not being able to break through the black puppet's defenses. Total Annihilation. Lin Fei once again used Total Annihilation and kept bombarding the black puppet. Now that he could control it with divine sense, he was not worried about running out of energy. Boom, boom, the white puppet's attacks kept falling on Lin Fei, and the dragon scales on its body kept flying off. Lin Fei did not care about this at all and used Total Annihilation with all his strength. After 4 times of Total Annihilation, the black puppet had already broken a huge hole and could see the array outside. Lin Fei's fist landed on the black puppet, and a loud "Kacha" sound was heard. It was directly sent flying and landed on the ground, unable to move. Finally, one down. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This black puppet was more powerful than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had the Azure Dragon True Body, otherwise, humans would definitely die. Crash, the ice on his body broke again, and Lin Fei used Total Annihilation and swept it directly at the white puppet. The white puppet kept releasing icy sword chi, which formed white walls. The white walls were easily blasted apart by Total Annihilation and landed on the opponent's body. Chi Practitioner is easy to deal with. Lin Fei quickly approached and punched the chest, sending it flying. Water and Fire Lotus. The lotus landed on the white puppet's body and trapped it for a moment. Then, Lin Fei activated Total Annihilation once again and sent the white puppet flying, completely losing its ability to fight. Crash, the second stone door opened again. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the 2 puppets were dealt with. As for the 2 puppets, Lin Fei did not hesitate and directly put them into the system space. Such good things should not be wasted like this. Xiao Chen thought back to the earlier battle. It was all because of the Azure Dragon True Body and his breakthrough, sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Otherwise, it would not have ended so easily. Fortunately, I have broken through to divine sense and can control superior-grade numinous treasures. My Total Annihilation has also reached the 4th level. Lin Fei thought to himself, I really don't know how many more trials there are. If each one is more difficult than the last, I'm afraid I'm not fated to enter Senfu. The 2 stages had consumed a lot of true essence. For the next few levels, Lin Fei really didn't have much confidence. Right now, he could only take it one step at a time. If it really didn't work, he could only use the Great Teleportation Talisman. When he walked into the tunnel again, there were already very few corpses on the ground, not as many as before. This time, Lin Fei did not walk for long. Soon, he appeared in a huge square. When he appeared in the square, Lin Fei's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. No wonder I didn't see any corpses in the passageway. So the corpses are all here. Lin Fei was shocked. Could this be the final stage? Standing on the square, Lin Fei calmed himself down. Challenger, you're here. In the middle of the square, on top of the round stone altar, a 10 zhang tall black monster appeared. When it appeared, Lin Fei's heart tightened. That cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. Such a terrifying gaze. It can actually make one's heart turn cold. With just one look, Lin Fei felt endless fear. What kind of gaze is this? Why is there such a terrifying existence in the third stage? Even if it's an emperor-level expert, or even a profound sect expert, they wouldn't be able to give me such a dangerous aura. Lin Fei knew that he had met a powerful warrior. The cold voice also made Lin Fei's heart shake. You are the guardian? Lin Fei said in a deep voice. Challenger, as long as you defeat me, you will have the right to refine Senfu. The black monster's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Bring out your full strength. It has been 5,000 years since someone came to challenge this stage. You are the only one in these 5,000 years. Lin Fei was shocked once again. He was the first in 5,000 years. How was this possible? Lin Fei was truly puzzled. Was it really that difficult to pass this trial? The Xintian continent was so vast and filled with geniuses. There had to be some powerful geniuses who could make it to this stage, right? Faced with this unknown monster, Lin Fei hid all his thoughts in his heart. God killer. Since the opponent had spoken, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't believe that it was joking. From the moment they first met, Lin Fei firmly believed that this monster was even more powerful than him. Whether or not he could defeat it was still an unknown. Lin Fei's first attack was the recently completed God Killer technique. He would give his opponent a fatal blow, then combine it with the total annihilation. This was his most powerful attack. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei's soul formed a seal, and in the middle of it was the word God. Instantly, an armored god general appeared. This was the God Killer technique focus. Next, Lin Fei's total annihilation technique appeared. More than 1,200 flying swords formed a white streak of light that shot towards the black monster. The black monster was expressionless. It remained in a cold state. Although it is low, its combat ability is very strong. The black monster spoke, allowing the attacks to land on its body. The black monster's body exploded with a black light, and when the 1,000 flying swords landed on it, they couldn't even move an inch. It was as if they had encountered something extremely tough and were knocked away. My godly sense technique, how can you be fine? Lin Fei was shocked and couldn't help but ask. The first time he used God Killer, he had thought that he would be able to injure the black monster, but the result was the opposite. The monster wasn't affected at all by the godly sense technique. Lin Fei had more or less suffered quite a blow. Your godly sense technique is indeed very powerful. Even a chi practitioner with the power of a profound sect would be heavily injured by you if their soul isn't strong enough. But I am just a puppet created by my master. I don't have a soul, so your attacks are useless against me. As for this sword formation, it is indeed a very powerful attack, but it is still useless against me. Hearing this, Lin Fei was completely stunned. This black monster was created by someone else? How was that possible? If someone else created a puppet, Lin Fei could believe that there were all sorts of geniuses in this continent, and there were also many geniuses who studied all sorts of things. There were many who studied puppets. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that a puppet like this would appear in a senfu. For someone who could become a sky immortal, buying a few puppets was like playing around. But this black monster before him, Lin Fei couldn't believe it. It was created by someone else. To be able to create a monster whose combat ability was no weaker than a profound sect, what kind of ability was needed? More importantly, this monster didn't have a soul, and was purely created. Lin Fei was truly astonished that it could be refined to look like a human. Whether it was in terms of defense or soul, it was invulnerable. How could one attack it? Damn it. Lin Fei cursed in his heart, it can even bounce off the 4th level of total annihilation. If the divine sense secret technique doesn't work, then how can I pass the sky immortal test? No, the Sky Immortal test definitely wasn't set up by that Sky Immortal Kumu. No matter how powerful he is, he can't create a puppet of this level. Lin Fei suddenly thought of one point. Sky Immortals were very strong, and Lin Fei didn't think it would be too difficult to buy a few puppets. But in the central region, all the treasure halls had so many puppets guarding them. Could a Sky Immortal do it? Lin Fei didn't believe it. Even if a Sky Immortal worked himself to death, he might not be able to get all of them. Speaking of puppets, there were more than 100 treasure halls, which meant more than 300 puppets. Although Lin Fei didn't know the exact price of the puppets, a simple calculation was no less than 50 million Jin Yuan crystals. This was just a rough estimate, and the actual price was definitely more than that. More than 300 puppets would be more than 10 billion Jin Yuan crystals. Including the monster guarding them, it would be more than 50 billion Jin Yuan crystals. Lin Fei didn't believe that this Sky Immortal Kumu had such a net worth. Then there was only one explanation. Why would there be puppets here, and such a powerful black monster? Someone in Senfu had set it up beforehand. Sky Immortal Kumu was just one of them. This explanation was the most reasonable one. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to think of this. If Senfu didn't belong to this Sky Immortal Kumu, then who left behind such a Senfu, and who set up such a test, and why? Lin Fei felt that he was just a little bit away from guessing the answer. Really, just a little bit. If this is your strength, then I'm sorry to say that you'll stay here and keep them company, said the black monster. These corpses, without exception, were all powerhouses when they were alive. The weakest among them was Mystique Sect, and the strongest was Mystique Venerable Rank. You're the weakest among them. Mystique Sect is the weakest, Mystique Venerable Rank is the strongest. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This isn't as simple as Senfu. Whether it's Mystique Sect or Mystique Venerable Rank, they're all powerhouses on the continent. There's no need for them to come just for a Senfu. Can you tell me, what is the purpose of this Senfu test? Lin Fei asked a very stupid question. The black monster raised its head. It's been a long time since anyone asked this question. Seeing that you're the only person to pass this test in 5,000 years, I can tell you. This immortal mansion was built by my master, the Eternal Emperor. My master, the Eternal Emperor, was an immortal emperor, a powerful immortal emperor of the heavenly world. This immortal mansion was used by the Eternal Emperor to accept disciples. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed and no one has become a true disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Eternal Emperor, Celestial Realm, accepted disciples. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded. Although he had already guessed it, Lin Fei did not expect that this Senfu had such a powerful background. The Celestial Realm's strength could not be differentiated. Just by hearing the title of Immortal Emperor, he knew that the other party must be an extraordinary existence. An immortal emperor known as Eternal Emperor had left behind such a Senfu. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder there were countless corpses in the passageway. They were all to inherit the Eternal Emperor's mantle. No wonder there were so many treasure vaults. They were probably all made by this Eternal Emperor. No wonder this monster was so powerful. It was also the Eternal Emperor's handiwork. Lin Fei finally understood why he felt uneasy when he first entered. It turned out that there was such a background. Chapter 373. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Rumble, in the void world, a huge warship sailed past and stopped in a corner of the void. The huge black war flag fluttered without any wind, giving off an imposing aura. Young master, we're here. On the bow deck, the white-clothed young master stood proudly. Link the void point and enter the dynasty battlefield. Any of the 3,000 major worlds, 3,000 minor worlds, and any open spaces had a space point. When one reached a certain level of strength and knew the space point, one would be able to enter a space or even a world without the help of external forces. One had to have the strength of a celestial immortal. Of course, loose immortals were fine as well, but they had to be powerful loose immortals. It was extremely difficult for both celestial immortals and loose immortals to reach this level, much less the dimensional juncture behind it. Most powers didn't even know about the dimensional juncture, much less enter it. After finding the spatial point and connecting it, one would be able to enter a certain space. Boom! The black warship transformed into a stream of light and shot forward. A portal appeared out of thin air. This was a spatial point, also known as a spatial gate. Although it was easy to link spatial points, it was actually very difficult to operate. In the eyes of the white-dressed man, it was only a matter of a few words. A black warship appeared in the clear sky. When the warship appeared, an invisible pressure enveloped the warship. It was as if the warship was going to be crushed to pieces, and it was on the verge of collapsing. What a powerful dynasty battlefield. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand and kept the warship. This heaven-crushing warship of mine actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the dynasty battlefield. But it didn't disappoint me. The fact that the Eternal Emperor hid his immortal estate within the dynasty battlefield is truly unexpected. No wonder there were so many geniuses who wanted to inherit the Eternal Emperor's immortal estate back then. Regardless of humans or demons, all of them were like moths flying into a flame, rushing forward wave after wave. But in the end, all of them turned into a pile of bones. Young master, Senfu is about 5 million miles away from us. To the left and right of Long Sky stood two servants, one black and one white. Let's go and meet the legendary Eternal Emperor Senfu. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand, unleashing a powerful technique that allowed him to enter the void. Inside the Senfu passage, Lin Fei almost crashed. Motherf ***, the immortal emperors and the heaven realm had all come out. If I'm unlucky, I won't be able to get anything. But once I'm lucky, I'll be able to get the Senfu refined by an immortal emperor. If I had this luck on Earth, I would have been a millionaire by buying the lottery. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. What luck! Why didn't it come when it shouldn't have? Why did it have to come when it shouldn't have? The Senfu of an immortal emperor. Immediately, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, we're in big trouble now. Lin Fei panicked. In the novels, the immortal emperor is a powerful existence. How am I supposed to fight if he refined such a monster to guard the pass? His strongest attack couldn't hurt his opponent at all. Damn it, the black monster was invincible. If he were to fight against an invincible monster, it would be like a blind man trying to light a lamp in vain. Even if I can't beat him, I can't just leave. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He quietly activated the teleportation talisman and prepared to leave Senfu. The Senfu of an immortal emperor, I don't want it. Lin Fei's good life had just begun. He didn't want to die in the hands of the black monster. It didn't matter if he had the Senfu or not. Moreover, his harvest was already enough. Damn, why can't I activate it? Lin Fei almost vomited blood. How could the teleportation talisman fail at such a crucial moment? Challenger, once you enter this passage, no teleportation item will be able to be used. The black monster said, you already know the origin of the Senfu. It's a pity that you can't defeat me. I can only send you down to accompany them. Damn it, this black monster was about to make its move. Bang, just as Lin Fei had this thought, the black shadow in front of him moved. He felt an intense pain as he slammed into the stone wall of the square. How can it be so strong? Lin Fei's blood and qi were in turmoil. He looked down at his chest and saw a fist imprint. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this black monster a little too terrifying? Water Fire Lotus. The black monster moved again. Lin Fei condensed the Water Fire Lotus to trap the black monster. With a wave of his hand, he stabbed the black monster's body with the sky-raising finger. Strengthened version, 10,000 essence force. Rumble, damn it, 10,000 essence force. You are going to be injured, right? Lin Fei stood up. Without caring about the consequences, he activated the sword formation again. Two sword lights, one from the front and one from the back, attacked. The black monster was too strong. Lin Fei had no choice but to use his strongest attack. So, the black monster actually rushed out again. With a swing of its two palms, two sword lights flew out. The huge force almost made Lin Fei lose control. Under this attack, his divine sense was almost shattered. Lin Fei's spiritual sense had been attached to more than 1,200 flying swords, allowing him to control them as he pleased. In the end, the black monster's attack injured his spiritual sense, nearly shattering it. Weak, too weak. Why did these words sound so familiar? It wasn't something I used to say in the past. The black monster slammed its palm down again. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated. Unexpectedly, the opponent was faster and slapped Lin Fei's body. Pfft! Lin Fei couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Azure Dragon True body actually suffered a huge wound. Fresh blood flowed out. Around the wound, a layer of black energy covered it, preventing the body from recovering. Body tempering cultivation techniques had powerful close combat abilities, followed by powerful recovery abilities. Why were chi practitioners not a match for body practitioners? It was because of the fast recovery ability of body practitioners. Over time, the outcome would be clear. Chi practitioners had always been afraid of body practitioners. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Fei thought, if this continues, no matter how strong the Azure Dragon True body is, I will still be killed by the Guardian. I must think of a way. Otherwise, I'm really done for. The black monster attacked twice and he was injured. The difference was obvious. Now, the Azure Dragon True body had a flaw and its recovery ability was cut off. What kind of defense was this? Lin Fei didn't want to die. A good life was in front of him. He didn't want to die here because of the Senfu. Oh right, the system will definitely be able to help. After calming down, Lin Fei thought of the system, his strongest leveling system. Right now, he could only rely on the leveling system. Water Flame Lotus, explode, explode. Water flame lotuses as small as a fist were constantly condensed. They were bright and dazzling. One by one, they exploded. The shocking explosion reverberated in the small square. Using the explosion of the water flame lotus, Lin Fei flew backward. At the same time, he quickly opened the system and prepared to deal with it. He couldn't be killed by the black monster. He believed that the system must have a way. System, you must give it your all. Chapter 374. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Mu Changkong appeared outside the Senfu out of thin air. At this time, the Senfu was empty. No one would stay outside. Come, let's go in. Mu Changkong threw out a golden scroll. The Jingguang flashed and tore a hole outside the Senfu. A Jingguang wrapped around the three of them and rushed in. The outside returned to normal. What a waste of a space-piercing talisman. Mu Changkong stood in the air inside the Senfu, but there was no sign of regret on his face for using the scroll. Young master, to prevent any more trouble, we should first refine the Senfu. The middle-aged man called in Zhangho reminded. Mu Changkong nodded. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu is divided into 5 parts. Once you refine all 5 parts, you will completely control the Senfu. Every time you refine a part, you will obtain the Great Emperor key formed from all the parts' keys. Once you refine all 5 keys, you will become the true master of the Senfu. The Eternal Emperor's test is held once every 100 years, but no one has ever refined a part. This Senfu is destined to belong to me, Mu Changkong. Come, let's refine the first part. At the same time, Lin Fei opened the system and looked for help. He had long since understood the upgrade system. After opening the system, he immediately asked for help. System, how do I get rid of an opponent more powerful than myself? The upgrade system had a function to help. Lin Fei rarely used this function. It burned too many points. System notification. The system needs to scan the enemy's strength before it can make a decision on whether to activate scan. Activate scan immediately. Bang! In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei was sent flying again. The water flame lotus did not deal much damage. The black monster broke free again. If you came 1,000 years later, you might have defeated me and had the chance to become the master of the Senfu. What a pity, Lin Fei vomited blood. F***ck, I would have ascended in 1,000 years. Ding, scan complete. The system sounded. Puppet, combat strength suspected to be at the Mystique Venerable level, peak combat strength at the Mystique Emperor level. The system is analyzing, please wait. Lin Fei vomited blood again. The combat power of a Mystique Venerable one. No wonder my attack could be blocked so easily. There's a difference of 3 levels. Lin Fei was astonished. The Mystic the Arch at his peak combat strength. No wonder those prodigies had turned into a pile of bones. What's there to fight? This is simply bullying. Facing this black monster, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. If he had to deal with Xian Zong, he would not feel much pressure. If he could not win, he could run. However, facing a Mystique Venerable one puppet monster, it was a completely one-sided situation. After hearing the system's analysis, Lin Fei cursed the Eternal Emperor in his heart. Wasn't the threshold set too high for the sake of accepting disciples? A gatekeeper at the Mystic the Arch level? This was too incredible. To be able to inherit the Senfu, one's strength must be extremely abnormal. Otherwise, how could he fight them? Lin Fei had never felt so aggrieved before. He had encountered a Mystique Venerable one puppet, and with the passage of time, his strength had continued to decline. To be able to survive the attacks of a Mystique Venerable one puppet, it would shock everyone. His name would surely spread throughout the Xintian continent. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could only continue to dodge the black monster's attacks, but he was still injured. Soon, his body was drenched in blood. Under the puppet's attacks, the Azure Dragon avatar was on the verge of collapse. If he was an ordinary physique cultivator, he would have been mercilessly killed by the puppet long ago. He would not have lasted until now. At present, Lin Fei's situation was not any better. The system's analysis is successful. The following methods have been listed for you to choose from. Lin Fei hurriedly checked to see what help the system had provided him. Help 1. Spend 200,000 points to purchase the Frozen Millennia scroll. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 2. Spend 500,000 points to purchase the Godslayer finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 3. Spend 1,000,000 points to purchase the Void-shattering finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Looking at the methods listed above. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the system had listed the methods so easily. Wasn't it too easy? 320,000 points. Lin Fei hurriedly checked his own points. Seeing that his points met the requirements, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had enough points. Otherwise, he would have been helpless. Bang! As soon as he relaxed, the black monster attacked again. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei opened the points maul. He was glad that he had never used his points indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be done for today. Soon, he found the page for the Ice-type scroll. Frozen Millennia, 200,000 points to redeem. One-time consumable. Once the scroll is opened, 10,000 years will pass in an instant. After seeing the label, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with motivation, as if he had found an oasis in a desert. Time-consuming item. It's too awesome. After using it, 10,000 years will pass in a breath. I don't know how many years this black monster has passed. Its strength has fallen to Mystique Venerable rank. I believe that after using Frozen Millennia, no matter how good its materials are, it will be defeated. I don't believe that it can last another 10,000 years. This was Lin Fei's only option. If the scroll, Frozen Millennia, did not work, there was no other way. If I can survive this time, I must earn points. It can save my life at a critical moment. Purchase Frozen Millennia. A golden scroll appeared in the system space. At this time, the black monster attacked again. Its power was even more ferocious than before. If Lin Fei's true azure dragon body was attacked again, it would collapse immediately. Without the true azure dragon body, Lin Fei's situation would be even more difficult. Open, the golden scroll, frozen millennia, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was very dazzling. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He tore the scroll open and threw it at the black monster. At the same time, outside of Senfu, disciples of various dynasties appeared out of nowhere. At this time, all of them had puzzled looks on their faces. They looked around with astonishment, as if they did not understand how they had appeared outside of Senfu. What's going on? Why am I outside of Senfu? I was in Senfu just now. Why am I outside for no reason? What the hell? What's going on? Who teleported me out? The celestial key is gone. My celestial key is gone. After a moment of confusion, the people who were teleported out had changed expressions. The people who had obtained the celestial key looked at each other. The celestial key had disappeared. It had disappeared in an inconceivable manner. Everyone present had a powerful background. After a moment of confusion, they vaguely guessed something. Could it be that Senfu had been controlled by someone? How could this be possible? In reality, that was indeed the case. In a branch palace, Mizunking was holding a golden key in his hand. The Great Emperor's key, he had mentioned earlier, was the one that had refined the branch palace and expelled all the disciples of the dynasties. Knowing that Senfu was a branch palace, and that Mizunking had mastered a secret art, he had been able to refine it much more easily than anyone else. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think they are worthy of Senfu? Mizunking toyed with the Great Emperor's key. I've already obtained the first Great Emperor's key. Once I get the other 4, I will be the next Eternal Emperor's successor. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on your great increase in power, young master. It is only a matter of time before you become an expert of the 3 realms. Rumble, a white light flashed by and a wave of cold air swept out. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the coldness, a coldness that seeped into his bones. And this was just the aftermath. How long was 10,000 years? Perhaps no one would ever know. But now, Lin Fei knew. 10,000 years. Just a single breath of time. Time had been compressed to the point of 10,000 years in a single second. A temporal divine ability like this was something that Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about. It was a completely unimaginable existence. What sort of grand technique and divine ability was this? What sort of terrifying level of power would the person who created it reach? Secret arts? Divine abilities? In front of this temporal divine ability, they are nothing more than trash. Lin Fei cried out in shock. No matter how powerful a person with a temporal divine ability is, after 10,000 years, they will most likely turn to dust. Lin Fei had never experienced being sealed in ice for 10,000 years before, but for some reason, he felt as though this single second was as long as 10,000 years. Whoosh. Whoosh. Behind the black monster, a large number of stone pillars and stone walls had been reduced to dust, no longer existing. After 10,000 years, even the sturdiest stone walls would disappear with the passage of time. Lin Fei didn't care about any of this. The only thing he cared about was the black monster. If even a temporal divine ability couldn't defeat it, then he really didn't know what to do. The black monster was so powerful that Lin Fei couldn't deal with it. If it reached that point, then Lin Fei would really have to accept his fate. Lin Fei looked over. The black monster was now covered in frost, and he couldn't see any changes. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. Under normal circumstances, after being sealed in ice for 10,000 years, everything would have decayed and become a thing of the past. The black monster didn't change with time like the stone pillars behind it, but its surface had darkened. Creak. Creak. The black monster's head moved, and it made a stiff sound like a gear. I didn't expect you to have a temporal divine ability even though you aren't strong. If I was at my peak, the temporal divine ability wouldn't have worked on me for too long. Time could have destroyed me. I've finally completed the Guardian mission. Congratulations on passing the trial. Whoosh. As the voice faded, the black monster's body shattered, turning into wreckage all over the ground. It had lost all signs of life. It's dead. It's finally dead. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black energy that pervaded his wounds began to dissipate. He circulated his true essence, and the powerful recovery ability of a body cultivator was quickly unleashed. The wounds on his body recovered. The Azure Dragon true body couldn't recover because of the mysterious energy that prevented the recovery of a body cultivator. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't be so miserable. Chapter 375. Seems like I've passed. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on the ground powerlessly. 200,000 points and a time mystical ability scroll. If it didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. Lin Fei picked up the puppet's wreckage. He used all his strength but couldn't crush it. He couldn't help but be shocked, such a tough material. It's still so tough after 10,000 years. I really don't know what material was used to refine it. No wonder my attack couldn't break its defense. With such a tough defense, I'm afraid those mystic sects and mystic venerables would be dumbfounded. Lucky. He really was lucky. If the black monster was a bit stronger, Lin Fei would really be helpless. Throwing the wreckage aside, his gaze landed on the stone tablet. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Ding, mission activated. Lin Fei was startled. Why was there a mission at this time? It's been a long time since there was a mission. Seize Senfu and become a disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Reward, 300 million experience, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy, and 1 level up. Lin Fei was startled again. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this mission is awesome. Being in Senfu, the system actually issued such a mission. Lin Fei was more or less surprised. Unexpected, extremely unexpected. Other than that, the rewards were too generous. 300 million experience points. That's a lot of money. Lin Fei beamed with joy. With 300 million experience, I can level up to the Mystic King realm. If I level up again, I'll reach the Mystic Emperor realm and reach the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't care about cultivation level. For genius disciples, cultivation level didn't equate to strength. Combat power was the standard to measure strength. Even if the cultivation level wasn't high, one could still have strong combat power. 1 million points, I can buy a life-saving ability. Even if I meet a strong opponent, I can use the life-saving ability to turn the situation around. 300,000 yuan energy can also burst out a strong attack. Awesome, too awesome. After experiencing the black monster, Lin Fei felt that he had too few trump cards. 1 million points came at the right time. Lin Fei looked at the stone tablet eagerly. No matter what, I have to take down this Senfu. I have to take it down just for the experience. The stone tablet was black. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but it was carved with characters. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately understood what it was. So, after refining the stone steel, I will be able to gain control of a branch palace in the Immortal Mansion. The stone tablet explained the immortal abode in detail. Refine, his quintessential essence gushed out and enveloped the stone tablet as he began to refine it. An hour later, a smile appeared on Lin Fei's face as a key appeared in his hand. It was the Emperor's key. I finally succeeded. After refining the steel and obtaining the Monarch key, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Immortal Palace. He also knew how to refine the Immortal Palace. After refining the stone tablet and obtaining the Emperor's key, Lin Fei now has a general understanding of Senfu, and how to truly refine Senfu. Lin Fei thought to himself, thankfully, I have the Grand Emperor's key, which allows me to control a portion of its power to reach the other halls. Refining the steels should be a piece of cake. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the Emperor's key and headed to the next palace. At the same time, within a palace, Long Sky had obtained the fourth emperor's key, and was now in control of 4/5 of Senfu. Now, I'm just missing the final emperor's key. Long Sky put away the emperor's key, but then he frowned. Not good. Someone beat me to it and took the final emperor's key. Long Sky had taken control of over half of Senfu, so he immediately sensed the appearance of the emperor's key. Long Sky was very surprised. Young master, no need to worry, said Great Marquis, and, young master, you used a secret technique to take the emperor's key. That person definitely doesn't know about the secret technique. From this, we can deduce that he must have passed the trial. He shouldn't be too weak. All we need to do is wait for him, and he'll come to us on his own. It'll be the same as delivering the emperor's key to us. Long Sky's only worry was that the person knew about the secret technique, and in his impatience, might not be able to control himself. Hearing this, he quickly calmed down. Uncle An's words make sense. Let's just wait for him. Long Sky's eyes flashed with killing intent. That saves us the trouble. The emperor's key can only belong to me. Within a palace, Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere. The stone steel has been refined by someone? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart sank. Damn it. My luck can't be that bad, can it? After searching a few more times, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart was clouded by a shadow. I worked so hard, relied on the system's tools, and risked my life to obtain the emperor's key. Could it be that there's someone more monstrous than me? Lin Fei paced back and forth. The situation had become serious. He had thought that he would be able to easily master the Senfu, but things weren't as simple as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with difficulties. Damn. The system's missions really aren't that easy to complete. Lin Fei cursed. No matter who the other person is, since they were able to obtain the stone steel, they definitely aren't weak. They might even be extremely powerful. If I were to take the initiative to go look for them, I would definitely be in a bad situation. Facing the black monster, Lin Fei used all of his techniques. He used up all of his elemental energy. He only had tens of thousands of points left in the system. His only life-saving trump card was a greater teleportation talisman. Anyone in the Senfu would be tempted. If it were anyone else, they would most likely immediately head to the next location and get there first. Lin Fei was an exception. With the leveling system, the Senfu was nothing more than an icing on the cake. It wasn't a timely help. It wasn't as tempting as an ordinary person. He didn't become obsessed with the Senfu. Lin Fei himself was a cautious person. If I want to take down the Senfu, I have to fight the mysterious person. I don't know anything about the mysterious person's strength. I also don't know if he has any helpers. If I meet him, I really don't know what will happen. Lin Fei guessed, if I want to take down the Senfu, I have to kill them in one strike and not give them any chance. Lin Fei thought of the tools in the system's shop. The black monster was powerful, wasn't it? Under the frozen years, it still became a pile of scrap metal. Yes, I must buy some tools as a protective treasure. Only then will I have more confidence. He quickly opened the system and the shop. He couldn't help but frown. The Frozen Years scroll is gone. The Frozen Years scroll that was originally sold was completely gone. Lin Fei saw a line of words below. One-time consumable, only sold once. Not good. After experiencing the treasure that was worth 200,000 points, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence in the treasures in front. Looks like I need at least 200,000 points to get a satisfactory treasure. 20 points was a bit difficult. In the shop, one could only get 200,000 points for one. The next level required 300,000 points. In other words, Lin Fei had to get more than 200,000 points in a short period of time. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 376. P.S. Thank you to He Jingxiong for your comment. Outside the central zone. There were fewer demons than before, but there were still many great demons left behind. These great demons all had demon soldiers under them, especially those that were well-cultivated array soldiers. The demon clan's hatred for humans had never lessened, and had never stopped. Every time the Senfu opened, the great demons would take the initiative to kill human experts as a way to vent their dissatisfaction with the humans. Every time it opened, the humans would suffer heavy casualties. The Senfu had a lot of space. For the great demons, especially the top great demons, they could easily fly out. As such, they were forced to leave the Senfu and head to the outside world. Hunting human experts and snatching the Sky Immortal Key became one of the things they wanted to do the most. Damn, these humans sure run fast. Stop sighing. At least your king killed 3 humans. These human disciples are all very profitable. Killing them will give you a lot of spoils of war. It's a pity that our king has yet to encounter a single human disciple. By the way, do you know that Sky Snake Great Demon? The last time the Senfu opened, he killed more than 10 humans. It's said that he encountered a powerful human expert this year and was killed. Ah, Sky Snake Great Demon is dead? He's very strong. He's dead. His demon soldiers have all been taken away. Outside the central zone, the demon soldiers chatted with each other. From time to time, their gazes would land on the central zone, a place they both loved and hated. The Emperor-level great demons were also gathered together. Sky Snake Great Demon is dead. What a surprise. A black ox demon with 2 horns on his head side. Despicable humans. Not long ago, Sky Snake Great Demon said that he would break the previous record this year. I never expected him to be killed by a human expert so quickly. You don't say. The human experts this year are very strong. Many great demons were killed. From what I know, the Alligator Great Demon, White Bear Great Demon, and the rest are all dead. Usually, the great demons would fight each other non-stop. But once a great demon died at the hands of a human expert, they could not help but unite against a common enemy. They could not hide the anger on their faces. Their usual fighting was a matter for the demons. But if a great demon died at the hands of a human, it would become a feud that would last for generations. The Senfu had opened, and they had lost so many great demons. This made the great demons in a bad mood. Human experts have appeared. Great demons were very sensitive to the aura of humans. When Lin Fei appeared thousands of miles away, the great demons immediately detected him. Kill. Kill this brat. I know this person. He blocked Ku Shui's palm strike, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, he came from the central region. If we kill him, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. The greater demon was excited. The demon race had always been competitive. What's more, at this moment, they were all full of anger. When they saw a human brat appear, they immediately looked for a place to vent their anger. Who asked him to appear at the right time? Whoosh. Whoosh. In order to obtain points, Lin Fei set his sights on the owl. After refining the Great Emperor Key, Lin Fei could move freely within the Senfu. Now, he had done Lin Fei a great favor. In order to be careful, Lin Fei decided to get enough points first. Without a protective treasure, he really didn't have much confidence. If he had a treasure that could seal an ice for 10,000 years, he could deal with it when he encountered a strong expert. At the very least, he could leave. It was better than falling into a trap. It was this thought that allowed Lin Fei to avoid a great deal of trouble and danger. So many experience points. Seeing the black mass of demons, Lin Fei's eyebrows danced in delight. He was extremely excited. With so many Yao, it shouldn't be a problem to get 200,000 points, right? Lin Fei asked himself. Dragon transformation, his strongest defense was activated. God kill, Lin Fei activated his strongest defense. He didn't want to waste time. If he was discovered by the other party, he would lose more than he gained. He had to get 200,000 points in the shortest time possible. Walala, the divine consciousness, was like a harvesting weapon. The Yao soldiers were wearing armor. As soon as they formed an attack formation, Lin Fei's divine consciousness came over. Their defense was strong, but their soul cultivation was poor. With a god kill, the souls in the sea of consciousness of the Yao soldiers were destroyed and turned into soul fragments. In other words, they were directly killed by the divine consciousness. Without their souls, the Yao soldiers lost their effect. Awesome, this is awesome. The soul attack would at most cause dizziness. The power of the divine sense evolution's secret technique was extraordinary. Even the Yao soldiers at the front had their souls injured. The weaker king-level Yao soldiers directly fell from the sky. This divine consciousness secret technique came at the right time. Otherwise, facing a large number of Yao soldiers, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. He couldn't rush up. Whoosh! Lin Fei rushed to the front of the Yao soldiers. With the supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword in his right hand, he pierced the head of the Yao soldiers, penetrating the defense and killing the king-level Yao soldiers. After being suppressed in front of the black monster for so long, Lin Fei found a place to release. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was fast and powerful, especially with the supreme-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. In front of Lin Fei, the king-level Yao soldiers couldn't even block one attack and were directly killed, turning into a large amount of experience points. At this time, in the main hall, Mu Changkong continued to wait. According to Eldarin, Mu Changkong chose to wait, but the other party didn't come. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the right choice. Could it be that that person knows that I am waiting in the main hall? Otherwise, the other party should be here soon. The senfu was very big. Even though the senfu was empty now, it was really not easy to find a person. Otherwise, Mu Changkong wouldn't have chosen such a stupid method. A stupid method was a stupid method, but the effect was good. Mu Changkong had two capable subordinates, Eldarin and Dong Su. No matter how strong the other party was, once he stepped into the main hall, he would be killed immediately. Young master, don't worry. The other party will come to the main hall sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to find the other great emperor key. Eldarin said. We just need to wait. Mu Changkong said, wait for a while more. Outside the senfu, the battle continued. A group of Yao soldiers were caught off guard by Lin Fei's killing move. By the time they reacted, at least a few thousand Yao soldiers had died. Under the bombardment of divine sense, it was almost like they were killed in an instant. No less than a few dozen king-level Yao soldiers had died. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. The emperor-level Yao soldiers relied on king-level Yao soldiers, which were equivalent to their left and right arms. Although the senfu was big, there were many forces. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were not convinced by each other. In less than a moment, countless king-level Yao soldiers had died. Especially the Yao soldiers, which almost caused the emperor-level Yao soldiers to vomit blood. Form the formation. Form the formation and kill him. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. We can't let them form the formation. The Yao soldiers in the formation are not easy to deal with. After using the divine sense secret technique to kill the first wave, Lin Fei obtained a large amount of experience points, yuan qi, and important points. Destruction. Lin Fei waved his hand and used the metal concept sword technique. The dragon of destruction charged at the Yao soldiers. Lin Fei did not stop and chose to attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers again. With his strength, the emperor-level Yao soldiers were inferior to Lin Fei no matter what advantage they had. Once they were closed in, they would die without a doubt. As for the emperor-level Yao soldiers, it was not so easy to kill them. Lin Fei would rather attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were killed. The king-level great demon, Iron Wolf, was dead. This day became a nightmare for the emperor-level Yao soldiers. They had encountered a freakish human expert. Killing them was as easy as plucking something from his pocket. The usually powerful king-level greater demons were completely terrified of him. Let's go. After killing a large number of demon kings and a group of demon soldiers, Lin Fei left this place. Lin Fei needed points and did not want to be entangled with the enemy. When the Emperor-level Yao soldiers were enraged, Lin Fei immediately left. Rumble, the attacks of the Emperor-level Yao soldiers all missed. A large number of mountains below were razed to the ground in their anger. Chase. This person can't run far. We must kill this kid. My subordinates have all been wiped out. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Emperor-level greater demons occupied a territory in the Immortal Mansion because they had king-level greater demons as their subordinates, as well as demon soldiers whose strength would soar when they formed formations. However, under Lin Fei's slaughter, the Emperor-level Yao soldiers under some of the Emperor-level Yao soldiers were almost completely wiped out. As for the Yao soldiers, needless to say, less than 30% of their combat strength was left. Some of the Emperor-level Yao soldiers were even reduced to generals without an army. It could be said that these Emperor-level Yao soldiers would probably have to lay low for a period of time and recuperate. They would lose the right to speak. As a result, how could they swallow this anger? The worst thing was that their vitality was greatly damaged. The other Emperor-level Yao soldiers did not have it easy either. The Emperor-level Yao soldiers under them had suffered heavy losses. After teleporting again, Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. This Senfu is really a good place to kill people and level up. In a short time, I've earned more than 40,000 points. If I do this a few more times, I'll have enough points. The reason why Lin Fei chose to kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers was because the missions he took were all about killing Emperor-level Yao soldiers. Lin Fei could deal with Emperor-level Yao soldiers. It was very troublesome to deal with them. They were not as easy to deal with as Emperor-level Yao soldiers. He could easily kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers in close combat. With a supreme-grade spirit treasure in hand, no matter how strong a Emperor-level Yao soldier's defense was, they would still die. There are many great Yao soldiers in the Senfu. I should be able to get enough points in less than a day. Lin Fei was not greedy. He would go to the Senfu once he had enough points. At that time, all the Yao soldiers in the Senfu would be in his hands. Time. What he needed now was time. The Senfu was very big, and there were many Yao soldiers. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and saw a group of great Yao soldiers. It seemed that they were looking for human experts. Total annihilation. Lin Fei did not say anything and launched an attack, catching the great Yao soldiers off guard. Half a day passed in a flash. Chapter 377. P.S. Thanks to Zero Fenyu Zero for the tip and Arjun for the comment. Today is Mother's Day. I wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. First, he killed the demon soldiers, then the demon kings. As for the demon emperors, they chose to give up. It was a waste of time. If the demon emperors knew about this, who knew what they would think? Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. The demon race suffered a great loss. The human demon kings also entered Lin Fei's vision. At this moment, all that was left in his eyes were points. It could be said that other than the demon emperors, the rest of the demon soldiers and demon kings couldn't defend against Lin Fei's close-range attacks and were easily killed. Lin Fei couldn't remember how many demon soldiers and demons he killed. Anyway, his points kept increasing, and he was getting closer to the number he wanted. Soon. Lin Fei pulled the killing sword out of the body of a demon king, and blood flowed. Such a massacre attracted the attention of the demon race's true experts. When Lin Fei attacked another demon king, a dazzling Jingguang flew out of the void and charged at Lin Fei with a destructive aura. Someone is making a move. Lin Fei dodged and didn't take it head-on. The Jingguang seemed to be targeting Lin Fei. No matter how he dodged, it kept chasing, which made Lin Fei angry. Water-fire lotus. The huge lotus wrapped the Jingguang. Lin Fei held the supreme-grade spirit treasure and charged at the Jingguang. Clang, 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 the Jingguang hit the killing sword 3 times in a row. The huge force made Lin Fei frown. If his spirit treasure wasn't a supreme-grade spirit treasure, the 3 hits from the Jingguang would have shattered it. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body was covered with wounds of various sizes. With his powerful recovery ability, he quickly recovered. However, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with wariness. He had met his match. Your Excellency, you have great strength. In the void, a person walked out. Under his warm smile, there was a cold killing intent. What a powerful gaze. This fellow has cultivated the secret charm technique. As soon as Lin Fei's eyes met, a great fear rose in his heart. If he hadn't used his divine sense to cut it off, his heart would have long since been filled with fear, and his battle prowess would have been greatly reduced. You are also very powerful. Lin Fei no longer looked into the other's eyes. If he had not heard of this secret technique before, Lin Fei would have almost fallen for it. Aren't you going too far by crazily slaughtering our demon race? Heaven Star said indifferently, your strength isn't bad. I just don't know if you're able to block the attack of a true treasure. The demon race being wantonly slaughtered, Heaven Star, this demon race's strongest person, naturally could not sit still. The other party's strength was more powerful than he had imagined. He was actually able to block his top-grade spirit treasure, the Vajra ring. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Swish swish, just as Heaven Star's voice fell, another person appeared. Since when did you demon race become so polite? Ku Shui glanced at him and mocked, if it was me, I would have killed him first. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The descendants of celestial immortal Ku Mu also suffered heavy casualties. Ku Shui, the strongest descendant of celestial immortals, naturally could not sit still. Whether it was Heaven Star or Ku Shui, both of them were unwilling to see their strength suffer. That was why they personally took action. One was in the front, while the other was at the back. Lin Fei frowned slightly and thought to himself, damn it, why did two profound sect experts appear? In terms of aura, they should be at the peak of profound sect. It seems like they are the strongest of the demon race and celestial immortal descendants. This is going to be troublesome. If I get entangled by them, I won't be able to gather enough points. I'm still short of 50 to 60,000 points. Water Flame Lotus. How could Lin Fei let them join hands? Without any explanation, he activated dozens of water flame lotuses and charged towards the demon soldiers like a rainbow. With a silent chant, a shocking explosion was produced. Compressed water flame lotuses were something that Lin Fei could easily do. Dozens of water flame lotuses exploded at the same time. The immense power caused a huge mushroom cloud to rise up. The shockwave swept over and tore countless demon soldiers into pieces. Be it Heaven Star or Ku Shui, they were both enraged. In front of the two of them, this kid still dared to slaughter their subordinates. He was simply looking down on them. Diamond Ring. Heaven Star activated his supreme grade spiritual treasure once again. Ku Shui attacked as well. A black longbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow. A black ray of light locked onto Lin Fei's body. Heart-piercing arrow. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the dangerous aura. He activated his monarch key and disappeared on the spot. Rumble, the two attacks missed, causing the ground to tremble. A few tall mountains were shaved off. It was a flat plain. Damn it. Ku Shui cursed, but soon after, his face lit up with excitement. The Great Emperor Key. That brat used the Great Emperor Key earlier. In the Immortal Estate, other than the Great Emperor Key, nothing else can be used, unless it's the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. This old man can guarantee that this brat used the Great Emperor Key. Monarch Key. This item immediately caused a huge commotion in their hearts. Heaven Star's expression changed. The appearance of the Monarch Key was equivalent to controlling a part of Senfu. If he refined it, he would really control Senfu. Chase, we must not let him refine Senfu. The situation was getting serious. Heaven Star gritted his teeth. He regretted not using his treasure earlier. Now, he could only watch his opponent escape. Swish, when Lin Fei appeared in the distance, the two immediately chased after him. They had the thought of chasing him to the ends of the world. I still expose the monarch key. Lin Fei's divine sense saw the two figures chasing after him. They were extremely fast and were rapidly closing the distance. I'll risk it. The two behind him could catch up at any time. Lin Fei had no time to think. He had to gather enough points first. Voila! Lin Fei kept activating the monarch key, changing his position. Very soon, Lin Fei found a group of demon soldiers. A few king-level great demons killed them with lightning speed, leaving a ground full of corpses. Brat, you're dead for sure. Heaven Star roared. Leave behind the monarch key, or I'll make you die without a burial. Ku Shui was enraged. This person dared to wantonly kill demon soldiers and human experts despite being chased by them. This caused their expressions to turn unnatural. Why would Lin Fei care about their words? If you have the ability, chase after me. Don't just stand behind me and talk. Lin Fei changed his position again. Seeing Lin Fei changing his position and hearing his words, Ku Shui and Heaven Star's anger soared to the sky. Since when did someone dare to be disrespectful to them? No, he has the monarch key. We'll always be one step behind. Ku Shui said, we should use our treasure to kill him while he's attacking. Heaven Star added, let's join forces and kill him first. The two of them had always been rivals. For the sake of the monarch key, they quickly swore a heavenly oath and joined forces to kill their opponent. They must not allow him to refine Senfu. Chapter 378. Soon. Tens of thousands of points were quickly closing in. Soon, he was close to his target. At the same time, Lin Fei saw that their faces were turning darker and darker like coal. They wanted to cut him into pieces and skin him alive. Now that I have completely enraged them, once they have enough opportunities, they will immediately deal with me. I have to be careful. Moreover, they should have real treasures in their hands, treasures that are even more powerful than spirit treasures. I should be especially careful and not give them any opportunities. Lin Fei was only worried about the treasures they had. Spirit treasures could only injure him lightly, but real treasures were completely different. They were mysterious existences. Real treasures were above spirit treasures. They were many times more powerful than spirit treasures. If one hadn't seen one wouldn't know. Normal warriors would be lucky to have a spirit treasure, not to mention something as powerful as a real treasure. Once they had one, their combat ability would increase greatly. In a one-on-one battle, they would be able to instantly kill their opponents. Of course, if someone had a real treasure and didn't have a powerful background, they would be quickly killed. Real treasures were even more powerful. Normal emperor-level warriors wouldn't be able to get one. The mystic sect had to rely on luck. This was a demon and a sky immortal descendant. Lin Fei really didn't dare to guarantee how powerful the real treasures in their hands were. Lin Fei was wary of the diamond ring that the demon used. It was extremely powerful. Lin Fei thought as he quickly charged towards the next group of demon soldiers. At the same time, within the Great Hall of Senfu, Long Sky of the Mu clan appeared. Waiting here is no longer possible. It's time for us to take the initiative. He had lost his patience. Zhang Hoan and Dongshu didn't dare to say anything. It was their idea to wait here. Actually, they had a lot of questions as well. Was there something wrong with their idea? Otherwise, why didn't they see him? This seemed impossible, but the truth was right in front of them. That person really didn't appear. They couldn't help but wonder if he had seen through their plan. Long Sky of the Mu clan chose to take the initiative and search through the remaining halls. Strangely, there was no sign of him. It was as if he had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Why isn't he in Senfu? Long Sky frowned. There's no reason for him not to be in Senfu. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to bind Senfu. Young master, perhaps that person is hiding somewhere in Senfu. And Zhang Ho guessed. That should be a possibility, Dong Su said. Grand Master Vast Sky took out the Grand Emperor's key. It doesn't matter if this person is hiding in Senfu or not. If I use the Grand Emperor's key, I'll be able to roughly locate him. Soon, Mizukage Longsky and his subordinates appeared outside of Senfu. I didn't expect that person to be outside. Grand Master Longsky was only able to sense his general location, but that was enough. Killing him was just a matter of time. Young Master, do you want us to attack and kill that person? Zhang Hoan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Monarch Realm Great Demon, who had already been beaten up by Lin Fei, once again found a place to vent their anger. Who asked them to vent their anger? Humans. Humans again. Kill them. Damned human. You deserve to die. A group of Emperor-level great beasts made their move. Courting death. Zhang Hoan's body expanded to become 50 meters tall, making him look like a giant. An ancient aura emanated from him, as though he were a primordial existence. He made a grabbing motion with his enormous palm, and the entire world around him seemed to become a giant palm that trapped the Emperor-level great demons within. With a gentle squeeze, the Emperor-level great demons were squashed to death. Blood flowed like a river. A single move had killed a group of Emperor-level great demons. A great demon who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to attack young master? Zhang Hoan waved his hand non-stop. The great demons and demon-level great demons that fell into his palm were instantly squashed into meat paste. As for their attacks, when they landed on the bodies of the great demons, they were like tickles, unable to cause any harm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Emperor-level great demons had died at Zhang Hoan's hands. Quick, retreat. Retreat. The Emperor-level great demons who had quick reactions were terrified out of their wits. They were all Emperor-level great demons with incredible power, but this opponent's power was simply too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They had seen how the Emperor-level great demons had been squashed to death with a gentle squeeze from the giant. The terrifying thing was, they hadn't been able to dodge a single claw from the giant before they were killed. They immediately led the remaining demon-level great demons and fled. Mizukage Great Sky laughed coldly. No need to chase. First, we'll get our hands on the final Earth Key. In the future, we'll have plenty of chances to take care of them. I want them to become slaves for the rest of their lives. Zhang Hoan snorted coldly. They should count themselves lucky. Dong Su laughed. A bunch of ignorant little great demons. Killing them would be a waste of time. When Zhang Hoan's terrifying aura appeared, the first to change expressions were Heaven Star and Withered Blood, the two strongest experts of the great demons. They could sense that dangerous aura. Just now, it seemed as though the aura of a fiend god had appeared. Heaven Star had a serious look on his face. Fiend gods, such distant words. They were unimaginably existences. Fiend gods have been gone for so long. It shouldn't be possible for them to appear, right? Withered Blood was suspicious, but his tone still changed. I've never heard of them either. If a fiend god dares to come to the Senfu, they'll probably be surrounded and killed before they even appear. Fiend gods are priceless slaves. Fiend gods were incredibly powerful existences of the primordial era. When they were born, whether they were monsters or humans, they were as tiny as ants in front of fiend gods. They had to stand to the side. When fiend gods were born, they were extremely powerful. They didn't need to train. Over time, their strength would constantly rise. The body refining techniques that dominated the primordial era had all been passed down from the primordial era, and they had all been comprehended from the bodies of fiend gods. Later on, they had perfected them, and now, they were able to display incredible defensive power and powerful attack power. It could be said that fiend gods were the ancestors of body refiners. Body refiners were already so powerful. Fiend gods were so powerful that they caused their hearts to palpitate. They felt powerless, and their lives and deaths were out of their control. Perhaps we're overthinking things. Heaven Star's tone was filled with suspicion as well. If a fiend god appeared in the Senfu, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the fiend god. Fiend gods were simply too powerful. Fiend gods were born in the primordial era. They were powerful and had long lifespans. They were nearly immortal and were the lucky ones in the world. It could be said that any fiend god had terrifying strength. The longer they lived, the stronger they became. Heaven Star also didn't wish for a fiend god to appear. Once a fiend god appeared, they might not have the chance to snatch the great emperor's key. This was their only chance to leave the Senfu. Let's quickly kill that brat. A long night is fraught with trouble. This old man thinks so too. Although they couldn't confirm the aura just now, they still felt immense pressure in their hearts. When the fiend god's aura appeared, Lin Fei's expression changed several times. Damn, what a familiar aura. Lin Fei couldn't guess it immediately. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart palpitate. An invisible pressure landed on his chest. This won't do. If this continues, I won't have enough points. Lin Fei was anxious. I have to kill the Emperor-level great demons. An inexplicable dangerous aura appeared. Lin Fei could vaguely feel that this aura was most likely coming for him. Once it caught up, the situation would definitely be bad. Danger, extremely dangerous. Lin Fei appeared again. Not far away, there were two Emperor-level great demons, a flying great demon, a fish demon, and a group of demon soldiers. They seemed to be searching for something. When Lin Fei appeared, the two Emperor-level great demons quickly discovered him. Kill this human brat. This human brat must have some good stuff on him. God kill. Lin Fei once again used the divine sense secret art. More than 1,200 superior-grade spiritual treasures directly bombarded the two Emperor-level great demons. The divine sense secret art was originally used to fight against the two experts behind him. In order to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei had no choice but to use it. Moreover, this was also the fastest attack. Rumble, he attacked with all his strength, severely injuring the two Emperor-level great demons. Swish, Lin Fei stabbed with his killing sword. The Emperor-level great demons were seriously injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. White light flew past. One by one, their heads were pierced, leaving behind lifeless corpses. Infinite Universe Saber. Heavenly Star, this great demon, finally made a move in anger. This time, he used his greatest trump card, a true treasure. With this true treasure, Heavenly Star could become the #1 expert among the great demons. Swish, as soon as this saber appeared, its power increased greatly. The terrifying aura made people not dare to look directly at it. The true treasure was too strong, too dangerous. Go. When Lin Fei saw that terrifying aura, his heart sank. A true treasure. The other party must have used a true treasure. Not good, I am locked. Swish, the Infinite Universe Saber turned into a white light, piercing through Lin Fei's chest. The powerful, Azure Dragon true body unexpectedly could not block the true treasure. Lin Fei endured the pain and shuttled through the void. Heavenly Star withdrew the Infinite Universe Saber. What a strong defense. As expected of a body refiner. Ordinary warriors would have been killed by me. I don't believe he can block the second saber. Lin Fei's left arm was partially injured. It was a huge wound. Even he found it hard to believe that his Azure Dragon true body could not block the true treasure's attack. If he did not change his position at the crucial moment, it would not be a simple injury. Is this a true treasure? Its might is too ferocious. A monarch demonic beast could not even injure my Azure Dragon true body. Yet, the other party's true treasure injured me. It is indeed ridiculously strong. Lin Fei was afraid of the true treasure. One more time and I will be satisfied with my points. Lin Fei remained calm. The other party's true treasure is too powerful. The true treasure's power still remains, and the recovery speed of the body is greatly reduced. If I do it again, the Azure Dragon true body's defense will be greatly reduced. Feeling the wound near his left arm being enveloped by a power, Lin Fei was no longer so surprised. Although he could recover, the speed was too slow. Seeing that he was about to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. When he returned to the Senfu main hall, he would not need to care about them. Lin Fei quickly thought of a good idea. Points, the important points, no matter what, he had to give it a try. If he did not give it a try now, there was not much time, especially when the other party used a true treasure. If two true treasures came out at the same time, the situation would be even worse. Chapter 379. A group of emperor-level great beasts were charging in that direction. Whoosh, 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 Lin Fei appeared again. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful attack. He wanted to accumulate enough points even if he was injured. Even though his left arm was injured and his defense was greatly affected, it wasn't a big problem for him to deal with emperor-level great beasts. First was the God Killer, followed by the most powerful sword formation. The white light was like cold light, and its aura was fierce. It landed on the emperor-level great beasts. Infinite Universe Saber. Heaven Star, who was right behind, activated the true treasure again. The Infinite Universe Saber was as bright as day, and it split the void in two. It was so powerful that the emperor-level great beasts immediately stopped. They were suppressed by the true treasure's power. A good chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a rare chance. He had to kill them all. Another wave of God Killer rushed over. The emperor-level great beasts temporarily lost control. Their souls were injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. Whoosh, 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 white light flew past. The killing sword was like a dragon, breaking through the emperor-level great beast's defense. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Lin Fei killed the group of great beasts as he wished. The true treasure's attack arrived. Lin Fei immediately activated the Great Emperor's key, preparing to teleport to the safe Senfu. Then, they would all be in vain. He had enough points. Crash! At the same time, a giant hand reached out from the void. It slapped the air, and the Infinite Universe Saber was slapped away. Then, it clawed at the air. The void where Lin Fei was shattered like glass, and he was also pushed out by this force. In the blink of an eye, the true treasure was slapped away, and Lin Fei was pushed out. Lin Fei's face was filled with shock. Kid, you want to leave just like that? You're too naive. 3 people appeared in the void. These 3 people were led by Mu Zhongkong. The space in the Senfu was very big. To them, tracking a person was a piece of cake. Heavenly Star's expression changed when the true treasure, Heaven and Earth Limitless Saber, was sent flying. He was very clear about the might of a true treasure. Ever since he had this low-grade true treasure, almost no one could block its attack. Today was the only exception. A powerful body cultivator could not die under the Boundless Universe Blade. The second time, he was sent flying by the mysterious man before him. Longski's gaze fell upon Lin Fei. I imagine that the key is in your hands. There was no room for rejection in his tone. The key is in their hands. Lin Fei's heart sank. He had encountered a mysterious person who was incredibly strong. If he used the Grand Emperor's key, the person would be able to force him out. Without batting an eyelid, he took out the Emperor's key. The key is in my hands. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the Emperor's key, unless you don't want to inherit the Senfu. Time. Lin Fei was fighting for time. If you want the Monarch key, I can give it to you, but you have to kill them first. Lin Fei pointed at Tianxing and Ku Shui. Tianxing and Ku Shui were enraged. This brat was really bad, daring to kill with a borrowed knife. Just from that attack, they knew that the 3 led by the white-robed man weren't people they could fight against. Young master, the great sovereign key is in his hands. You guys can do whatever you want. We won't interfere in this matter. Tianxing left after saying that. Even the treasure was swept away. What could they use to fight? Tianxing slipped away. Ku Shui, the descendant of a sky immortal, was smart. He immediately left, wishing that his parents had given him more legs. Long Sky didn't attack them. They were just profound ancestor peak. Killing them or not didn't make a difference. Brat, it seems like your plan won't work. Long Sky's eyes were filled with killing intent. Will you hand over the monarch key, or will I deal with you personally? Lin Fei cursed. These two bastards were running so fast. At the very least, he should have exchanged a few blows with them. Being able to obtain the Great Emperor's key without anyone noticing, you must have a certain amount of wealth. How about this? I'll sell the Great Emperor's key to you for 50 million Jin Yuan crystals. Neither of us will lose out. Lin Fei laughed. At the same time, he opened the shop system. 300,000 points. He had already chosen the item scroll. And Zhang Ho and Dong Su knew what would happen when they saw how daring this person was. Young Master hated it when people acted recklessly in front of him. These people usually didn't have good endings. Longsky's face sank. This brat really didn't know how to behave. He snorted coldly, you refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you have the monarch key. To me, it'll just be troublesome. I'll send you to hell right now. I'll let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. Long Sky was furious. He was truly furious. A brat with some strength dared to bargain with him. How reckless. Even in the Empire, who dared to be rude to him? Who wouldn't be polite to him? Golden arrow of life. Long Sky slapped his waist, and a golden arrow flew out. The Jingguang shone brightly, and an aura no weaker than a true treasure swept out. The entire sky was covered by the Jingguang. Go. This is a true treasure, and it's a one-time consumable. Luckily, we left quickly. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be a match for the white-shirt young master. We might even be killed. The white-shirt young master must be from a big family, a super dynasty. Tianxing and Ku Shui were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The two of them had true treasures on them. They spent a lot of effort to get them, and they treated them like treasures. They wouldn't use them unless it was a critical moment. The white-shirt young master casually used a one-time consumable treasure. They couldn't compare to this. Even if they had the money, they might not be able to do it. He's dead for sure. And Zhang Ho said, those who dare to look down on young master won't die. This brat can't even block a normal low-grade true treasure. Against the golden arrow of life, he'll be killed instantly. Lin Fei's pupils shrank, and danger enveloped his body. Voila! An enormous water flame lotus appeared below him, and its leaves swayed to form a cover. Lin Fei held the killing sword and faced the Jingguang. However, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Clang! 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 I block, I block, I block again. Lin Fei didn't retreat, but faced it directly. The Jingguang's power was endless. The water flame lotus was blasted apart with one attack, turning into nothingness. Every time they clashed, Lin Fei's azure dragon true body would leave a large wound. If it was a normal body cultivator, his body would have already been smashed into pieces, and he would be dead. After the fourth clash, Lin Fei vomited a large mouthful of blood. After the fifth clash, Lin Fei's face was pale, and the azure dragon true body was on the verge of breaking. After the sixth clash, the Jingguang flew over Lin Fei's chest. The dragon transformation state collapsed, and he flew out. Humph, this is the result of going against me. Chapter 380. That kid is so strong. He blocked it 6 times in a row. Normal people would have died countless times. Tianxing sighed. If it were me, I would have blocked 7 or 8 times at most. As expected of the deadly golden arrow. It's so powerful. That kid is also very strong. No wonder he didn't die after blocking your infinite universe blade. He's only injured. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a mystique venerable or even a mystique saint. Ku Shui's forehead was sweating. This man in white was even more terrifying than they imagined. He used a disposable true treasure every time he attacked. Who could beat him? The two servants next to him, in particular, gave them a lot of pressure. They needed to work together to deal with the kid in white. The man in white could easily injure him. If he used it against them, they would definitely die. However, they had some doubts, especially Tianqing. If the infinite universe blade couldn't injure him, why couldn't the kid block the true treasure? Wasn't this defeat a little too quick? Tianqing didn't dare to say this out loud. At most, he could only think about it. The two didn't dare to stay, afraid that they would be the next unlucky ones. That kid was done for, let alone them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They didn't think they could hide from them. The mountain range below had been flattened. A huge crater appeared below. They could vaguely see the figure of the opponent. Long Sky of the Mu clan had never taken him seriously. A mere body refiner was nothing. There was no need to care about him. There were countless body refiners in the capital of the dynasty. The Emperor's Key. Long Sky's gaze fell upon the Emperor's Key. This was the last one. Cough, cough, Lin Fei struggled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy the Emperor's Key. Lin Fei's expression was fierce. He grabbed the Emperor's Key. It seemed like he would destroy it in the next second. Long Sky laughed loudly as if he was looking at an idiot. Only an idiot would think he could crush the Emperor's Key with ethereal force. But you don't know that this is the Emperor's Key made by an eternal emperor. Unless you're at the same level as the Emperor, no one can touch it. You can give up now. After he finished speaking, Mu Zhongkong laughed loudly and prepared to collect the great Emperor's Key. With the final Emperor's Key in hand, Long Sky would be able to completely refine the Senfu and complete the clan's mission. Come here. Mu Shi made a grabbing motion, and Lin Fei was pulled over. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression turned vicious. The great sovereign key belongs to me. The great sovereign key you have will belong to me too. Die. Lin Fei finally made up his mind. Crash! A black scroll was torn open. At that instant, a terrifying aura lingered in the spacious immortal abode. The beast soldiers and the beasts all felt a sense of danger, which they had never felt before. Not good, the young master is in danger. Originally, Zhang Hoan and Dongshu didn't think much of that brat. After that brat was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the young master. Moreover, the young master had personally made a move. Naturally, they would wait at the side. This kind of thing wasn't something they could do. But when that dangerous aura erupted, their expressions instantly darkened. They didn't expect that this brat would have a trump card. More importantly, he had used the trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence. Patience, he was too good at patience. They were faster, but Lin Fei was faster. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy. Especially the white-robed young master, who was clearly the leader, and had powerful servants by his side. Lin Fei knew with a single glance, which was why he used this method to numb the enemy. Lin Fei indeed couldn't block the golden arrow of reaping life. It was too powerful. Previously, he had been injured by the infinite universe saber. Now that he had encountered the golden arrow of reaping life, he was naturally heavily injured. Because he was injured, Lin Fei found a chance to kill his opponent. If the two servants had attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't have had a chance to snatch the great Emperor's Key. He would have been killed before he could even attack. Everything went according to Lin Fei's expectations. The white-robed young master personally came to take the great Emperor's Key. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei had tricked him, he finally had the chance to use the scroll he had bought. The scroll was torn open, and a sky-covering black mist turned into a huge vortex, appearing above Longsky's head. Then, a terrifying aura was released from the black mist. A black dragon, an enormous black dragon, more than 300 meters long, emerged from the black vortex. Its eyes were sharp, and its terrifying demonic chi caused all of the demonic demons in the Immortal's palace to tremble, and no one dared to look directly at it. "Humph, do you think you can kill me like this? You're too naive." A golden scroll appeared in Longsky's hand. Finger of reaping life. A boundless dangerous aura locked onto Longsky's body. More importantly, he was enveloped by a mysterious power, preventing him from using the Great Emperor's key to escape. Longsky calmed down and took out a protective treasure. The fatal finger was a divine thought left behind by a super powerhouse. Its attack power was immense. One could imagine how powerful it was to leave such a life-saving attack behind for Mu Changkong. Even if he encountered a Mystique Venerable or even a Mystique Sage powerhouse, he would still be able to escape. The black dragon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The terrifying finger had just been unleashed when it was swallowed by the black dragon. Then, it swallowed Longsky in one gulp. Longsky was shocked. How could this be? My finger of reaping life was bestowed upon me by an elder in my family. Even a great perfection mystic venerable or profound sage would be wary of it. How could the black dragon swallow it in one gulp? It doesn't make sense. For the first time, Longsky panicked. He was truly panicking. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The huge black dragon swooped down and bit down on half of Longsky's body. Zhang Hoan and Dongshu were furious. "Don't you dare hurt our young master." Zhang Hoan transformed into a giant. His God-fiend aura rippled as he used his God-fiend divine ability. The sky darkened instantly. Lin Fei suddenly felt weightless. Fortunately, at that moment, the black dragon dragged Longsky into the vortex. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. In less than a breath's time, he was dragged into the vortex. "Ah, I'm Longsky. I won't die." Rumble. Zhang Hoan's palm landed on the black vortex. In the end, the black vortex collapsed and turned into fragments. Four shadows shot out from within. "Retrieve, retrieve, retrieve." Lin Fei rushed out quickly and retrieved the 4 shadows at lightning speed. "You killed the young master. You killed the young master of the Longsky clan." Zhang Hoan was furious. He could not imagine that the young master, who had a protective treasure, would die in front of him. He could not accept that things had come to this. Heaven and earth capture. Sword of shadow. An inexplicable sense of great danger loomed over him. Lin Fei did not hesitate and activated the Great Emperor's key. Obstruct. The air seemed to freeze. There was a rare pause as the God-fiend divine ability sealed the air. Azure Dragon True Body, use all your strength to block. Lin Fei's eyebrows were twitching. Danger. An unstoppable danger. The heaven and earth capture and the sword of shadow both landed on Lin Fei's body. The huge impact almost caused Lin Fei's body to collapse. At that moment, the Great Emperor's key broke through the restrictions and disappeared in front of their eyes. At the crucial moment, the Great Emperor's key showed its use. Even though Zhang Hoan's divine ability was strong and could temporarily seal the area, it was unable to truly trap the Great Emperor's key. Lin Fei successfully escaped. This was because Lin Fei was not fated to die. Damn, he actually blocked our sure kill technique. The darkness dissipated and everything returned to normal. But Zhang Hoan's face was filled with despair. Young master is dead. Even the life-seizing finger couldn't block the other party's attack. "We really failed miserably this time," Dong Su said. As servants, the two of them were very strong. After losing the Great Emperor's key, it was easier said than done to catch up to the other party. More importantly, the other party could enter the Senfu. They were helpless against the Senfu. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was not something they could break. "Let's go out first. No matter what, we must bring this person back. Otherwise, the family will not spare us." At the mention of the family, Zhang Ho revealed a look of unconcealable fear. "If we don't leave the Senfu, once he controls the Senfu, it will be difficult for us to leave the Senfu." It was not easy for the Senfu to leave, but the two of them had treasures and could just barely break out of the seal. Dong Su also knew that they had no choice but to leave. Once they refined it, they would be trapped in the senfu. Not to mention killing the other party, they might even fall into the other party's hands. Let's go, cough, cough, cough in the senfu. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he fell to the ground. He looked at the building above him and vomited blood, but he still had a smile on his face. I actually survived. I didn't die at their hands. Lin Fei knew that he was in the senfu. Once he was in the senfu, he would be safe. Lin Fei did not even have the strength to stand up. The Azure Dragon true body had already collapsed. His body was a bloody mess, and even his bones could be seen. This injury is too serious. Lin Fei circulated his quintessential essence and tried to expel the quintessential essence, but found that it was very difficult. It would be impossible to expel it for a while. Fortunately, circulating his quintessential essence could alleviate the injury. It would take a long time for him to recover from this injury. Fortunately, I cultivated the Azure Dragon true body. Otherwise, I would really be dead this time. Those two servants are too strong, and one of them is a god fiend. I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Lin Fei thought back to the earlier scene. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, I spent 300,000 points to buy a devouring hole. That was how I managed to restrain the other party. Otherwise, I would have been the one dying this time. That white-robed young master seems to be called Mu Zhongkong or something. What a strange surname. Furthermore, the god fiend that attacked later on is also rarely seen. The aura of a god fiend, Lin Fei finally recalled. Why does it feel so familiar? This is the aura of a god fiend. Chapter 381. P.S. Thank you to Xiamapi for your monthly votes, update votes, and tips. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Lin Fei lay motionless in the senfu like a piece of wood. Those who did not know would think that he was dead, but in reality, he was quietly recovering from his injuries. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. This was also because Lin Fei's Azure Dragon true body was amazing. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead for sure under the double blow. It should be noted that the one who attacked was a god fiend. The god fiend was an ancient existence with unfathomable strength. It was known to be invincible in close combat and divine abilities. Lin Fei could survive the god fiend's attack. If word got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. If the god fiend did not die, how many could it be? Lin Fei was one of them. More importantly, Lin Fei's cultivation level was too low. In the eyes of powerhouses, he was beneath them. Huff, huff. Lin Fei leaped up and spat out mouthfuls of turbid air. Damn it, my injuries are finally healed. Recalling the god fiend's methods and the dangerous scene, Lin Fei still felt a lingering fear. No wonder the god fiends were so tyrannical back then. With such a long lifespan, their strength is indeed amazing. That god fiend was clearly a mystique grand level god fiend, but its combat strength was terrifying. Its true combat strength was at the level of a peak mystique venerable one. It was unbelievably powerful. Lin Fei thought that his strength was monstrous enough. After witnessing the god fiend's methods, he had to admit that the god fiends were the lucky ones in this world. The mystique grand level combat strength was terrifying. On top of that, they were born as god fiends and possessed powerful recovery abilities. Even a peak mystique venerable one would have to give way to a god fiend. Fortunately, I was quick enough to snatch the Great Emperor's key. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem to snatch the Great Emperor's key from them. Lin Fei knew that he had gotten into big trouble. He had a god fiend with him, and the other was unknown. His strength was also very powerful and was not an ordinary person. This meant that this Mizuki Chankong's background was not simple. Lin Fei had never heard of a young master bringing a fiend god with him. Mu Chankong died long ago. He doesn't even have the chance to be reborn. So what if they find out? I have the senfu, and it's the senfu of the Great Emperor. There must be a lot of good stuff there. When I find a big sect, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to do anything to a big sect, right? Lin Fei quickly made plans for the future. Fighting head-on wouldn't work, so finding a backer was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Let's refine the Grand Emperor's key first before anything else happens. Thankfully, this is Senfu. No matter how powerful the gods and demons are, they won't be able to break through the Senfu refined by an eternal emperor. Safe, they were really safe now. Swish swish swish, the Great Emperor keys flew out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 Great Emperor keys in total, not one more, not one less. Refine, the 5 Great Emperor keys flew together and gradually merged. A silver-white light flashed. Buzz, a silver-white Great Emperor's key floated in the air. Boom, Lin Fei grabbed the Great Emperor's key in his hand, and the Senfu suddenly changed. Rumble, a loud sound resounded in the sky above Senfu. The demon soldiers and monsters who were trying to find the humans stopped at this moment. They couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. They all looked at the central region, where Senfu was located. The monsters in the central region were all dumbfounded. The strongest monster, Heavenly Star, and the descendant of the Sky Immortal, Ku Shui, appeared in the air, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Senfu has been controlled. The end of the monster race has come. Seeing how terrifying the white-robed young master was, Heavenly Star and Ku Shui didn't think they could stop him, not to mention the powerful families and demons behind him. Their carefree days were completely over. Fear began to spread and take root in their hearts. Inside Senfu, Lin Fei was in a public square. As he grasped the Great Emperor's key, all kinds of information flowed into his memory. I didn't expect that the true inheritance of Senfu isn't here. Lin Fei stood in the public square and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't grasped Senfu, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was another world inside Senfu. He would have probably foolishly thought that Senfu was the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor. In fact, that wasn't the case. In the eyes of outsiders, Senfu was just used to confuse people. The true Senfu hid in Senfu, transforming into something and waiting for the fated one. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor could do something like this. The true Senfu, come out, Lin Fei activated the Great Emperor's key. With a flash, the Great Emperor's key flew out and landed on a statue in the public square. Voila, a black tunnel appeared above the statue. I didn't expect that Senfu hid in the statue and even opened up a spatial tunnel. Lin Fei looked over. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the Seize Senfu mission. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 300 million experience points, leveling up by 1 level, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 500,000 points, 100,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 1 million points, 200,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 2 million points, 500,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. The system kept ringing with notifications. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. 1 mission, 2 promotions, and a large amount of resources. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and he smiled happily. 1 million points, 500,000 points. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. 4,500,000 points. That's awesome. I was almost killed for 200,000 points. I didn't expect to get 4,500,000 points from completing the mission. 300,000 essence force. 100,000 essence force. That's 1 million essence force. Lin Fei continued, there are also the 4 lottery chances that come with leveling up. This is really awesome. What was refreshing? Lin Fei was the happiest at this moment. Before entering the Senfu, he had already harvested a large amount of resources. His thoughts were unobstructed, and he felt extremely happy. With these 5 million points, 1 million yuan energy, and 4 lottery tickets, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, I must get rid of that god demon. This kind of enemy must be eliminated. Lin Fei revealed a cold gaze. Lin Fei was very unhappy about leaving a god demon. Leaving a god demon was no less than a great enemy, and if it attacked, it would definitely be a problem. Chapter 382. The true Emperor Senfu hadn't even entered, but he had already reaped such a great harvest. This made Lin Fei even more excited to see what lay beyond the passageway. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. I can put these things aside for now. It's safe enough to stay in the Senfu. Let's go in and see what the Eternal Emperor's legacy looks like first. Whether it was the points, the key, or even the lottery, they were all fixed. There was no way to escape. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to see what the Eternal Emperor Senfu looked like first. The Eternal Emperor Senfu was very excited. For the sake of the Eternal Emperor Senfu, he had risked his life to snatch it, and he had even offended a young master with a powerful backer. Whoosh! Lin Fei spread his wings of the wind, leaving behind a blur as he charged into the black passageway. Is this the Eternal Emperor Senfu? When Lin Fei charged into the passageway, he was greeted by a unique surge of spiritual energy. With a single breath, all 3,600 pores on his body opened up, making him feel refreshed. What greeted his eyes was a series of exquisite buildings. What a perfect building! Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had always been an important element for cultivators. Powerful cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into ki. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they could absorb. It was common for cultivators to absorb all the spiritual energy in a place. If such a place appeared in the Shantian continent, all sorts of powerful cultivators would fight each other and fight over it. Lin Fei flew towards the nearest building. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already so dense. One could imagine what the Eternal Emperor Senfu would look like. Lin Fei was very excited. When he landed in front of a building, Lin Fei was startled, his mouth agape. F***ck, this is cold sky white jade, a top-grade material used to make warships in the Shantian continent. And it's used as a floor? Isn't this too extravagant? And this pillar, it's clearly made from diamond jade. If such a large pillar were to appear in the outside world, it would probably cause a bloodbath. One by one, the items passed by Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was already numb. The great Emperor's Senfu was filled with valuable treasures. The top-grade materials of the Shantian continent were priceless items. But in the great Emperor's Senfu, they were the most common of items, completely unremarkable and unremarkable. There was no difference. Extravagant. How extravagant! Lin Fei thought to himself. The eternal emperors are the true rich ones. Lin Fei pushed the door open. Crash! After the door was pushed open, Lin Fei walked in. Inside the hall was a huge hall. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that this building was a hall. Lin Fei could sense the extraordinary value of any decoration in the hall. When he walked to the central hall, he saw a large number of praying mats. The praying mats were huge, and judging from the material they were made of, they weren't ordinary items. From the looks of it, could it be a group of giants? Lin Fei was full of questions. What the hell is this place? Lin Fei was surprised. He couldn't think of an answer. The praying mats were too big, and he couldn't see that they were prepared for human warriors. What kind of person would sit on such a praying mat? This is the lecture hall, where the great emperor explains the great Tao to his disciples. A hoarse voice came from the hall. Lin Fei's expression tightened. Who's talking? Don't be afraid, heir of the Senfu. I mean you no harm. On top of a huge praying mat, a clump of black mist suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a greater demon appeared. It was a greater demon that Lin Fei did not recognize. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, looking mighty and imposing. However, it gave Lin Fei a sense of pressure. Lin Fei maintained his vigilance, but he was also shocked. He had encountered a great demon in the Senfu, and it seemed to be extremely powerful, so he was very careful. You are the artifact spirit of the Senfu? The black great demon said, hee, I'm not an artifact spirit. I'm just an artifact soul refined by the great emperor. You can call me Black Demon. I was once an ancient black demon. Lin Fei was shocked. This great emperor was very powerful. An ancient black demon was used as an artifact soul. This strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Fei didn't know how terrifying ancient black demons were, to be able to have the word ancient in front of their names meant that they weren't ordinary existences. They were definitely famous outside. Black Demon was very shocked by the air this time. He was more monstrous than he imagined. You are the sixth heir of the Senfu in the past 10,000 years. Black Demon looked over, however, you are only an in-name disciple of the great emperor. You can only enter the Senfu, and you are not a true inner disciple. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. He spent so much effort, but he was only an in-name disciple. Was there a mistake? Then how do I become the great emperor's inner disciple? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The great emperor's disciple must be at the sky immortal realm. Black Demon said indifferently, however, you are the one with the lowest cultivation in the past 10,000 years. You are not even 20 years old, and your strength is at the profound emperor realm. I don't know how you can barge in. Lin Fei was shocked by the threshold of the sky immortal realm. They only accepted disciples at the profound spirit or profound king, but the disciple of the great emperor wanted a sky immortal. At least, this ancient black demon didn't see that I have a system, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the upgrading system would be seen through, but now he could relax. This extraordinary artifact soul also couldn't see the profoundness of the upgrading system. Lin Fei was indeed worried that he would be seen through. If the other party had evil intentions, he wouldn't know what to do. A great demon with an artifact soul could live in the Senfu for so long. It was almost undying and indestructible. This was terrifying. Lin Fei had to be on guard. The previous one was Kumu. He should be the great emperor's disciple, right? Lin Fei asked once more. Kumu's talent wasn't good. He became a sky immortal because of the great emperor's resources. Unfortunately, he was killed right after becoming a sky immortal. He's just trash. Black Demon snorted coldly, you can't blame him. It's normal for a sky immortal to die. The previous two died at the true immortal realm and the other at the celestial lord realm. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. *CK, he was killed even with such strength. How strong of an enemy did he offend? You are only at the profound emperor realm. Cultivate well. Only when you become a sky immortal can you become the great emperor's disciple and enjoy the true resources of the great emperor. From then on, you will soar into the sky. Black Demon couldn't help but worship him. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. *CK, Sky Immortal. How long will it take for me to reach that level? If I die, all my efforts would be for nothing. As this is your first time entering the Great Emperor's Senfu, you can head to the treasure pavilion and choose a cultivation technique, a weapon, and a protective treasure. Black Demon said, next time, if you want to obtain a treasure, you will have to undergo a test. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Finally, something good has come. The treasures of the great emperor are usually extraordinary, right? Lin Fei said to himself. He had gone through so much trouble to come here. If he didn't get any treasures, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about whether or not he could become the great emperor's disciple. This way, I can save my points and buy other things. Following Black Demon, Lin Fei came before a great hall. There was a huge signboard with the words Treasure Pavilion, written in flamboyant calligraphy. With just a single glance, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. You can choose anything you want on the first floor. Go on in. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he quickly walked into the treasure pavilion. When Lin Fei walked in, Black Demon shook his head, his face filled with puzzlement. Strange. How strange. This kid's talent is ordinary. Why is he so strong? Could he be a variable? Black Demon had lived in the immortal abode for an unknown number of years. He had seen inheritors after inheritors, and every single one of them had outstanding talent and could be called monstrous geniuses. However, this successor, Black Demon, was truly unexpected. Despite his vast knowledge, he couldn't tell the origins of this person. He found it strange. The rules set by the great emperor are here. Whether this kid is lucky enough to inherit will depend on himself. If he doesn't become a sky immortal, he won't be the true successor of the great emperor. When the time comes, he will just have to find another successor. Thankfully, he won't need to sleep for a long time. Lin Fei didn't know that Black Demon was thinking about so many questions outside. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge library. At a glance, it was filled with books and restricted treasures. There were too many to count and it was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei's eyes turned red